having dropped 5 in a row after losing last night to Indiana. On the injury front, Jared Allen will miss his 9th straight game for the Cavs, tendonitis in his right knee. Jalen Tyson also out tonight because of the bone bruise in his left big toe. Craig Porter Jr. still out, strained left groin, and Tyrese Proctor questionable for the game. He's got a strained right quad. Guardians hoping that 2016 will be the year where Chase DeLauder can finally stay healthy. Last night really looked good. DeLauder hit a pair of solo runs, scored 3 times, batting .459 this spring. Guardians tonight wrapping up the exhibition season. This afternoon they'll take on the Diamondbacks at Chase Field. Parker Messick gets the start. 2-0, 3.60 ERA this spring. First pitch is set for 3:40. We expect to get an update today on the status of Guardians catcher Austin Hedges. He was hit in the right hand by a pitch during last night's victory. Hedges undergoing further testing this morning, and for the moment, like the rest of us, considered day-to-day. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
Mary Kay, as I look at the coaching staff getting filled out, head coach, never done this before, OC, never done it before, DC, never done it before, and special teams coach, never did it before at those levels. So with all of that said, what do you think of the coaching staff?
Well, I do think the thing to remember about the staff that Todd has put together is that he brought over some of his key assistants from the Baltimore Ravens, and they ran a very explosive offense over there for the last 3 seasons, and they were at the top of the league in many, many key categories. And of course, it takes Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that, but he brought over a veteran staff, so I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running, and let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com, Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Could we be on the cusp of something in Cleveland that we haven't seen in a while? And that is a good, young, power-hitting prospect actually doing what it is everybody thinks he's supposed to do. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there with a fabulous haircut for the weekend.
Oh, thank you. You know,
Andy Baskin.
I want to thank my follicles. I want to thank the hair, the color that's still there, that's not gray. And, of course, I want to thank my mom and dad, because without them being here or them being around when I was young, just couldn't be here. So thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank Dan Mennigan. Jeff, not so much.
Chase DeLauder hit 2 home runs last night.
Yes, he did, didn't he?
Chase DeLauder will be starting in right field. Stephen Vogt says we're going to do everything we can to keep this kid as close to 100% healthy as we can all season long.
How do you do that, though? I mean, if you're going to play hard, you might get hurt.
Yeah, my only fear with that comment is, does that mean he's playing 50 games? That's
brutal.
That's my fear.
Although, keep the bar low.
If you keep the bar low, Andy, keep expectations in check, you're not disappointed as often as otherwise. Just keep that in mind. Go ahead. Keep that in mind, Andy.
I'm keeping that in mind. Look, you're looking at a kid that gets the shot. You know what I'm saying? We're sitting here. The rosters have to be turned in by noon tomorrow, and they're still trying to figure out some spots. I mean, you got one spot in the bullpen, and they're still kind of playing around with the Stewart guy and CJ, and these two guys they're still trying to figure that out. But DeLauder's had the luxury now of knowing that it's his job, at least for a handful of maybe a week or two, just to make sure.
You mean his job for a week or two?
No, I'm just saying he could probably finally settle in, because he probably doesn't believe it. When you're going into this thing, you're like, I got to keep fighting. I'm not going to take anything for granted.
And he made his major league debut in the postseason.
I know, but you still got to make sure you got the gig.
He went to camp knowing he had the gig if he didn't screw it up.
Well, there you go. So, again, mentally, he's got to get to this point to where it's now his, right? And he's got to stay healthy. So now he walks into the season with the confidence of knowing what he did last year and now where he's going with this thing. So I like it. I like the fact that you can feel solid about at least 2 spots in the outfield going in. I just think it's crazy that we're walking into tomorrow at noon, and they're still trying to figure, like, how would you like to be in the room when they're trying, should we take CJ? Stewart's a pretty good guy. You can go back and forth. I mean, how do you debate that? How do you figure? I mean, for me, it's easy. It's Kafis has options, who I really, really like, and I want him to be on the big league club, and the other guy is a righty, and we got a team full of lefties. So now you're in the waning moments of trying to figure out your roster.
Let's worry about them later.
Okay.
We're worrying about Chase DeLauder right now.
Okay, I'm very not worried about him, but that's okay.
Well, you should be. Let me give you some numbers.
Why should I be worried?
Let me give you 3 numbers.
Okay.
42.
Okay.
39. 57. Those are the number of games that Chase DeLauder has played in each of the last 3 seasons.
Okay.
42, 39, 57. That type of a percentage of games missed does not a career make. He has to stay healthy. They have to figure out a way to keep him healthy. And he has to figure out, to be a Major League Baseball player, I got to go. Let's see what this is. Last night, outstanding. Hit 2 home runs against the Arizona Diamondbacks. They'll play again today. And then they go off to Seattle to start the season on Thursday. And DeLauder is going to be the guy out there in right field. It's essential, Andy, that I think he does well. And that might sound real basic. Well, of course, you're counting on him. He's former, first-round draft choice, blah, 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 blah. The issue to me is this. This is a team that didn't make big offseason moves, didn't bring in any bat of any note other than Rhys Hoskins, and didn't add to the outfield. Instead, sorted through what they had and decided this is what we're going to do. They're banking on him being good this year. And I think that's dangerous, but I also think it's what they should do. It's time, isn't it?
Yeah, I have no problem with them front-loading the beginning of the season with him. I can't worry about what he did or didn't play in the past.
Exactly.
If I think he's Major League Baseball caliber and he can do it, he's got to be there. He's got to be on the opening day roster. He's got to be ready to go on Thursday night at 10:10 against Seattle. So I don't have reservations about him. If he gets hurt, he gets hurt. It's baseball. There's 162 games, and they'll find someone to replace him. But I
see,
want him.
That's the catch here.
But that's baseball.
There is nobody here to replace him, even in the system that's quite ready. Who you think, all right, that takes care of that. I mean, you're going to plop him in the middle of your batting order. You're going to put him in right field, and you're going to keep your fingers crossed that he can play 130 games. And if not, then I think we're going to see a lot of what we've seen before. We know it's worked. They keep going to the playoffs. We know it's worked, but they're really banking on him to be healthy. I think they already think he's going to be just fine and good if he's just out there. And Stephen Vogt has talked about, we're going to do everything we can to keep him 100% healthy. That means he'll be DHing some, Andy. Mm-hmm. He might get the occasional day off more than you might expect a guy to get an occasional day off. And I think that's okay. And then you'll mix in everybody else. Angel Martinez will get some time, filling in. We'll see. I just think it's actually an exciting time because here's a highly thought of prospect who's looks like a big time upside, and he's ready to go. And I think that's exciting. More than approaching it with trepidation, I think we should all approach this with excitement.
I'm with you. But listening to you at the beginning of the show, I think you're hesitant because you're concerned about his health.
Well, certainly. Why wouldn't you be? He's been injured every year he's been here.
Yeah, but you can't control that.
Exactly.
It's not like
exactly.
It's right. What drives me crazy is people that put limitations on players, that they brand a player early on. Oh, this guy can't stay healthy. Blah 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 blah.
Well, that's been his MO though.
I
since
know,
he's been
but
a pro.
it's like, but we say this for every athlete. It's like it's not their fault. Like, is it Nick Chubb's fault that he got hurt and that he couldn't? That it just kind of didn't work with the Browns anymore? No, it's not Nick's fault. We still love Nick for that. But Nick at least had the opportunity to get to the place where we could build emotion towards him not based on injury. And then when he came back, you were like, all right, he's coming back. It's just, and I think sometimes, guys get injured. It's not their own fault. And then they just get stereotyped was the word I was looking for. Like, you stereotype someone as they're going to get injured. They always get injured. And it's just, but
that's
no athlete walks out there to get injured.
Well, no,
it drives
of course,
me crazy.
Of course not. But the reality of it is, Andy, the guy's not been healthy as a professional baseball player. And we hope he is. Let's keep our fingers crossed that he is. One thing we do know, he's talked about, making the team, talked about the season coming up. Here's what he had to say about his excitement level about being the starting right fielder for the Guardians.
So excited. But I would say I'm more excited just to play the most meaningful winning baseball again. Lose it a little bit in the minor league level, especially, going in and out of rehab and just trying to find a way to get myself back. And that's what all that was for. Now it's we just go win games.
And that sounds great, win games and everything else. Health is the key for him. If he can stay healthy, Andy, I think the Guardians are going to have a terrific outfielder who answers a significant question. And that is, who's going to bat in the middle of that order, help out Jose Ramirez, and occupy an outfield spot? Because if he doesn't have good health, those questions are wide open.
I agree. I agree. But I don't want to walk into the season with him going, I'm worried about him getting hurt. I know.
But
it's in the back of your mind. I get it. It's in the back of everybody's mind. But let's just say this kid gets out there, he starts playing good baseball, stays healthy, and we sit around and we go, man, do you believe we were talking about that at the beginning of the season where we were all concerned about this? And now look at it. He's 60 games into the season, or he's 100 games into the season. Although you go back and you look, you did talk about something. The most games he has in a year was when he was at James Madison. Does that sound right? In 2021, he played 26 for James Madison, and then he played Orleans, which I think was like a summer ball team, 50, 60. So he played 60 games that year, between the two teams. And he was 19 years old at the time. So he'll get there. Not worried about it.
Well, we hope so. It's just that I truly believe that track records are an indicator. The Guardians clearly believe track records are an indicator because Stephen Vogt has talked about the need to keep him healthy and going out of their way to try to keep him healthy.
Sure.
And just kind of let him get his feet under him. Let him figure it out and do the best he can to stay healthy and stay on the field. Because if he does, Andy, and he lives up to what it is he's supposed to do, it would appear that they've answered a significant question. And it's also, to me, an indicator of a kind of a change in the organization. I mean, when's the last time that they've produced a really good power-hitting baseball player? Jose?
Yeah. But that was kind of like by surprise.
They got lucky.
They got lucky on that.
Frankie Lindor and Jose. In other words, it's been a while.
Yeah.
And there's nobody in the outfield.
They've done a great job with pitching, but
They've
you're
done
right.
a great job with pitching. And, maybe DeLauder is the beginning of something new for the organization. Think about last year's draft and the number of guys that they brought in who are power hitting, hard hitting, college baseball players. Well, that's what DeLauder was. That's what they did with him. He had 2 home runs last night. Slade Ciccone last night afterwards said, "It's insane how good this guy is. Insane how good he is." Now, what's going on here, and why is he getting the opportunity, and why might other young guys get the opportunity? Our buddy Terry Pluto did a real in-depth interview with Mike Chernoff, general manager of the Guardians, and Terry got the reason, and we're going to share it next on Baskin and Phelps.
Mortgage rates have dropped, and the best
moment, considered like us day to day. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Coming up today, 11 o'clock, Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer Cleveland.com. Going to talk a little Browns with us. Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk will join us at noon. J.C. Treader now involved as the head of the Players Association. Florio says 18 games. Get ready.
Welcome back.
Talk a little Cavs, talk a little NBA with John Schumann from NBA.com. Coming up at 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps. This is Andy Baskin.
It's good to be here.
216-474-0092. Number to join us. Meredith Kane will take your phone calls. Dan Mennigan's behind the glass. We're talking about, I think, the big move. To me, it's a big move that the Guardians are making this year, and that's basically saying, Chase DeLauder, you're our right fielder. I think he's ready. I think the time is now. If he's healthy, you got to figure he's going to be pretty good. It's a big if, but last night had 2 home runs, walked, scored 3 runs. He looks like the real deal, folks. Aaron is in Amherst. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, Jeff and Andy. How are you?
We are
Good.
well.
How are
Thank
you?
Oh, very well. Hey, thanks for taking my call. First time, long time. But
Awesome.
hey, Chase DeLauder, unless it's some type of injury, play the young man. Let him go out there and do his thing. I'm excited. I think it was a curveball he hit like dead center last night. So
It was. That's what Slade Ciccone said after the game, Aaron. He said, who hits a curveball, stays back on it, and drives it as far as he did, as hard as he did to center field? He said he's insane how good he is.
my question, you Jeff or Andy, what's his status with his injuries? You talk about injuries and being ignorant. Just play the guy. I mean, he's young. I mean, how old is he? 25?
He's 24 years old.
Yeah.
He'll be 25 at the end of the season. He's had a number of things and a variety of injuries throughout his career, Aaron. And, whether they've been extremely cautious with him because,
Right.
first round pick or,
I understand.
Who knows? But you're right. You're 24. It's time to go play, right?
Hey, go play him, Jeff and Andy. So, hey, you guys take care. Thanks for taking my call. You guys have a great day.
You
All right,
too.
Aaron, thank
I
you
think
very
he's
much.
on the Travis Bazzana bandwagon too. Just play him. Get him here. Play him.
Well, as soon as he's ready, I want him at second base. Don't you?
Absolutely.
And that could be a turning point for the franchise, and not just Bazzana, but Bazzana and DeLauder back to back. I mentioned our buddy Terry Pluto. When he was in Goodyear, he did a couple of really good stories with Mike Chernoff, who is the general manager of the Guardians and right-hand man for Chris Antonetti. And Chernoff has been there a very long time. And they talked about payroll, and they talked about, the lack of spending by the Guardians and why and everything else. Terry pointed out some interesting facts. Guardians have the 4th highest winning percentage in the major leagues in the last 10 years.
Okay.
In all of Major League Baseball, they have the 4th highest winning percentage in the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And they're talking about why they spend money and where they spend money and things of that sort. And Chernoff said this, and he said they spent the offseason asking themselves, why are we doing this? And this is from Terry's story. I'd suggest you go read it because we're not going to be able to read the whole thing to you, obviously. But go read it. Google Chernoff, Pluto, Cleveland.com, and you'll find it. But this was signing free agents to decent deals instead of giving their young guys a chance.
Okay.
And Chernoff said last year we tendered Lane Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just under $8 million. Now, in baseball, for a veteran player, that's not outrageous, but it blocked the path of young outfielders.
Sure.
Last year, and I remember when they did this one, we all thought, okay, but why? they signed Carlos Santana to a $12 million contract. And he said they brought in Paul Sewald. They brought in Jacob Junis. Out of that entire crew, it was $31 million and about 35% of their payroll last year.
Yeah. For
those 4 guys. And truly, the only one that was actually pretty good was Jacob Junis.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they moved Sewald. They let Carlos go, and Lane Thomas was dinged up and didn't play very well. And then they pointed out some other free agent guys that they've signed, and it didn't really work. Josh Bell, Mike Zunino, Cesar Hernandez, who came in and played second base. Remember, Carlos Gonzalez was here after his Colorado career came to an end. And it said, Terry points out, really the only 2 guys they nailed on that, Mike Napoli and Raji Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes sense to clear the path and not clog it up. But there are a couple of things. If you clog it up with veterans, okay, good. Then if they produce, then you're fine, right? But they haven't produced as of late. And so they decided to clear the runway, as they call it, for at-bats and everything else. That's why DeLauder's out there, along with his potential. It's why you're going to see a lot of Angel Martinez. And I get all this. The only guy they really brought in this year, the guy I wanted them to bring in, Rhys Hoskins. Rhys didn't have any other. He was not in demand.
So there were 2. Stuart Fairchild's there, too, if he makes the team.
And that's still an if.
Yeah. But it feels like who knows? They'll make up their mind by tomorrow at noon.
Well, they'll have to. Yep. And
but that's a path blocker based on both.
I think he's going to be a bench blocker. Fairchild's not going to play a ton if he makes the team. I wouldn't think.
Hoskins would, though. You're right about that, but it's just
Hoskins is going to be. Hopefully he gets 500 at bats.
I'm listening to everything you're saying. Okay, and so we know that traditionally they'll bring in 1 or 2 veterans, right? They normally do. They
normally do, and they haven't hit on a lot of them. Is the point of that Terry
Jeff,
made in his
historically?
story.
I would say that too. Since
it's been some time since they hit on these.
Mark Shapiro's general manager. Like since the latter part of that, they always seem to bring in 1 or 2 guys who are veterans that they're trying to kind of retread is not a word that I want to use, but I will use it in this case. That they're trying to get up and running, and a lot of times that's how they build a bullpen. But
that's the way a lot of teams build a bullpen.
Yeah, if they want to go this path, then just do it. And look at the money. I mean, you want to talk about them not spending money already? So
it makes it even less.
Yeah, and so why go out and get these guys and waste the money if you're going to? And I don't have a problem with this.
And have them not produce.
Yeah.
See, there's the catch. If you sign guys and they produce, congratulations. That's the idea. And hopefully Hoskins is a guy that produces for them. But and honestly, Andy, without Hoskins, and we'll see how he does. But if he does typical Rhys Hoskins work, he's going to be a fine bat in the middle of this lineup and a right-handed bat, which they certainly need. But you have him. Other than that, you're going to play George Valera when he's healthy.
Right.
You're going to play Angel Martinez. Vogt made comments about the outfield the other day, and the guy he threw in as the afterthought was Stuart Fairchild. And he mentioned C.J. Kafis and said, and C.J. is going to be playing some left field. He's going to be playing some right field for us. I mean,
but this makes me wonder if they haven't put this into writing by now.
Well, but
is there a struggle between front office and manager on who they want to play?
No. I think you're looking for trouble.
I'm just saying. But he's saying this, and that everything else I'm reading.
And then he mentioned Fairchild, and he said, and Stuart Fairchild can play all 3 spots.
Yeah, but if I'm the manager and I want one guy over the other, and the front office is fighting me on what we're going to do or take, I'm going to totally come out in my press conference and say that.
Well, but we don't know that.
I know, but what I'm saying is that like everything else that I've been reading about this, right? So it's either you're talking about Kafis or Fairchild, and really, I mean, at the end of the day, we know we're going to see Kafis at some point, right?
Well, you would think so. The only problem is he's a left-handed outfielder first baseman. We have a left-handed first baseman in Kyle Manzardo, and we have left-handed outfielders, Chase DeLauder and George Valera.
I'm not trying to make a big deal about it, but Jeff, if you were the manager and you knew the front office was trying to make a decision, this doesn't even have to be an argument. The front office is sitting there going, you know what? I don't know. Kafis has options. We can send him back. We can keep Fairchild here. It'll keep a right-handed bat. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? And your manager gets a chance to talk about it. Aren't you going to talk about it the way you want it?
No.
Wow. I would.
No. Well, Andy, these guys, this is the good chip lollipop. They're on the same page.
Maybe.
And if not,
Jeff,
does Stephen Vogt strike you as the kind of guy who's going to ruffle feathers? I mean, this seems like it's
I'm just saying, if he doesn't need to ruffle feathers, then he just comes out and talks about one guy stronger than the other. Jeff, I got to be honest with you. I don't know that I love.
It wasn't like he was banging the drum for C.J. Kafis. He was just saying about each of their guys. I'm sure we're going to see both of those guys. Fairchild's contract is a little different because he's a major league vet, and he's got to. They'd have to figure out how to get him on the team.
Here's another question for you too. Do you want them to be on the good chip lollipop altogether of one mind?
I would much rather have them working cohesively together than butting heads. That doesn't do anybody any good.
I don't know, man. Sometimes a difference of ideas can take you to a higher ground.
A difference of ideas is one thing, but butting heads is another. It seemed you were insinuating they're butting heads.
No, I'm just saying.
I don't think that's happening at all.
If I was him, I would do that. If I wanted one of these guys on my team and I felt really strong about him, which would be like you would be in any meeting. Like if you feel really strong about a guy and you want him to be on the roster and you think that there might be hesitation by other people in the room, sometimes you got to. And by the way, I learned this from the Indians that sometimes you got to. Put your job on the line at the table and go, no, this is the guy we need.
Well, but
someone's got to stand strong.
You don't do that in front of the media.
No, not in front of the media. But, we had heard years ago.
That's what we were just talking about.
No, but the other part of it, though, is I'm just saying that if you have a strong front office and a strong coaching staff, that they can get to a higher ground by having a difference of opinions.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a difference of opinion. But I don't think Vogt's going out to the media and trying to, campaign for one guy over the other. If he's campaigning, he's doing it in the meetings with Chernoff and Antonetti.
Sure.
Yeah, which is great. I mean, that's allowed.
Right, but you can also subtly campaign without having to make a big deal about it. That's all.
If it doesn't work with some of these guys, I do think the organization is kind of on the cusp of having an influx of a different type of player. And, Bazzana is clearly a big part of that. Ralphie Velasquez, former first-round pick, had a nice spring. We keep hearing about Juan Brito. Are we ever going to see Juan Brito? God only knows. But he's around as well. They got Khalil Watson when they traded Josh Bell to Miami, and Watson moved from the infield to the outfield, and supposedly he's right there on the cusp of coming up. So they do have some options if they decide to move some guys. But this organization has always preached patience, with their guys. And you would think they would love to have all of those guys. Maybe not Brito. Might be time to see Brito. But there seem to be some guys there waiting for the opportunity. Will it happen this year? Will it not? What do you think of the strategy, folks? They stayed away from the middle-of-the-road free agent veteran who you might give at bats to. For the most part, Hoskins is in that mold, but they're not paying him much of anything, at least as of yet. And they're going with the young guys. I think they've earned our trust, so I can't wait to see it. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of
Hey, as always, here at The Fan, if you miss a moment of our show, you miss anything? Like if you miss that Dan's going to play a soundbite coming back and I start talking instead of that?
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Maybe because someone might have asked for it. And
I did. But you were so negative about it, apparently put a bad thought in my mind, so I started talking. If you missed a moment in our show, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Dano, can we hear from manager Stephen Vogt now?
With glee.
I mean, that was pretty incredible. I think all around great game, defensively, offensively. We ran the bases really well. A lot of good things. I think that was a really good indicator for us that we're right where we want to be.
Yeah, baby, that's right. 7-0 last night over the Diamondbacks.
Man, nothing better than Cactus League. Oh, they can't win the Cactus League.
They knocked out 10 hits. They scored 7 runs. They gave up only 2 hits, no runs.
Wow.
This is just an exhibition game. Not Cactus League.
What? Why
nope,
not?
Not Cactus League. That's not.
Why?
Nope. Just
because they moved to a major league ballpark.
Yep, this is an exhibition
I mean,
game.
but are they not under the governance of Cactus League on
no,
this?
the Cacti have left.
So is it over? Did they hand out the trophy?
I think actually everybody just gets a hot dog, and that's what they call it.
It's beautiful.
But what do you mean it's not Cactus? If it's not Major League Baseball during the regular season, what is it? It's exhibition.
An exhibition game.
Well,
That's what they're calling it. They're saying
no. You can't charge the same price for exhibition as you can for preseason. Make sure you get your words right there.
I wonder what the ticket was last night. That's a good question.
Is there enthusiasm about what's on the way? Kind of. I'll explain that after we hear from Anthony in Cleveland Heights.
Anthony Heights, hi!
Heights, hi! Hey. So I want to start this by saying I agree with you, Jeff. The typical way this conversation goes with me as a Guardians fans and folks who are a little more skeptical about the ownership and why they don't spend money is that I suggest we don't have the money of the Dodgers or Mets, and they say, well, we don't need to spend like the Dodgers or Mets. We just need to spend a little more. So I took a look at the last 6 years. I removed the COVID year, and I took the teams at 14, 15, and 16 in the payroll rankings over the last 6 years, which is smack right dab in the middle, and average of their record over those 6 years. So the average record of those teams was 76 and 86. 13 of 18 teams missed the playoffs. One team made the ALCS. That was Seattle last year. So the point is here, and that also included multiple 90 and 100 lost teams in that period. So the point is here, you're exactly right here. When you're buying into the middle of the free agent market, you're buying people with flaws. So one thing you have to consider is the difference between the 50th percentile player in Major League Baseball and maybe some of the Guardians players is much closer than people think. This is the way the Guardians operate, and there is a select few players, a handful every year, that can legitimately move a championship needle. The Guardians do not have the money to pay those players. The Dodgers do. The Dodgers are not doing anything special when they say we're going to spend $35 million on this hitter. Everybody knows that they're a great hitter. So what has made the Guardians successful, 6 division titles in 10 years, is they do not get into that market. They have said over and over again, we believe in the players on this team and developing them. That is a much better route for success than buying a player at $10 or $15 million that's going to have a flaw.
And Anthony, I agree with you. That's kind of the point of what Pluto talked about with Mike Chernoff. It's right. You can't afford the big time guys who you know are surefire stud players. And rather than throwing money at guys who are okay, they're going to give this more of a chance than they've given it in the past. My fingers are crossed that it works because, Anthony, they're pretty much rolling out the same team they rolled out last year. So. I agree. But again, yes, you have. And the other thing I think that is not is sort of left aside in this discussion is 1 year's decisions have an effect on future years.
We don't have to go that far from Cleveland to figure out that's the truth, right? With the Browns.
No,
okay?
that's true.
So you might say, well, I wish they would spend $50 more and get to a payroll of $150 million. But if a couple of those free agents crap out, that affects future years. And this is something else that Chernoff and Antonetti have said. You know, what that ends up doing, it ends up getting into a cycle of build, tear down, rebuild. Build, tear down, rebuild. And then you end up losing bites at the playoff apple, which is not what you want.
Nope. Anthony, thank you very much. We'll see. Andy, I do think this is kind of a tough sell.
Mm-hmm.
The team they're rolling out to start the season is basically the same team they rolled out last year.
True.
And, you know, the team that didn't do very well offensively. You're going to have Manzardo at first base as opposed to Carlos Santana at first base. Brian Rocchio's at second.
Mm-hmm.
Jose's at third. Terrific. Gabe Arias has had a nice spring. We'll see if he can continue that at shortstop. And you know, that just feels like, okay, you, Arias, Rocchio, you guys better be good because Bazana's on his way. And one of you guys is going to be out. Bo Naylor at catcher. And then some configuration of Stephen Kwan in center and or left. Angel Martinez in center and or left. And then Chase DeLauder, the big addition, and Reese Hoskins at DH. So basically just two guys who weren't here last year, DeLauder and Hoskins. And both of them with questions, but that's okay. And you kind of rebuilt the bullpen, and you're rolling out the same starting rotation. Let's see what they do.
I agree. I mean, we're watching, and we know how they ended the year last year, and we know how they're built for this year. Do fans wish they would have done more in the offseason? Yeah, but now I'm almost at the point now, and you were talking about Terry's article in the beginning of the show, and what you said that, do you really need to go out and, I mean, I hate to say it, but waste money on trying to bring in vets that might be middle of the road and can help you out a little bit? I mean, I'm hoping that Reese Hoskins works out, let's be honest. And
well, he kind of needs to work out.
For him, yeah.
He's trying to salvage his career.
Right.
But what other options does this team have? You're going to make Jonathan Rodriguez, is David Fry going to be your DH? David is coming back from the Tommy John surgery. Austin Hedges got hit last night on the hand. And we're waiting to hear results of that.
By the way, I know everybody loves him, but you talked about guys blocking the way. I'm not saying that there'd be another catcher.
You mean David Fry, or you mean Hedges?
I'm talking about Hedges.
Yeah.
But
although
I do
he's
think
back
you
there
need
for his defense.
Yeah, I think you also need a guy no matter whether you think you're blocking or not, you need a veteran in there. Someone's got it, even if they're not playing every day. Somebody who can kind of guide these guys early on. But by the same token, if you want to live by we're not going to block the path anymore, unfortunately, he would be one of those guys that would be blocking a path if they thought they had a catcher who was ready.
DeLauder, hopefully, and then Bazana, the start of a change in this organization. You mentioned it earlier, Andy. They clearly have been able to develop pitching and do a great job of it. And whether it be young guys they draft, they bring in, or whether it be veterans that they've brought in from other teams, they've been able to help them get better. Last year's draft, so heavy with position players who hit. Jake Lavalette, was their first-round pick. Then they brought in a shortstop, Dean Curley, Aaron Walton, an outfielder. And they just kept going with guys like this. Nolan Schubert is an outfielder, third-round pick, an infielder in the fourth round. They loaded up on college hitters. And maybe it's the start of a new wave, a little bit of a tweak in philosophy that hopefully pays off, because who wants to sit around and watch a team that can't score runs?
Not me.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't even think Dan wants to watch that.
That's what we've had.
Dan, do you want to watch that?
What am I watching?
Team that can't score runs?
No.
Okay,
that's hard to watch.
And that's what this
Thanks
team
for the
has
validation. I appreciate it.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
Maybe it starts.
You have to give the young players a chance at some point. And you talk about what they've done in the minors, and then you kind of built a strong pitching foundation over the last decade. And now it does seem like they reversed the philosophy to try to build a strong hitting foundation, but it's got to come from within right now if they're not going to go out and bring in free agents. Again, they don't have money as a Band-Aid. They're never going to use money as a Band-Aid, and it's not going to happen. So that's why I think you've got to understand what they're trying to do. As you said, fourth best winning percentage over the last how many years?
10
years. So something they're doing is right. It's just you may not like the formula that they're using to get there. But it's working. I mean, in the big picture, it's working.
It's hard to argue with the results.
Without getting, well, if you got World Series rings, then I think all of Major League Baseball would change their thinking on money. If this organization could come up with multiple World Series, like we've had any in my lifetime, but if they could, and this philosophy worked, don't you think other teams would copycat that?
I mean, think about what this team did last year.
No, ball go far, team go far.
There it is. This team was 15.
It's always going to be ball go far, team go far.
They were 15 and a half out last year and came back.
Right.
With a team that was 28th in runs scored in Major League Baseball, 29th in batting average in Major League Baseball, and 29th in OPS, on base plus slugging percentage. I mean, their offense couldn't have been any worse, and they came back and won the division. So maybe, fingers crossed, that DeLauder becomes the real deal this year, stays healthy, and he's on the field. That Rhys Hoskins can find what he had, even just in Milwaukee, before he got hurt last year, because he was playing fairly well. I mean, if he could find what he had in Philadelphia, look out, because that's a 30 home run guy. And because the offense was just putrid last year, which might have led to part of the drafting philosophy last year, where they're trying to change things up a little bit and load up on college hitters who are close to Major League ready. We'll see. It starts on Thursday. They have another exhibition game today.
Oh, man, their odds of coming back in Cactus League.
In Arizona against the Diamondbacks.
Oh, it's in Arizona. Oh, okay. Well, then that's Cactus League, isn't it?
No. And then in Seattle on...
Why, are they playing in the big league ballpark in Phoenix?
Yeah. And, yeah.
Apparently they're done with Cactus League, and we are on to exhibition games.
Yes, Andy. Yes, and then Saturday...
I'm a little devastated.
Thursday. Stay up late, baby. 10-10 Seattle against those pesky Seattle Mariners. Mary Kay Cabot wrote something in the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com about a certain guy whose name rhymes with sty. You might not like it, by the way. We're going to get her thoughts next. She's going to join us right here on Baskin' and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey.
Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Go to Cleveland.com. Do it right now. Call up a story that Mary Kay Cabot updated 6 minutes ago. Posted it last night. The headline, Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson, who's on the Browns' radar, is better than Fernando Mendoza, according to one NFL draft expert. The lady who wrote the story joins us right now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. She is Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Mary Kay, are the Browns going to add another quarterback to this mix?
You know, you can never say never in this situation. Right now, I don't think that is going to happen. I really don't. I don't believe that they're going to draft Ty Simpson because I think he's going to go in the first round, and I don't know if they view him that way. Now, if he started to slip or fall a little bit and he's there at number 39 or later for them in the draft, maybe they do that. Right now, at this moment in time, I'm thinking that they're not going to seriously take him at number 6 or perhaps even 24. But I can't say with any certainty that there's no way that that's going to happen because they still have to do their work on these guys. They're still working through their process, and you just never really know what is going on in their minds at this point.
Is that, I mean, outside of Ty, is there a quarterback you think, and knowing this just from maybe, I don't know, Combine and Senior Bowl stuff, is there a quarterback that you think they might be looking at in the draft other than Ty?
I think there are some other intriguing quarterbacks that they are doing their work on as well. There are a number of them, of course, but what I don't know is would they seriously consider drafting one? Where would they draft him? But I do think that there are a number of guys that they might think about drafting in the 3rd round, 4th round, where you might get some value. So I don't know if that would be a Drew Aller or maybe even they look at a Taylon Green at some point. He's got a tantalizing skill set, and he's a guy that can be developed or might be worth developing. So there are some guys in this draft that are definitely worth looking at. I just don't really know exactly what their thinking is on this. And we should know a little bit more. We have the owners' meetings coming up. I'm leaving Saturday for Phoenix. And
it's going to be hot there. They've already moved Cactus League games because it was too hot, Mary Kay, so be careful.
I know.
Sunscreen.
I just looked at the forecast, and I think it's 98, 99 right now. And it might, they're breaking records out there. It's going to get a little cooler when we're there, but we have an opportunity there to talk to the Haslams. We talked to Andrew Berry there. We talked to Todd Monken and the other coaches at the coaches breakfast there. And it's a really nice event to cover because you have a lot of time with those people in the organization, and you pretty much get to ask anything that you want. It's a small setting. You can get your questions in. You're not shouting over people to get your questions in. And you really come away with a pretty good feel for what the organization is thinking on a lot of topics.
Well, I look forward to your coverage of that. With the story that you have out there right now, it's Dan Orlovsky of ESPN who said he thinks Ty Simpson is the best quarterback in this group. That was interesting. Mike Tenenbaum, the former general manager of the Jets, you have him saying he's heard from teams that they think Simpson is better. Combine that with what Ty has said about the Browns, the connection that he has to Todd Monken, the connection that Todd has to Ty Simpson's dad, and I wonder if they would stun us all, Mary Kay. And if he would be there at 24, okay, I wonder if they would make any kind of a move to trade up to get him. I'm with you. I don't see it happening. But, boy, there's a lot of smoke around this.
Well, there is, and I think ultimately in the end he will end up somewhere else. But I think you at least have to look into it. You have to at least consider it. And the reason why I would consider it is because he does have a really nice skill set. I've watched a fair amount of his film by now, and I do like what I see. And he's only started 15 games in college. So the upside, I think, is absolutely tremendous. And what you have to ask yourself is, do you think that he has more upside potential for you than Shedeur Sanders has? I think that it would probably come down to that. Or do you think, how do you think he stacks up with someone that you might be able to land in next year's draft? So you can kind of look ahead a little bit as well. And in the end, I'm guessing that they'll probably see what Shedeur has for them this year. And then if that doesn't work out exactly the way they hope that it will, then maybe look to next year's draft to find their quarterback of the future. But I think there are plenty of things about Ty Simpson that cause you to say, let's look deeper into this.
Mary Kay, we were talking about this yesterday for a second. When you look at what this team is all about right now, and knowing that there were 6 guys that basically start or could start next year out of the draft from last year, what is this year's draft all about then, just beyond getting 1 or 2 wide receivers or 1 or 2 offensive linemen? Is this draft all about depth?
No, I think this draft is about key pieces, mostly guys that you can bring in here to start for you. I don't think it's just about depth. I mean, they've got some really, really valuable draft picks there, especially those top 3, and they can parlay those into more draft picks if they trade down. And I still think that unless they decide that Ty Simpson is the guy for them, then I think they will look to trade down from number 6. So I don't think it's about depth as much as it is adding some more starters, some key pieces that will continue to lay the foundation, as I've been saying, for what is basically Super Bowl window 2 under this regime, where you're trying to build the roster that can take you the distance.
You like what they've done on defense in free agency, Mary Kay? Obviously, the big emphasis is on the offensive linemen, but I think they've made some nice minor additions on defense, guys who could end up playing some pretty big roles.
Well, that's where you can talk about the depth. They have added defensive depth and special teams depth, or some key pieces on special teams, actually, but defensive depth in the second wave of free agency. So they have Kalia Davis now, who can step in and be a good rotational piece for you at defensive tackle. It might mean that Shelby Harris isn't coming back now, which I thought he probably would. And that's not completely out of the question now, but I think Kalia gives you, the freedom to not have to do that if it doesn't work out that way. And then, they added a defensive end that can be part of the rotation there, and I think that's key. So if you just look at pretty much every level of the defense, they have added guys that can come in here and be part of your rotations.
Mary Kay, are there any free agent wide receivers that you would look at right now that might be tempting for this organization to try to bring in?
Right now, I don't think so. For my money now, I'm looking at the receivers in the draft. This is a deep receiver draft. They've brought a lot of those guys in for their top 30 visits. They're looking very, very hard at these guys, and I wouldn't be surprised if they draft 2 receivers in this draft, or at least 1 premier receiver that can start for you, and then maybe a premier tight end. So I'm looking now in the draft, and then, of course, you can always supplement later, depending on who shakes out after the draft or after June 1st or in the final cuts. But as of right now, I would say they're primarily looking at those draftable guys.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. Jarvis Landry made some comments on a podcast the other day about Kevin Stefanski that weren't overly flattering. Did they catch you by surprise?
Well, a couple of things about the Jarvis Landry comments. First of all, he did say, I saw a clip circulating around everywhere yesterday where he said that that Kevin turned play calling over to Alex Van Pelt, but he never did that. That never happened. Alex Van Pelt called the plays in the playoff game when Kevin was in the basement after having tested positive for COVID, and then he probably called some in maybe some preseason games. but he never turned play calling over to Alex Van Pelt. Kevin retained play calling duties the whole time Alex Van Pelt was here. It wasn't until Ken Dorsey came in that he turned it over midway through the season to him, and then he turned it over midway through last season to Tommy Rees. So that, that is not an accurate statement. So I just would like to set the record straight on that. And then as far as the other stuff, I really wasn't 100% sure where he was going with some of it, because it seemed to me, and maybe you guys felt differently about it, but it seemed to me like he was going back and forth a little bit between he knows a lot of offense, but he doesn't know what he's doing. He was a good guy, and then maybe he wasn't.
It didn't make any sense.
I just don't think he really took a stand on anything there. I didn't really understand exactly what he was trying to say. Are you trying to say Kevin Stefanski wasn't a good guy and we didn't like him and whatever, or were you not saying that? So I really wasn't sure. But the other part of it that kind of stood out to me was you've got Leonard Fournette, saying that he would never play for Kevin Stefanski because of how he sabotaged Shedeur Sanders. And I've been trying to say this since last season, but a lot of people don't want to hear it, and I understand that, I guess, that Kevin worked very, very hard to help Shedeur Sanders get up to speed and be able to go out and start those football games. It took a lot of work on Shedeur's part and Kevin's part and everybody else's part to make sure that he could go out there and play as well as he did. And it involved two spotty in practices with extra work out on the field, extra reps outside on the grass, and then plenty of extra film work inside the building, which Kevin never revealed to us because he's not like that. But Myles Garrett revealed that when I come in the mornings, Kevin and Shedeur are in there going over film together. So the narrative that persists that Kevin tried to sabotage Shedeur, I feel like it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because we were out there watching with our own two eyes, and that is not how it went. So the only thing that I do think that they should have done and didn't was when Shedeur Sanders became the backup quarterback, he should have been given some first-team reps. You know he's a play away, and you know he can be pressed into service at any time, so go ahead and give him the reps that he needs.
Mary Kay, thank you.
Thanks,
we will
Mary
be
Kay.
paying attention to everything building up to those owners' meetings and beyond. So thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys.
Mary Kay Cabot, PlainDealerCleveland.com. She pointed out what Leonard Fournette said in that podcast about Kevin Stefanski and Shedeur and a chance and all that stuff. The numbers will tell you that stance, and as Mary Kay pointed out, that's hogwash. I'll give you the reasons why next, because it's fact. Shedeur did get the chance here. People just don't want to realize it. Fact.
pitch is set for 3:40. We expect to have an update on the status of Guardians catcher Austin Hedges. Hit on the right hand by a pitch during last night's win. Hedges undergoing further testing this morning and for the moment considered day-to-day. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer Cleveland.com was just with us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. And we talked a little bit about what Jarvis Landry said on the podcast with Leonard Fournette. And then Mary Kay mentioned that Fournette said he wouldn't play for Kevin because of what he did with Shedeur. And Mary Kay said what Fournette didn't mention was the work that was put in and everything else to get Shedeur ready and blah, blah, blah. And we've had that whole narrative out here, Andy, that the Browns didn't give Shedeur a chance. And the numbers actually say something different. I'm going to give you those in a second.
Let's hear them. All right, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker, play 92.3 The Fan. It's pretty simple. You don't have to yell it like I did, but you just say it to it.
It doesn't like it when you yell.
Well, it doesn't really know the difference, though, does it? And you don't really have to say please or thank you to your smart speaker, right? Like
be a good habit, though.
Yeah, you can just say play 92.3 The Fan. You don't have to be courteous about it. You don't have to say, can you please play 90? No, just say play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, our show from 10 to 2, and the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
So this narrative has been out there about not giving Shedeur a chance and blah, 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 blah. Personally, I hope they open training camp and Todd Monken likes what he sees. They develop Shedeur and he becomes an absolute beast of a quarterback for our football team. That best case scenario, is it not? Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yes.
Okay.
It would. And Mary Kay said what I've been saying since the day they made Shedeur the number 2 quarterback. They needed to get him reps. But that's the only time I ever really questioned Kevin on Shedeur. That was it. I mean, I understood exactly the process they used. I even understood when they said Kevin thought this might be a redshirt year for him. The problem is that, and it goes back to the draft from last year. I hope we learned one thing. Please tell me the Browns learned one thing. There's no reason to draft 2 quarterbacks in one draft unless one is in the first round and one is 6th or 7th, and it's clear that there's a divide between the two.
Unless one is RG3 and the other is Kirk Cousins.
Exactly.
Yeah, there was a divide there, and it worked, kind of, because RG3 got hurt. Then Cousins had to play.
Right, but they were both drafted high.
First and fourth.
Okay. Well, it's still better than,
Well, not better than third, but
better than 5th.
Wow.
Thank you. That's
Kent
the
State math right there on display.
I'm just saying, if you want to cause problems for your own organization, draft 2 quarterbacks when you need a quarterback in the 3rd and the 5th round. Forget about the names. You want to cause problems, do that again. I'm still dumbfounded by the fact that they did that last year. I was like,
well,
what do they do? I was like, they took Gabriel.
Stay tuned. We have something else coming up here in a minute.
Well, we'll see what happens with
might
that.
make you cringe.
You can take 2 quarterbacks in the same draft. Just make sure the second one is going to be a wide receiver or a tight end. Because it worked well with Antoine Randall and Josh Cribbs. And
Antoine Randall.
I mean, that kind of worked out. Those guys were quarterbacks. Yeah.
So
I like the way you think.
The whole narrative that we've heard from a lot of folks who call our show about, the Browns never developed him and gave him a chance. I went back and looked at, and I limited it to the last 10 drafts. And I thought, there's got to be something here. And I think I found something.
Wait, so go ahead. Go back to the beginning of this. But right before you looked at
I went back through the last 10 drafts to see quarterbacks who were taken.
Oh, okay. All drafts. Because I thought.
Not Browns, in the NFL.
Yeah, I thought for a second you said Browns, and I was like, all right, well, chances are, Jeff, they either traded him away or traded back.
But
True. I'm not making
this up. In the
last
last 10 NFL drafts.
Okay.
Believe it or not, there were 77 quarterbacks drafted between rounds 3 and 7 in the last 10 NFL drafts. 77. Okay? Of those 77 quarterbacks, only 7 of them threw more passes as a rookie than Shedeur Sanders. And I included third round just to move up a little bit. But the guys who threw more passes than Shedeur as a rookie in the last 10 drafts taken rounds 3 through 7. So, if you're a first-round draft choice, you're going to play.
Right.
If you're a second-round draft choice, you stand a decent chance of playing. If you're a third-round draft choice, you're probably not going to be the starter coming out of the chute. And certainly it drops as, the rounds increase. But Shedeur threw the 8th most passes of any quarterback taken rounds 3 through 7 in the last 10 drafts. The list goes like this. Gardner Minshew. Dak Prescott. And these are passes thrown as rookies.
Okay.
Dak was second. Davis Mills. Aiden O'Connell. Mason Rudolph. Spencer Rattler. C.J. Beathard. And Shedeur. Those are your top 8 in passes thrown for rookie quarterbacks in the last 10 years on guys drafted rounds 3 through 7. And what does that list have in common? What do those guys have as a common thing? Only one of them's really been a good NFL quarterback.
Okay.
Dak. You could make the argument the other guys were thrown to the wolves a little too early in bad situations and never had a chance to develop.
Sure.
Gardner Minshew, Dak, Davis Mills, Aiden O'Connell, Mason Rudolph, Spencer Rattler, C.J. Beathard, Shedeur Sanders. You want to take it a step further. In the last 10 drafts, 49 quarterbacks were taken in rounds 5 through 7. That's a big number. 49 quarterbacks in rounds 5 through 7. Why? Because you need guys in camp to throw passes to wide receivers and run offenses.
Someone to get on the practice squad.
Get on the practice squad, those kind of guys. Of the 49 quarterbacks drafted in rounds 5 through 7 in the last 10 drafts, Shedeur threw the 3rd most passes as a rookie. The only ones who were more, Gardner Minshew, who was a 6th-round pick in 2019, and Spencer Rattler, who was a 5th-round pick, like Shedeur, in 2024. Shedeur threw the 3rd most passes of any quarterback taken rounds 5 through 7 in the last 10 drafts as a rookie.
So here's my curiosity question. If you have the answer,
That's a pretty good chance, isn't it, of playing time?
Well, here's the other thing. I mean, how many games did the other guys start? Like Minshew and who was the other one? Rattler?
I looked at passes thrown.
Passes thrown. Okay. Still, I mean, that's pretty amazing that he threw the third most.
Third most.
And how many games did he play? 7?
8.
Right.
Yeah. But
that's amazing.
But the point is, he did get a chance. And he did okay. He did okay to the point that he's considered the leading candidate to be the starter this year. But the whole narrative that he didn't get a chance, you might say, okay, should have had first team reps right away, or when he became they were trying to get Dylan Gabriel up and going. That didn't work. He got concussed, and then Shedeur took the job. Well, good for Shedeur, and I hope that carries over this year, and he becomes the starting quarterback and looks great. But he did get, from a historical standpoint, a lot more of a chance than most guys taken where he was taken in a draft to actually play as a rookie.
It's amazing.
I think that's significant, don't you?
Yeah, I definitely do. So I'm just looking at, Gardner Minshew played in 14 games that rookie year.
Well, he went to a situation that wasn't really very good and was pretty good.
Yeah.
Remember Minshew Mania?
Oh, yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
I thought about growing a mustache at that point.
But you can do that.
I don't think I can,
No,
Jeff.
I think you can.
No, I don't.
But it was Minshew and Spencer Rattler. The one thing that does stand out to me, though, of all those guys on the big list from rounds 3 through 7, the only one who's really become a good NFL quarterback is Dak Prescott. And you could make the argument that, that shows you how unlikely it is for quarterbacks who aren't first or maybe second-round picks to become the real deal. And it also might mean the other guys were thrown to the wolves so early that it ruined them.
It also means that Shedeur maybe was obviously, I think it's more obvious now than ever, was drafted in the wrong spot and should have been selected higher. And I want to see more. I'm still not, and I think my hesitation is because of, like, if he was drafted in the first round, I don't think I would think anything other than he's a starter. Why are we questioning this? And what are we doing? And the fact that he was drafted in the 5th round just clouds the way you think of him. And you shouldn't. I don't think you should at this point.
Well, at this point, no. It's an open competition to be the starting quarterback, and he has every chance in the world to be that guy.
But I wonder if it's – I still think – am I wrong? Just correct me if I'm wrong on this. The majority of people still think I'm not sure.
About Shedeur?
Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't be sure.
No, we've talked to people that are very sure that he should be the starting quarterback and there's no questions, and they get mad when we talk about bringing in other quarterbacks,
how many of
even
them,
though the organization said free agent, other option.
But how many people who get really mad are people that we call as opposed to people who call us? In other words,
I've heard it. I heard it this morning.
In other words, how many draft experts, how many NFL reporters are saying that that's the situation? It's mainly Browns fans, and God bless their passion, and God bless the Shedeurians who are all for him being the guy. That's great. I hope he wins the job. That'd be awesome.
Yeah,
because that would mean we have a young guy who gives you some guidance moving forward as your quarterback of the future. But we have to see. And Todd Monken's been non-committal. Andrew Berry's been non-committal. We'll see. We'll see.
I don't want to be a Shedeurian. I want to be a fan of Shedeur Sanders, who is the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if he ends up being that guy, sure.
Yeah, but it really is a weird conundrum. And if they really wanted him, they should have drafted him higher. I go back to last year because, again, we talked about this in the beginning of the show.
Then what does that tell you?
That
that he was just kind of there, so they took him?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, did they just take him because they understood the marketing aspect of it? I mean, I hate to say that, but they did that before. They've done that they did it with Johnny Manziel. Like, why? Why would you, if you believe the guy's your quarterback, then right now, I don't want to go. I'll be honest, I don't want to go through a quarterback competition. If Shedeur's the man, then make him the man. Well, I think that's what's aggravated me the whole offseason.
But you can't do that with a new coaching staff who hasn't seen him play up close and personal.
Have we ever seen a quarterback in place where they brought in a new coaching staff because they didn't like the way the coaching staff was handling said quarterback?
Not a rookie who was a 5th-round pick and didn't play too terribly well.
Well, but there we go back to the typecasting him as a 5th-round pick, which is what he is.
No, you missed my point.
Okay.
What I'm typecasting him as is a guy who didn't play very well.
You just gave me 1,000 stats to make me think that he was probably one of the best rookies
the
drafted
stat I gave
after.
you was that he got a chance.
You put him in the top 3 of guys that were drafted where he was drafted.
In passes thrown. I didn't rank him anywhere.
Well, you
said
just said
passes
he was third.
Thrown.
You laid out this wonderful argument for him.
It was passes thrown, Andy. It wasn't quality.
Yeah, but do you think you laid out an argument to be positive about Shedeur Sanders?
What I laid out was
Forget the facts. Do you think you laid out an argument?
No. What I laid out was to the folks who say he didn't have a chance. He had more of a chance than 46 other guys who were drafted in the 5th round or later in the last 10 years. Now I hope he can build on that and move forward. 216-474-0092. Could the Browns be thinking bringing in somebody else who might not be a highly thought of quarterback? A couple of respected reporters think so. We'll share that with you next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody.
this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest of the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Coming up at noon, Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk. Love having Mike join us. He'll be joining us in about 18 minutes. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. We're talking Browns quarterback. Why? There's some interesting stuff going on. Mary Kay Cabot was with us at 11 o'clock, and she has a story out about Ty Simpson and people thinking that he might be better than Fernando Mendoza. Might be a better pick. The one interesting little factoid she had, or opinion, I should say, they liked him better, Orlovsky and Tannenbaum, as a pick in the first round between 15 and 20 than they liked Fernando Mendoza at number 1. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They thought, oh, that'd be a good pick, 15 to 20, as opposed to Mendoza going number 1.
All right, so here's my question and my point that we brought up a couple weeks ago, too.
Yeah.
If this is do we believe this is a down year for quarterbacks, right?
That's what everybody tells us.
Do you believe that?
Yes, I do, actually.
Dan?
It's what the smart people are telling me, and I'm following the smart people.
Okay, you and I both agree that it's probably going to be, Mendoza, not Adam, by the way, with the first pick overall.
Yeah, this Ty Simpson stuff feels like we're all just bored.
I feel like, and I said this last week, I said Ty Simpson's stock is going to rise so high that you're going to be wondering if the Browns are going to take him at 6. You're going, if not somebody above the Browns, or someone's going to want to trade in to get him at some point. Then you're also going to hear other names kind of get lifted, or they're going to say, I'll take Nussmeier, for instance, right? Wow. Nussmeier's name's going to get lifted. Like these names are going to get lifted. They're going to say, Nussmeier had all the skills. He didn't have the team around him, right? An injury and stuff like that. That's all going to come up, right?
He had the team around him. He just didn't have his core muscle being ripped. Look, you don't have to tell me. I pulled a double shift on the Garrett Nussmeier bandwagon last night.
Well,
driving that bad boy, and Coach Riz took over for me.
Well, boys, let me share some information.
Let me tell you, as a Doug Nussmeier fan, his dad,
yes.
I've always been on your team. So.
That's beautiful.
Good. We'll give you the sign-up sheet if you want to pull a shift driving the bandwagon.
Pride of the Idaho Vandals. Yes.
Two guys who we enjoy reading put out 7-round mock drafts.
7?
You want to talk about guys who are bored?
How can you do a 7-round mock draft?
Why?
Because that's what they do.
With no trades? You'd have to do
no, they're trades in some of them like absolute crazy.
I'd have to go lie down.
One is our buddy Chris Easterling from the Beacon Journal. He put out a 7-round mock draft. And Tim Bielik from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, put out a 7-round mock draft. And Tim went bananas with trades like crazy. It's actually kind of fun to go read it, and I'd suggest you do that with both of those. That said, they both did something that I don't agree with.
Okay.
But if they're right, and it's interesting that they both did this.
Okay.
And it makes me think, okay, are they hearing something? And it's this. In Chris Easterling's 7-round mock draft.
Okay. But let's not make them mad. I like when Chris comes on.
Why would I make them mad?
I just want to make you don't agree with them, so that's.
Well, I don't. I'm just going to say what they said, and then we're going to discuss.
Okay.
Why, Andy? Sometimes in this business, you got to make people mad.
You know what, Jeff?
If you say what you think, people get mad. I've learned that.
Let me just say, be honest, and you'll always be okay.
Yeah, sometimes when you're honest, people get mad.
Okay, I'm listening to you. Keep going.
In Chris Easterling's 7-round mock draft.
Yes.
First of all, a couple of the highlights from it. He has the Browns taking offensive linemen with both of their first-round picks.
Okay, no, I'm not arguing with him on that.
Wide receiver in the second. And then he finishes it out with, not in any particular order, a tight end, a corner, another wide receiver. So he has them taking 2 offensive linemen and 2 wide receivers, a safety and a defensive end. And in the 3rd round, quarterback Garrett Nussmeier. Chris has them taking Garrett Nussmeier in the 3rd round. Okay, before we discuss.
Okay.
Tim Bielik in his 7-round mock draft.
Okay.
Has the Browns in the 1st round, taking a wide receiver at 6. They trade down, actually. And an offensive tackle at 24. He has them taking 3 offensive linemen in the draft. He has them taking 2 wide receivers, another one in the 3rd round. And he also has them taking a corner and a safety and a defensive tackle. And in the 5th round, taking quarterback Cade Klubnik from Clemson.
Okay, so let me go back. You've got quarterbacks being taken in both these drafts. That's
yes, and that's the thing that made me think, wait a minute. Are these guys hearing something? Because forget it's Nussmeier in the 3rd and forget it's Klubnik in the 5th. We've been there. Andy, there are guys on the roster who are taken in the 3rd and 5th rounds. And it makes me think this. They either think that it's so essential that the Browns add to the quarterback group that they're going to take another flyer on a guy who is not considered a 1st-round talent or maybe even a 2nd-round talent, which means what? It means Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, keep your fingers crossed that we find somebody later in the draft who can go in and be your quarterback. Or it means that they're planning something else. They're going to trade Dylan, get rid of him. They're going to trade Shedeur, get rid of him. They're going to keep Deshaun for 1 year period and hope that Nussmeier or Klubnik can develop into a guy. And it doesn't matter which guy, really. It's just the fact that they took guys in the 3rd and the 5th round in their mock drafts. And I thought it was fascinating because we've already been there and done that.
The only way you're doing that is if you know that, first of all, even if Watson, if they knew Watson might be on the IR all season, I still don't feel comfortable with 2 second-year quarterbacks and 1 first-year quarterback.
I don't either.
That doesn't do anything for me. Which makes me think that if they did draft a quarterback,
say it, go ahead.
That Gabriel's gone or Sanders is gone.
Exactly right.
One of those 2 guys would have to be gone to be in that scenario.
Exactly right. I agree with you completely on that. There's no way the Browns take a quarterback outside of the 1st round in this draft, and both Gabriel and Sanders are on this team next year.
No way. There's no way they're walking into the season. Even if you thought Watson would be on the IR again, you're not going into a season with 2 second-year quarterbacks and 1 rookie quarterback. I just don't see it.
I don't either. Now, let me throw this out.
Doesn't make any sense.
Chris has Nussmeier in the 3rd round. Bielik has Klubnik in the 5th. It could be Drew Aller. It could be Carson Beck. Whoever it is, it leads to the scenario, I think, Andy, that you laid out. If they actually draft somebody after the 1st round to play quarterback, one of the 2 young guys on this team is going to be gone. I would assume it's Dylan.
I would too, but you never know. I mean, what if somebody wants to come after Shedeur?
Right. And if you thought you could get value for it, again, this will go back to what does Todd Monken think? And, we'll see soon enough. He's going to start getting these guys on the field and seeing, what he thinks of these guys. Maybe he's really impressed by Dylan. Maybe he's really impressed by Shedeur. Maybe he sees Deshaun and thinks, I can be the guy. Maybe I can be the guy. There's another aspect to this, and we've talked about it. Mary Kay wrote about it and said it's not happening. I tend to think that she is hearing things and knows this, and we've asked her about it before. Anthony Richardson is still sitting there in Indianapolis and hasn't been traded yet. And obviously Daniel Jones gets a contract extension. He'll be healing up. And if they're going to move him, our buddy Jason LaCanfora, who was a Tuesday regular on our show for a number of years, says Anthony Richardson's trade value is a 5th-round pick. Now, rather than draft Cade Klubnik in the 5th round or Garrett Nussmeier in the 3rd, if the Browns are looking to bring in another young guy, wouldn't you ship a 5th to the Colts for Anthony Richardson? Guy who was a 4th overall pick, is a beast of a human being.
Yep.
Runs like crazy, throws, wants to go sell beer in the
When
stands.
he wants to tap out because he's tired, he's going to go up in the stands and sell beer.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
But he's young, and maybe Todd Monken, A, likes him, B, thinks he can coach him up. Makes so much more sense to me to trade a fifth for Anthony Richardson and take a chance rather than draft a guy like Cade Klubnik or Carson Beck in the fifth round or fourth round or even third round and see what you can get.
I have no hesitation on doing that.
None.
Stay with what you got here. You're going to end up with, but then again, you're at 4 quarterbacks again.
I mean, if you could get Anthony Richardson for a fifth-round pick.
Why wouldn't you do it?
Exactly.
Yeah,
And if it doesn't work out, you trade him for a sixth-round pick at the end of training camp.
But what is working out? There's my question. Is working out meaning that he's the starting quarterback coming in here?
No.
Or is working out meaning he's going to be your somewhat veteran quarterback?
No, it means this. Working out means, Anthony, we think you could actually be the guy here, and you are going to the Todd Monken Finishing School of Quarterbacks in 2026. Sit back, watch football. There's Shedeur, he's starting. Or there's Deshaun, he's starting. Watch them, learn, pay attention in meetings, and Todd is going to groom you to be the starting quarterback in 2027. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'm not saying that he's the answer. But, Dano, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But a fifth-round pick for a guy who was the fourth overall and considered a really interesting, intriguing prospect with a big arm and great mobility, which, of course, Todd Monken loves.
When's the last time a Cleveland Browns quarterback sat for, 10 games? 12 games?
Well, when you have Shedeur and or Dylan Gabriel and Deshaun Watson, you could sit him for a season.
Right.
I'm trying to think of the last quarterback that sat that long.
Right.
It wasn't my guy, Deshaun Kaiser.
Manziel was behind Hoyer for a while there.
But this is a new
Manziel,
regime,
his
Dano.
first year only played in 5 games, so.
It's the new deal.
Oh, it was 5 games.
That is such a wonderful pipe dream that you are in the midst of right there, to think that a quarterback could come in and sit in Cleveland, Ohio.
It is kind of cute.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It is. It's sweet.
Mike Florio.
Don't lose that hope. Don't lose that twinkle in your eye.
Mike Florio runs Pro Football Talk. You want to know anything about the NFL, Mike's your guy. Mike, since J.C. Treader, former Browns center, named head honcho of the Players Association, has been saying get ready for 18 games. Here we go. He'll explain why coming up next on Baskin and Phelps. Florio joins us right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, everybody.
Shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up at 1 o'clock today, John Schumann from NBA.com is going to join us. Talk a little Cavaliers as the playoff, I wouldn't even call it a push, as the playoff thing is getting ready for the Cavaliers. We'll see where they land and what John thinks about them coming up at 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin. Mike Florio is joining us from Pro Football Talk. And Mike is always a great person to have when you want insight into anything going on in the NFL. And he joins us right now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline from Pro Football Talk. Mike Florio. Hi, Mike.
What's going on, guys?
We are well. How about you?
Well, we're in that lull between free agency and the draft, but one thing I've learned is no matter what's going on, as slow as it seems, there's always something going on in the NFL.
Isn't that the truth? Always. News that we found interesting here in Cleveland, former Browns offensive lineman J.C. Tretter, dare I say back from the dead, and is now the head honcho of the NFL Players Association. Did that move surprise you at all? Because it didn't seem like, he was in anybody's great favor to be in that position again.
And it's not exactly at the same level as the famous line, "Read my lips, no new taxes," from George H.W. Bush during the 88 campaign before he did impose new taxes. But it was Tretter who said himself in an interview with CBSSports.com after he resigned as chief strategy officer of the NFLPA, "I don't want to be the executive director." That's a hell of a pivot in 8 months.
Sure is.
To go from saying, "I don't want this job," to he has this job. And we still have not gotten an explanation. There was no press conference after Tretter was elected now 3 years ago, when Lloyd Howell was elected as executive director, at a time when Tretter was the NFLPA president. Tretter and Howell, elbow to elbow, did a Zoom press conference within hours after the election happened. So I'm surprised there was no press conference. There's been no on-the-record interviews. There was a lengthy article written by NFLPA President Jalen Reeves-Maben that showed up yesterday that doesn't address that about face. That's the first question that I think anyone with the slightest amount of curiosity should want to ask. How did you go from wanting nothing to do with this union, not wanting that job, to having that job? And then there's all the other stuff that happened last year with the collusion grievance ruling that was a partial victory for the players. It was hidden from all players for 5 months until Pablo Torre and I worked together to find it. All the things with Lloyd Howell, whose tenure was a disaster, and Tretter was the president who came up with the hiring process that resulted in Howell getting the job. There's just so much there. And at the end of the day, the players are going to make whatever decision they make. But for the fans and for the media and for anyone who cares about the NFL, there needs to be a good balance between the league and the union to ensure that football is always going to be played and that everyone is in the best possible standing as the game unfolds one season after another. So there's just a weird vibe right now, and I don't think we're going to get any answers to the questions that are the most obvious as it relates to J.C. Tretter's resurrection in the NFLPA.
All right, so let me throw this at you because you have the story. Does this mean we're almost a lock to go to 18 games?
Oh, there will be 18 games.
Okay.
The question is when. And here's the latest it'll happen. It'll happen in 2031 because when the current CBA expires, the NFL will lock the players out until the players cry uncle. And as we learned in 2011, the NFL, the league, the owners, they'll shut the game down for a full season if they have to get what they want. The players won't. Mm-hmm. That was learned in 1987 when the strike collapsed after 3 weeks of replacement players and guys crossed the picket lines and the players all came back. And we all learned that the players just want to play football and they want to get paid to play football. They are not in a financial position to go without 1 year of their prime NFL earning capacity. So if we're going to have it by 2031, the question becomes, how do they get a deal done before then? And one of the things I reported the day after the Super Bowl was that the Atlanta Super Bowl in February of 2028, it still doesn't have a specific date, which is unheard of at this point of the calendar. You need to have convention center for the whole week. You need to have thousands of hotel rooms reserved. They always have the date for the game at least 2 years in advance. They've specifically delayed scheduling that Super Bowl in order to allow for the possibility of an 18th game by the 2027 season. So that tells me they're going to move quickly. They're going to make what they believe is a compelling case to J.C. Treader on a new CBA based on 18 regular season games, 16 international games per year, whatever else they're looking for. Take it to the executive committee, take it to the board of player reps, take it to the rank and file, and let's go. And I assume that's going to happen very quickly. So we could have 18 as soon as 27, as late as 2031. 18 is coming. We had Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, on radio in Boston within the past month or so, talking about 18 regular season games and 16 international games every year is a given. They're going to get it. They know they're going to get it. The question is, when are they going to get it? And the earlier they get it, the more money everyone makes. So that's why they're going to push to get it done now.
Mike, will they still play preseason games in any way, shape, or form? 2? None? What do you think?
The argument has always been, and this goes all the way back to the 70s. When I first discovered football, there were 14 regular season games and 6 preseason games because the guys didn't stay in shape the way that they do now, so you needed that longer runway to get ready for the games that counted. So it's always been 20 games. So they went from 14-6 in 78 to 16-4 5 years ago, 17-3. You're just sliding that needle. Okay, now it'll be 18-2, and I think eventually it's going to be 20-0. Now that may not be in my lifetime, but that's the ultimate end goal, I believe, because when you look at the reasoning the commissioner will provide for not liking preseason, it's not NFL quality football. They want more games that count because the games that count will get 20, 25, 30 million people to watch in prime time, and they make a lot more money off of those games than they do off of preseason games.
Mike, you say 16 international. How long does it become before we're seeing teams planted in Europe?
Well, that's part of the ongoing quest to increase inventory, because that's what it all comes down to, more inventory. They want more games that can be peeled off and dropped in primetime slots. That's where the big money is, the primetime windows. Taking games away from the cluster on Sunday afternoon at 1 and 4:25 and putting them on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday night. Friday and Saturday are the 2 nights they have to avoid between mid-September and mid-December in order to keep their broadcast antitrust exemption, but they need more games. And if you get more teams, you get more games, and you serve those markets. And the commissioner has mused in the past about a 4-team European division. I assume it would be 2 teams in London and then 2 teams elsewhere in Europe. I think that it's possible, potentially, and again, this is a long-term play, a 4-team Pacific division. And you'd reconfigure the league. I've written something about this recently where you have 20 teams in 2 conferences, and you've got 2 international divisions. So you get 40 teams, you get 20 games, you get a lot more inventory and a lot more money that can be made. And I think that's the long-term maximum load that the NFL could bear. And who knows when it'll happen, but I think one of these days we'll be at that point with 40 teams and 20 games per team. It's years from now, but I think that's where it's eventually going to creep.
Do you think that eventually, because I remember when the Big Ten went to the Big Ten Network, the thing they were offering was every game, especially basketball. Basketball games were all on their own individual platform, so no game started at the same time. Do you think we'll go away from Sunday afternoon football where multiple teams are playing at one, and they'll try to find a way to slot windows so that every game can be seen by everyone?
One of the key factors in whether that would ever happen is going to be the eventual outcome of this Sunday ticket antitrust lawsuit that is pending on appeal in federal court in California. The NFL had a massive verdict entered against it. A jury found that the current Sunday ticket system violates the antitrust laws because what they do is they deliberately overprice Sunday ticket in order to protect the CBS and Fox games. They want the number to be so high that most people will settle for watching whatever games they can get for free in their local area instead of watching all of those games. If that formula, if that model is imploded as a result of that litigation, then what's the point of having all those games played at once.
Yep.
Let's come up with, if we've got 32 teams, there's 16 windows per week. Now that's going to be smaller and larger depending upon buys, but let's find a game to fit in every single window. And yeah, when you look at what standalone games do from a rating standpoint, they do so much more than dumping a bunch of games into that same 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock, 8, 9 games at once. And then, so there goes Red Zone. There goes Sunday Ticket. But hello, these massive numbers that you can get. Now, not every game is going to do that, and they'll schedule the games based upon where they think the biggest numbers are going to go. But, yeah, there'll be one game at 1 o'clock on Sunday, one game at 4 o'clock, one game at 8 o'clock. I mean, they'll keep tinkering with all those things, but that Sunday Ticket litigation could be a major factor in forcing the NFL to reimagine how it delivers those games. One potential outcome, and this was one of the arguments made in the Sunday Ticket litigation, look at what college football does. You turn on ESPN, there's a game. ESPN2, there's a game. FS1, there's a game. Here, there's a game. There's a game. It could be that Sunday Ticket, as we know it, goes away, and all those games get redistributed among 7 or 8 different networks that everyone already has if you've got a TV network package. So you don't even have to pay extra for Sunday Ticket. It's already included in what you're already paying for with your TV provider.
Mike Florio joining us from Pro Football Talk. If you're the Browns, what do you do with Deshaun Watson this year, last year of his deal?
Well, you've got to keep him. The way they've structured the deal, the way they've engineered the cap hit, they can't cut him. And we already know they owe him every penny of the 5-year, $230 million. So you got a new head coach, and he's on the team. He's available. Let's see what he can do. There's been no indication that he's disruptive. If anything, the reviews have been positive in how he helps the other quarterbacks. You let him compete, and you see if he can turn the clock back to 2020. He was an MVP candidate. He would have been an MVP finalist if the Texans hadn't been 4-12. That was the year that Bill O'Brien was fired 4 games in, and the team wasn't good. But Deshaun Watson had a really good, strong season. His career went sideways after that. He wanted out of Houston, then came the lawsuits. So I would give him a fair chance to compete. Here's the thing, though, and I know he was injured most of last year, but he was back practicing. I didn't hear anything to suggest that guys are like, wow, wait till next year when this guy's ready to go. Like, there was no – like, you're going to get buzz on the practice field if somebody comes out and they're just lighting it up. And there was nothing like that. If it was happening, guys kept it to themselves. So that's an interesting wrinkle from my perspective. There's no reason to think, there's no objective evidence from last year to suggest that he's ready to just explode and get back to being the guy that the Browns thought they were trading for.
Here's my next question for you. Ready for this one? Is the value of a college quarterback going up as the days get closer to the draft? Like, at one point, I'm like, okay, Mendoza's going to be the only guy that gets drafted in the first round. Now, all of a sudden, I'm not saying Ty Simpson's going to go first round, but he could go late first round. So I'm just saying that the value of these quarterbacks is going to start to go up right now.
Every year, there will be draft picks. Every year there's an incoming class of players. Every year you're going to have the assessment of the board shaped by the needs of each team. And also, as you get farther removed from the season ending, you've got the opinions of coaches that get factored into the assessments of the players. That's one of the ways that you'll hear that guys are moving up the board. That's when the coaches get involved and different grades are put on different players once the coach is able to say, I like this guy, I don't like that guy. When it comes to quarterbacks, and we saw Kenny Pickett be the only first rounder a few years ago, and there have been other years where, there's not a rush on guys, but the consensus is Mendoza, clear number one. What's the gap between him and Simpson? The Steelers, I think, would like to have him drop to them at 20 or 21, wherever they're sitting. Will the Jets take Ty Simpson at 16? Now you've got people putting Ty Simpson higher than Fernando Mendoza. And, this is the time of year where, number one, a lot of people aren't telling the truth. They're passing along lies that are told to them. You've got a lot of broadcasters who have incestuous relationships where they're represented by the same agency that represents the players. And there's all sorts of stuff going on as the people who work in the media are manipulated to say things to help guys get drafted higher. So I look at all that with a very dim view that, are we really getting the truth here? The only time we get the truth is when it's time to start the draft and the guys start coming off the board one after another.
Mike Florio joining us, Pro Football Talk, where you can read all of Mike's work. The only quarterback sitting out there right now who you would think, well, I wonder if that guy could be a starter, would be, I would think, Kirk Cousins, who hasn't found a team yet. Where do you think he lands, Mike? Is it Pittsburgh? Is it Arizona? Or is he a backup somewhere?
What about Aaron Rodgers? He could be a starter. The Steelers are waiting for him again.
Yes.
It is the damnedest thing.
And should they? Yeah, I don't know that they should.
Rod Woodson came out and said recently that they shouldn't wait. And, Steelers fans went through this last year where they waited for Aaron Rodgers, even though interest elsewhere was minimal. The Rams had him as their fallback plan if Matthew Stafford had been traded. He wanted to play for the Vikings. I think the Vikings considered it and ultimately decided to go all in with J.J. McCarthy and journeyman backups. This time around, for Cousins, I think it's Arizona or Pittsburgh. Those are the only two teams currently looking for starters who wouldn't just be stopgaps until a rookie is ready to go. Pittsburgh, I think, would make a ton of sense for Cousins if Rodgers doesn't go there. So we'll see. And I know there are some opinions that Cousins has nothing left. I thought he looked pretty good down the stretch last year. I do too. But we'll see. I mean, great quarterbacks are hard to find. And when there are quarterbacks who are out there at this point and they're still available, that gives you a pretty good idea of what the league at large thinks of them. And we'll see. But the Steelers, the thinking is that Rodgers is going to go back to Pittsburgh. And I'll believe it when I see it. I have no reason to not believe it, but it hasn't happened yet. Maybe they're just going to wait and trot him out, during the draft and create some big buzz. But I don't even know how the fans are going to react to it. I think the fans would like to turn the page. The fans saw it last year. It's not like he took them beyond the wild card round of the playoffs. They haven't gotten past the wild card round of the playoffs since 2016, and they got blown out at home last year. His last pass of the season was a pick six. I think that's one of the reasons why he wants to potentially come back and play again. He doesn't want that to be his last moment in an NFL uniform, but it's just bizarre that the Steelers, who are supposedly one of the proudest franchises in the NFL, is doing this for the second straight year. They're the dog with its nose pressed against the front window waiting for Aaron Rodgers to come home, and Aaron Rodgers otherwise has no interest. His name has not come up this year for any other team.
No other team.
Oh, man.
Maybe the Steelers kick off the draft by going 6 hours beforehand and announcing that they've either signed Rodgers or Kirk Cousins.
He likes to make news draft day. It was like 4 years ago when it all hit that he had asked to be traded to the 49ers. And I remember spending that day wondering if he was going to get traded to the Broncos. That was the year before they traded for Russell Wilson. But I remember spending that day really wondering, is a trade going to go down of Aaron Rodgers? So, look, he's a guy who wants to say, I don't want attention. And I think he builds attention by creating a mystery. I think he loves it when he's the topic of conversation, and he reserves the right to complain that everyone's talking about him while he secretly loves that everyone's talking about him.
Mike, always a pleasure. Thank you very much. Your books are going well?
99-cent ebooks on Amazon for my 4 novels that are out there. To stop and think how many are out there. More are on the way.
Nice.
This is the time of year where I have time to carve out a few hours a night to work on the next one, the next one, the next one, and the next one. So we'll figure out which one's the right one to drop, but there'll be another one coming at some point this year.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you, buddy. Always appreciate having you.
Thanks, guys.
Mike Florio joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. J.C. Treader, 18 games. Coincidence? Probably not. What do you think of an 18-game? We've kicked it around a little bit. It sounds imminent. Florio said 2027 at the earliest. That's next year. 2031 at the latest. Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
hottest talk on the back-to-back AL Central champs right here on your home for Cleveland sports talk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You know, Browns fans, as we close in on the upcoming NFL draft, check out The Fan off-season special. That's every Tuesday night, tonight, from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder. They'll be recapping all of the latest Browns news and moves this offseason in free agency and in the draft. It's all straight ahead. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can stream us on the Odyssey app, and you can watch every episode live on YouTube. That's you. That's the Fans off-season special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
That would be Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. By the way, Kevin Stefanski gets another quarterback, Trevor Siemian, signing with the Falcons. So Trevor Siemian, Tua Tagovailoa, and Michael Penix Jr. So there's that. Mike Florio was just with us from Pro Football Talk.
Hang on, before you get that, you know we're all going to be watching Atlanta, right? Everyone's like, people can sit here and say they don't care about Kevin Stefanski. They've turned the page onto Kevin Stefanski. You haven't. If they have success in Atlanta this year, you're going to be all over it, especially if we don't have success here.
Cleveland does a great job of keeping track of former players and coaches and front office people who go to other teams.
And have success. If they don't have success, and I know it wouldn't take their toll because they would hold guys back every once in a while, especially local TV stations that have these rights can make money on the team as being the home of a team without having play-by-play exclusivity.
Yeah.
Like we do. Like we have it for radio here, right? With our partners. But, and so on television, they're trying to, if you want to be the home of the Browns locally, for whatever that's worth, that's how you're making your money is on those preseason games. So.
Our buddy George Thomas from the Beacon Journal covers sports and entertainment for the Beacon Journal, and George has always done a terrific job. Sent us a text.
Yep.
And he said, think of the 18-game schedule this way. NFL is going to reopen media rights negotiations this year, guaranteed. Those games represent more inventory, enticement for media partners, and a way to carve out more marquee games. Absolutely right. Inventory, everything else. I'm probably wrong on this, probably too naive on this. I hate the thought that the NFL might overexpose itself. You know, to me, I think it's something like Sunday game days. That's special, man. I love it. You know, we're in here working on the Browns radio network. I love watching. We got everything going on. We're watching the Browns. We have other games. Sunday is NFL. And, 1 o'clock games, sometimes 4 games in a day, when they're overseas. And I just don't want to see them. I don't want to see them overexpose themselves. When we had COVID and they were on every day of the week just to get games in, I understood. But I think it diminished the games a little bit, and it diminished the impact. And I personally would hate to see that, and I'm probably wrong on that. Maybe the appetite for the NFL is so strong it'll be all over the place, and you could deal with that. But you're still dealing with human beings playing the game. Man, those not in regular schedule games can really mess things up. Do you think there's any validity, any thought that it could overexpose itself? I think that's a cute idea by me. I don't know if it's accurate or not.
So let's say he's right, and they go to London and pick another country. So I'm saying United Kingdom.
Spain.
What do you think the second?
Probably Germany.
Germany, that's what I thought too.
The Germans are really big fans of the NFL.
Okay, so if you're doing that, and I'm just looking at the numbers here, the United Kingdom right now is almost 70 million people. The entire United Kingdom, according to this. United Kingdom's population is estimated at approximately 69.3 million as of mid-2024, and they're hoping that it'll expand to 72 million by 2032. Germany, as a country, 83.5 to 84.7 million people. So if you're worried about overexposing yourself here in the United States, are you picking up all these new viewers and fans right there? You're looking at...
But by picking them up how? By giving them a team?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's so far down the road.
He didn't make it sound like it was that far down the road. When they hit 18, get ready for expansion. That's what it made it sound like to me.
I don't know how you could pull off 18 games and overseas expansion in the same time frame.
Because the time frame will change. I think it goes back to what I'm saying. Maybe nobody noticed this when it happened, but when the Big Ten Network started, one of their huge selling points to all of their schools, especially in basketball, was that all of those games would now be on national TV in a single entity. That they now had every game, football too, that everything had its own window that you could watch nationally. Remember before you were talking about regional stuff. Now you're talking about the same thing. And the way Mike explained it was every game will have its own window, but it'll all also have its own channel. So maybe there are 4 games at 1 o'clock on a Sunday, but they're going to be on 4 different channels at the same time, or 5 different channels, or 6 different channels. And so that if you want, it's just like the NCAA basketball tournament, right? It wasn't that long ago that we were forced to let the CBS station pick the game that we were going to watch. Now, we would have been lucky enough to get Akron, and we would have got Miami, would have got all the teams that they thought were important to us, but there were other games we could never watch. And then suddenly, when True TV came around, excuse me, and TBS, when they went to that deal, now you can see every game. It's going to be the same thing for the NFL. You're going to be able to see every game without having to have DirecTV if Mike was plotting us down the right course, which makes total sense.
Well, but see, this lends itself to my thought, do they ever get overexposed?
But what does the NCAA tournament have going for it? It's 4 days.
Yeah.
So
4
you
days.
have that scarcity that's there, that it is an event that you're going to sit there and watch 4 games at the same time and flip between all 4 of them. And maybe your cable provider has a 4-box for you that you can do, and it becomes an event that you have to sit down and watch. If the NFL does this every single week, it loses scarcity.
Okay,
scarcity is the best tool the NFL is going for.
If you go,
and see, that's what I think too.
Okay,
Dan.
but if you go to Columbus, and I'm just saying, if you go to Madison, maybe if you go to Lincoln, Nebraska, that all of those games are on there. Like the Big Ten has the same. I don't know. You know, obviously the draw I would think isn't as big as the NFL totally, but I don't know, man. Ohio State's numbers can blow out the Bengals and the Browns on any given weekend if it's a big enough game.
But everybody knows outside of the Friday of Thanksgiving, Saturday, that's college football. Outside of the MAC as well.
Right.
But that's college football. Like that
it's the same special
that's the
feeling.
Element, that's the specialness. That's all of that stuff. If you're going to throw NFL games on Monday night and then Tuesday night and then Wednesday night and then Thursday night, and then you're going to have these games on Friday at all sorts of, or on Sunday at all sorts of different times and all of that kind of stuff, that specialness gets lost. So that scarcity becomes.
Would you be okay?
That's my concern.
All right. So then let me ask you this: you would be okay then if they took. Let's just say there's 8 games at 1 o'clock on Sunday, right? And they use 8 different channels to broadcast those games.
If you can pull that off, sure. I just don't know if you're going to be able to pull that off.
I don't know either.
Oh my God!
And again, it gets back to the scarcity thing.
8 over-the-air channels?
Easy.
You think so?
Yeah. Are you kidding? ABC, CBS. And I'll do this on the other side of the break.
You're fine.
Time. We'll do it on the other side of the break.
It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
Brews. And some golf news. Scottie Scheffler has withdrawn from the Texas Children's Houston Open, citing family reasons. His wife is expecting her second child. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Yeah. As always, you can listen to this show and all of our shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Sometimes I just get into the groove, Jeff. I get into the groove of the music.
When does that happen?
Dan, I'm pretty good at posting it, aren't I?
Yeah, give it to him. He does. He's pretty good at hitting the post.
All of those years of triple the music on 92 FM. Hi, everybody. Billy Vanilli, Blame It on the Rain on Cleveland's red hot 20 in a row FM. Hot 92.
Was your nickname the Puker?
No, that was you can't talk fast enough. It killed me for my first 2 or 3 years doing sports in Montana. No one understood me anyway because I had a Cleveland accent. Tonight, Hellgate's taking on Sentinel. That's what it sounded like. We got Big Sky going out there. Loyola's going to play a big game tonight.
All right, you said I'll explain it.
So here,
coming up after the break.
I mean, it's really easy for the NFL to isolate every game and give it to everybody at one time. It's easy. First of all, if you wanted to, you separate ESPN, and you don't even have to do it, but separate ESPN and ABC. Again, this all gets back to rights fees. And if they want to renegotiate their rights fee, you're going to look at, and NFL Network is still a channel, so no matter what happens with them.
I said you can't use cable.
Oh, you're going to use streaming.
Right.
You're going to have
to. You can go the streaming side of things, but cable is dying.
Okay, well, I can stream NFL Network if I want to.
For now. We'll see.
Well, we'll see. For CBS, you use Paramount. You use CBS. You use Paramount Plus if you want to. There's 2. NBC and Peacock. ESPN has multiple channels if you want to use those. Fox has multiple channels. You could use FS1.
But again,
you could go to YouTube.
Back to
you can go to Amazon. Where am I on cable here?
When you said FS1, when you said
FS1, okay. So again,
so the problem as well with NBC and Peacock is the fact that you're going to have to commit to a game, and I think that's the last thing the NFL wants is to have you have to commit.
What's that sound I hear? What's that sound?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Money.
Oh, I thought it was the dilution of a product.
You can say that again, but it's also about cash. And by the way, if you're bringing,
you're right.
If you're bringing England in, now you've got another source.
Wait.
You've got BBC.
Now you have 18 games.
BBC
now you're
One,
going
BBC
overseas
2.
as well.
All of those things that Austin Powers talked about.
I think you're jumping. You're jumping ahead too far.
What I'm telling you is how you're going to watch these games in the future. And don't be surprised if every 1 o'clock game is available to everyone without having to have direct ticket.
The Sunday ticket, yeah.
Sunday ticket.
I think you're jumping ahead too far with the international stuff.
Am I? Dan?
Oh, I mean, it's coming.
Thank you.
It's not if, it's when. It's coming.
Well, when's the when?
I think Florio's right. I mean, 27. I don't think it's going to happen 27, but I would be shocked if we get to 2030 and we do not have an overseas team. I'm going to be flabbergasted.
You have stadiums built for the NFL over there already right now.
I mean, that Tottenham Stadium was built with the idea that it's going to be a joint with the NFL and then Tottenham Hotspur.
I think your next four teams are out of country, right?
Germany will for sure have one.
I wonder if Frankfurt can find a quarterback.
You laugh.
Well, the Galaxy was pretty fun to watch, especially when Coach Sam was there.
You crack as many jokes as you want. I got a buddy who lives over in Germany who tells me all the time, when I first moved here, you saw somebody in an NFL jersey and you knew they were an American. Now, if you walk up to them, not as much. There are NFL jerseys everywhere.
True or false? Because I was told this when we went to Italy. It was 2 years. God, I can't believe it's been 2 years already. They told me that when I go over there, if you don't want to stand out like a crazy foreigner, don't wear logo clothing.
Yes.
But you could wear NFL clothing. I was told that multiple times, that if you have like Browns gear, you can wear that and you won't stick out like a sore thumb. Isn't that amazing? Mm-hmm. Well, maybe Browns, but
if you wear your Cleveland Heights shirt, you're in trouble.
Oh, no. They would have been like, oh, Travis Kelce. So they would have said. And I would have been like, oh, Heights High. Sorry, did I stereotype?
I don't even know how to get you out of
I
that
don't
one. You're on your own.
Yeah,
Jeff, make a hard left.
I don't know.
I
how
got
to
a
go
hard
from
left
that.
for you.
Don't even put the blinker on. Just make a hard left.
Well, good. I'm glad you're talking about the car.
Stuff happens in our conference call that if we really wanted to do something with our careers, we would just broadcast our conference calls. Although we couldn't really broadcast Andy because he's got a lot of traffic thoughts that begin with the letter F.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but we would be like the new SNL UK. I would say that, where they can swear, and it blows your mind away when you watch it. I saw the first episode.
Well, this came up on our conference call today.
Yes.
Was your idea?
No, thank you.
Was your idea?
So I said, I just left the gas station. I hopped on the conference call.
And Andy says, I got to make a splash and go.
Normally I would say.
Andy thinks he's Ricky Bobby.
If we're in the middle of the conversation, I'll be like, hey, boys, I'm listening through the speaker, but I got to make a splash and go. So you're not going to hear from me for a moment, but I am getting gas right now. Meanwhile, $60 to fill up to this morning, which
that's what
hardly
the point
ever
was
happens.
today.
But then I said $60, and Jeff said what after you said that? You must have been
on fumes.
You must have been on fumes. And I was like, no, I have at least 20 miles left in the tank.
And I said, that is on fumes.
And I'm like, that's not even close to fumes. Fumes is less than 5, or 0 has been up for more than a mile or two. Because I feel confident I have. When I hit 0.
Have you gone to 0?
Oh, I've gone below 0, I'm sure. I feel confident in the car that I'm driving that I can go at least 10 miles. In fact, I probably have gone 10 miles on 0.
Are you Kramer?
No. I will tell you, though, that when I hit 0, I do start to sweat a little. I do get a little worried.
Gee, I can't imagine that.
So my question for you is, define riding on fumes. Define it.
Under 25.
Oh, under 25 miles. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. You?
When the light comes on.
When the light
That's
comes
about
on.
a quarter of a tank.
Yeah.
Oh, no, mine comes on with like a gallon left.
Oh, really?
When the light pops on. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I got when the light pops on, it means like you got a gallon of gas. You probably have about 30 miles to go find yourself to a gas station, or else you're going to be pushing.
Do you guys push it when it comes to getting gas? Like, for instance,
I try not to.
I drive past a gas station to and from work every day, and I'll usually, if it's a quarter of a tank or below, I stop on my way home and get gas.
I will say 40 miles is normally where I'll stop. If I see 40 miles or less, then I'm getting gas.
I just stop out of convenience. I'm driving right by. If I have even slightly over a quarter, I just think, I'd have to stop and get it tomorrow or the next day anyway. I'm here. Might as well go.
The only time I get mad is when one of the kids is driving the car and they leave it in the, you leave it for you and you got to drive the car in the morning.
And they're like 7 miles to empty.
And the lights on.
Well, 7 miles I can live with. But, man, if it's less than 3, I'm like, and we live about 3 miles from a gas station. So, but like 3, if it's, this is sad to say this, isn't it? 3 miles. Yeah, all right, I'm not going to be mad unless there's, less than 3 miles. Don't get any ideas, kids, if you're listening.
They don't listen.
But the other thing, too, is like, if you ever drive with somebody who starts sweating when you start getting low. Like I was telling you the story this morning. My mom, like when I went on the other side of half empty, was that half empty or half full? I guess it depends if you're an optimist. When I hit the halfway mark, if I didn't get gas right away, like she would be like, you need to get gas. And I'm like, Mom, what are you talking about? She's like, you only have half a tank. You need gas. And I'm like,
well, in the wintertime, that's fine advice. You don't want to get stuck out in there and,
I'm like, Mom, we're okay. We're all right. No. Pull over. I'll pay. I'll pay, she would say.
But, if you get to half, you have less than a half a tank.
Do you, though? Because
the way
the other
car
side is 0?
Manufacturers are.
Yeah.
I swear, the needles stay like 3/4 to full, like forever.
Yes.
Because it makes you think, wow, I'm getting great gas mileage.
Okay.
Then you get down to about a half, and then you get right to a half, and then away it goes.
Yeah, why is that?
Just sucks the gas right out of your car.
Oh, because it wasn't there in the first place?
I think it's perception. I think they want you to think you're getting great gas mileage. And as long as you see the thing on, 3/4 of a tank to full all the time, you think, wow, getting great gas mileage.
So let me ask you this one, because I think you guys will both be on this. Here's the great question. How often do you have to get your oil changed? How many miles? How many miles do you get your oil changed? Here comes Jeff Phelps.
This is a family feud.
Oh, awesome. All right, great.
Awesome.
Oh, no.
Pass the potatoes, please.
My wife doesn't listen to the show, so I can say this.
Okay.
My wife doesn't. She looks completely at the, what percentage of life you have left in your oil.
Oh, okay.
I look at the mileage.
Yeah, I look at the mileage too.
Yeah.
Mileage as well.
And I've said, no, you got to look at the mileage because it'll let you drive for 10,000 miles, on without an oil change.
Right.
It'll say, you still have 25% life left, but that doesn't mean it's good for your engine to be driving on dirty oil.
Sure.
And we went to a place to get an oil change one time, the shop that we normally use. And I said something about the oil change. And my wife said something to the guy behind the counter and said, yeah, but it still says that I have like 5% life left. And he was pretty blunt. Yeah, when it says 5% life left, that's way too late. You've already burned up your engine, hurt your car, blah, 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 blah. And I sat there, don't say a word, don't say a word, don't say a word. And I didn't.
Good for you, Jeff. And you got to eat dinner that night and sleep in the house.
I did. It was
Congratulations.
Really good. Couch wasn't bad.
I was excited because I think I got the oil change like 2 weeks ago, and I paid for the higher oil engine. The only reason I did it
big city living.
is because I just don't like the oil thing is like I don't like really messing around with oil. Gas, I don't have a problem with.
Fearless Leader chimes in on this conversation.
Yeah.
We've been through this with Mechanic Baskin before.
Why?
Running your tank low all the time is hard on your fuel pump.
Oh,
Our social media mentions powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always tweet the show at CLE Talking Ahead. Someone else brought that up to you as well, is you're going to burn out your fuel pump.
Really?
Keep doing that.
I can honestly tell you, I don't want to jinx myself. I don't know that I've ever done that.
That's because you get a different car every year.
It's not every year, but yeah, probably.
Yeah, you change cars.
Anyway,
like
they
I
told me
change
last
socks.
time I got my oil changed, I don't have to go back for 10,000 miles. I was like, yeah.
John Schumann, NBA.com. Are the Cavs legit in the Eastern Conference? Are they a team to fear or a team that you're just going to play and knock off? Schumann's thoughts next on Baskin and Phelps.
This
Mariners, Tanner Bybee has been named the opening day starter. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
I think a lot of folks have been in the mode with the Cavaliers this season. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's get to the playoffs. Let's go. Everybody kind of assumed the Cavs would be competitive. They would be good. And everybody thinking, all right, let's get to the playoffs. Well, right now, here we sit. They have a record of 44-27. They have 11 games to go, and they're 8 games out of first place, sitting in fourth right now in the Eastern Conference. Gentleman who's all over the NBA because that's what he does for a living. He's a senior writer for NBA.com. He's been with us numerous times. We're thrilled to have him back. He's John Schumann from NBA.com on the Make It Right Call Right hotline. Hello, John. How are you?
Hey, John.
I'm great, guys. How you guys doing?
We're doing well. Thank you very much. I asked this question and said we'd ask you coming up. Are the Cavaliers a team to beat in the Eastern Conference, or are they one of a bunch of teams who just might get beat in the Eastern Conference early on, first round, second round? What do you think?
Wow. I feel pretty confident with the top 4. Although I will say, like, the sort of first round looks a lot more interesting now than maybe it did a few weeks ago, with Atlanta playing really well. Miami had a nice run there for a little bit. Orlando was playing really well for a little bit. Now they've lost a bunch of games. Charlotte obviously is a interesting and dangerous team, but I still feel pretty confident in the top 4. I think obviously 2 of those teams, Detroit and Cleveland, want to get their starting players back that have been injured. I think Jared Allen is very important for the Cavs. Yeah, I still think, I think things really get interesting in the second round in the East, but, and I think there could be some interesting series in the first round, like where you get 5 or 6, but I still feel pretty confident in the top 4.
I'm just wondering if Cavalier fans can. I know there's no easy path right now, especially because Detroit's played well all season. Boston is like, right now, everyone fears them, since they got healthy. But should Cavs fans feel confident now that they're probably looking at Detroit in the second round matchup with 11 games left for both Boston and Detroit?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously Detroit doesn't have the experience, the playoff experience that Boston does, especially at the top of the roster. Boston seems to know who it is more than any team, I think, and how it wins games, how it wins possessions. And it can be pretty relentless in that regard. I think Boston has still got some growing pains here with Jason Tatum coming back. Like, their offense has not been, has taken a step backwards, like, over the last several games. And obviously had a ugly loss the other day to Minnesota. I guess if you're Cleveland, who would we want to play in the second round of these other 3 teams? I guess Detroit is probably at the top of the list. But that doesn't mean it's going to be easy at all. Like, Detroit's a great defensive team. I think you probably prefer to defend Detroit just because of, if you can get the ball out of Kate Cunningham's hands, then there's obviously less playmaking in spots 2 through 4 than there is with Boston and New York.
I appreciate both of your optimism there, talking about a second-round series.
Yes.
But John, your NBA power rankings are out, but you do a great job putting those together. You have the Cavaliers 9th right now. And then possible first-round opponents, Toronto, Atlanta, Orlando, 13, 14, and 15. If you're the Cavs, is there one of those teams that you fear more than the others?
It's a good question. I think Toronto, well, I would say Toronto has sort of the sort of talent when you get to Scotty Barnes and Brandon Ingram and RJ Barrett, and Emmanuel Quickly, they're dangerous for sure, but they have had a hard time, and they've obviously beaten the Cavs, I think 3 times this season. I do think like a couple of those were sort of back-to-backs for Cleveland, and maybe Donovan Mitchell not playing. Obviously, I think all of those were before James Harden arrived. So I think, there should absolutely be some respect for Toronto and its ability to beat you. Atlanta has been terrific. Jalen Johnson is a star. Nickeil Alexander-Walker is having like a terrific March here, scoring and efficiency-wise. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think either one is necessarily preferable, like maybe Atlanta. But, like, yeah, I think they're both should be absolutely respected, and nothing will come easy, I don't think, for Cleveland, just because the Cavs themselves just haven't been particularly sharp in recent last couple of weeks, right? Like, they have a 3-game winning streak, but they were sort of unimpressive wins over 3 teams in the bottom 10 in the league.
What have we learned about the Cleveland Cavaliers without Jared Allen on the floor?
I mean, I just think they're just a little bit worse on both ends of the floor. Like, I think we tend to think like, oh, his impact is going to be more on defense, but he was having a terrific offensive stretch before he got hurt or before his absence, and he's just an efficient scorer when he gets touches near the basket, more so, and obviously benefits from having James Harden, and like just the ability to have, like, the Cavs have a great advantage in that they can always have James Harden or Donovan Mitchell on the floor at all times, right? They can stagger their minutes, and they do just that, where one guy sits and the other guy runs the offense, and then vice versa. But having that ability on the front line is great as well, where you can always have either Jared Allen or Evan Mobley on the floor. And they obviously are going to like to pair Allen with Harden, so those two guys are sort of running the show when Mitchell and Mobley sit, and vice versa. And it's a great tandem, and I think like Harden is less effective with Thomas Bryant or as his partner in those minutes than he is with Jared Allen.
What have you thought of the Cavs with James Harden as opposed to the Cavs with Darius Garland?
Obviously it's a little bit of a style change, right? Like, the ball's not going to move as much. There's going to be a lot bit more dribbling, but Harden's been really efficient. Like, if you look at his numbers this season with Cleveland versus with the Clippers, his usage rate is down. So, like, obviously he's playing alongside Donovan Mitchell and is not, finishing as many plays as he had as he was doing in LA. Like, he had to carry that offense for a good amount of time. But his efficiency is way up. Like, he has been a much more efficient scorer with Cleveland. I think he's been terrific. The fractured thumb doesn't seem to be affecting him too much. So far so good. Like, I just feel like, like I said, like, they're not playing their best right now. I do feel like it's also a defensive adjustment for them with him on the floor, because he's sort of you got to sort of switch everything with him, with James Harden. He's not going to be fighting around screens, and he's not going to be, rotating that much. And that could be helpful. Like, I remember their game against New York, right after the All-Star break, they were sort of switching everything, and that flattened out the Knicks, and I think it helped with their defense. But other times it's not going to be so great.
When you look at this Cavs roster, so it's kind of twofold. Looking at this Cavs roster going into the playoffs this year, better team, do you think, than they were last year? I mean, they had a great regular season. And 2, if they don't get out of the first round, are we looking at changes here in Cleveland?
First question, that's because they were the best team in the East by a wide margin last year in the regular season, right?
Right.
And so I don't think I can say, well, like, if you just said, how confident are you now versus, sort of forgetting what happened in the playoffs, and how confident was I in early April? last year, I said I'm sure I was much more confident in the Cavs' ability to sort of get to the conference finals or the finals last year than I am now. But that's also about the competition and how good, New York and Boston and Detroit have been versus sort of the competition last year. As far as changes, that's a great question. Like, it's only been, a month plus with James Harden. And obviously Jared Allen's been hurt. I think it probably depends on what happens. And like, if they don't, make it out of the second round, let's say, like, what were the circumstances behind that,
Fair.
Which team was it? How healthy were they? Et cetera.
John Schumann joining us from NBA.com. Last thought here. Oklahoma City clearly looks like a team that can repeat as NBA champs. Sam Presti's work there has been incredible because, they picked up so much draft capital and yet put together a championship team while keeping so much of that capital. Quick check. They have 3 first-rounders coming up in 2026, and they have 3 first-rounders in 2027. How have they put that together, and how have they been able to keep it rolling? And it looks like, John, sustainable for, 5 to 8 years anyway? I think one of the incredible stories in the NBA.
It is. It's nothing like, I don't think we've ever seen anything like this where a team is a championship team, but also just has all these assets going forward. We might be thinking the same of the Spurs maybe in a year or after this year, but it's a great, it's amazing. It was just sort of where they just went through a few years where in asset accumulation mode.
Yeah.
But they also acquired, an MVP in a trade that nobody really thought was necessarily a future MVP when they traded Paul George and got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in return. Obviously, that was a young player that had a bright future, but wasn't necessarily going to make this leap, we all thought. And then they've also just drafted really well, like Jalen Williams being one guy, and then a couple of smart, really, really good trades and acquisitions last year when they got Alex Caruso from Chicago, and then Isaiah Hartenstein in free agency. There's been very, very, very few misses with them. And then the great thing is when you have all these picks and all these assets, you can miss once or twice and nobody's going to even think about it. Like, nobody cares that, they missed on Ousmane Dieng, right? Because there wasn't even room on the roster for him. And that's the other thing with all these picks they have going forward. There's no room on the roster for these guys. So it'll be fascinating to see what happens with those picks. And then obviously they can probably when you have all these picks and you have great players already, you can afford to take chances as well, just because, you already have a baseline of success.
John, great to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
You too.
John Schumann from NBA.com. You heard John talking about the Cavaliers, and you guys were talking about a second-round series.
Yeah.
First-round series looks a little intimidating to me right now.
Felt more intimidating before. I don't feel as
Let's kick it around next on Basket and Phelps. John Schumann from NBA.com just with us. Always good to talk to John. He is a very reserved, smart guy when it comes to what he does for a living. He's all over the NBA and does a really good job of covering it. You can read him at NBA.com. But you and John look down the road a little bit at a second-round matchup, which I appreciate. I like that.
Anything for you, Jeff.
Right now, you would think it might be Detroit, which, boy, it's the J.B. Bickerstaff revenge tour. That would be fun. But, Andy, I have a hard time looking past the first round here. And I say that not because if I'm the Cavs, I'm afraid of anybody, but the Cavs have not quite been the team they were last year in the regular season. And what did
That's okay, though.
Exactly. What did that do for you? It got you eliminated.
Yeah.
But if you look at the teams that are right behind the Cavs, who they could end up facing, Toronto's right there, and they've been playing good basketball. They've moved back up a little bit. Atlanta has won 9 of its last 10 games, and they're only a half game behind Toronto right now. The Sixers.
Would you rather play Atlanta or Toronto? Can I ask you?
Well,
you want to hang on? You can tell me the answer.
Yeah, let me lay this out, and then I'll tell you. The other teams, actually everybody else in the East is within striking distance of becoming the fourth team, which is really kind of weird. Toronto is right now sitting fifth, and they're 12 games out.
Right.
Hawks are a half game behind them.
Mm-hmm.
Sixers are a game and a half behind Toronto. Orlando, who the Cavs play tonight, 2 games behind Toronto. You can make that up.
They've lost 5 in a row.
Miami has lost 5 in a row, but, again, it's the Heat. They're only 2.5 games behind Toronto, and Charlotte's played really well as of late. They've won 3 straight, 7 of 10, and they're 3 games behind. I would just prefer not to play Toronto. I think Toronto's an interesting bunch. I like them, but Atlanta's played good basketball, and they might be the hottest team right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you want to run into them. And Sixers, if they get Maxey back and Embiid, there are a lot of ifs there. And Orlando has the length, I think, that gives the Cavs fits. I don't think there's an ideal matchup there. I think what's going to happen is the Cavs are going to play a pretty decent team at the very least, and it's going to be a really competitive series, and the Cavs will do well to win it.
I, like you, think Toronto is the team that scares me the most, but I also, like you, think that there are 5 teams that could land in the 5 spot right now. Charlotte's a little bit farther away, but I mean, today it could be Toronto. Tomorrow it could be Atlanta. It could also be the Sixers by the end of the weekend. Orlando's sitting right there too. So I was married to the fact that they were going to play Toronto in the first round, and I was a little concerned about it. I'm still a little concerned about it because we haven't had success against them this year. So I'm hoping that, although Philly, if you could pick a team there, who are you picking? Atlanta?
If I have to pick one to play?
Yeah. Orlando's a weird team for us, too.
Well, Andy, honest to God, there's not one that I think, yep, because I can make an argument for every team that if they get it together,
Charlotte, too?
They could knock off the Cavs. I don't. If I had to pick one, it's Charlotte, but they're not in the top 8 right now.
No.
They're in the play-in tournament. And I think they'll be hard-pressed to catch Toronto. They're 3 games back, and they have 4 teams to jump. 5 if you include Toronto. So that's why I don't include
their mission
them
is to
there.
hit the 7-8, right? Charlotte's mission is to get into 7-8
and
spot,
Miami's as well. Avoid, if you can.
Mm-hmm.
And though I don't think Miami is as talented as they've been in the past, we know what Bam Adebayo is capable of. And Norman Powell's been really good for them. I think Eric Spoelstra can flat out coach. So I wouldn't want to play Miami. I would like to avoid Miami. And though they might be the team to beat or team to play from a roster standpoint, I would like to avoid them. I don't like Orlando at all for the Cavs in a matchup. I just think they have they have the type of team that could give the Cavs fits, perhaps. Banchero's tough. Desmond Bain's tough. We'll see if they get Wagner back. What I do think is it's going to be a really competitive first-round series, whoever they end up with, because even if the Cavs move up to 3.
Competitive, but you expect them to win, right?
I would think so, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think they win a first-round series. That said, Jared Allen has to get back and be healthy. That would be really sweet. And they need to continue to figure out who plays when. And that's not an easy thing that Kenny Atkinson has been having to deal with right now. You make a big trade, you bring in a guy who changes the look of your team in James Harden. And I think they're a better team with James Harden than they were with Darius Garland. I like the fit better. And that said, it's still something that you have to work through. And the fact that they've had guys in and out and not able to go doesn't help that any,
No. I'm wondering how long this Jared Allen thing is going to last, when they can get him back on the floor. And then let's get them, wouldn't it be nice just to get 5 games as a whole team so you can set things up and get ready for the playoffs?
Well, yeah.
It's just made things awkward towards the end of the season. When they brought Harden in, man, I had all kinds of faith, and I still have faith in this team. But I didn't. I thought there was a clear path to get to the Eastern Conference Finals, right? And then Boston got healthy, and then all of a sudden, it's not so clear. And then you started thinking about the Knicks a little bit more, and the road had potholes in it. It's kind of the way I was looking at it.
I think the Cavs are lacking some size. If I'm looking at their roster just objectively from the outside, I'm thinking if we have a big team, we have an advantage against these guys.
Right.
Especially imagine if, let's just say, Jared Allen has more issues with his knee tendonitis than they're letting on.
Yeah.
And that he's not back for the playoffs. And if they go up against the wrong team, and it's Evan Mobley, Thomas Bryant, and
it's
Dean
Indiana
Wade,
all over
those are
again.
Big guys. That could be a really frightening matchup.
I just feel like they have the possibility of just being stronger, more physical than they were last year, learning from a coaching standpoint, learning from the mistakes that happened a year ago. There are parts of this team that give
What
me...
do you mean by that?
Well, you remember when I asked him the question? I asked John the question, do you think they're a better team now than they were a year ago going into the playoffs? I feel more confident with our team right now going into the playoffs than I did last year.
I don't know, Andy. They kicked everybody's butt last year.
Yeah, but it didn't matter. And I'm talking about in the playoffs. I'm not talking about going in.
I mean,
I just there are little elements of this team that I feel better about.
Well,
roster-wise,
matchup-wise, it's going to be a tougher road, though.
Yes, but it's like I like the way Ellis plays. I like the way the guys they brought in at the trade deadline play.
Yeah, Ellis is scrappy.
And, Schroeder too. I'm not asking for gigantic minutes, but I'm asking for the way they bring it. There's a swagger to those two guys.
Yeah.
The way they play that we did not have last year, Jeff. We just didn't have it. And I just thought we were missing that element of a playoff team. And I think when you get to the playoffs, you're going to see some you'll get dividends from those guys being here. The whole soft feeling, right? The team gets called soft, and I mean those guys aren't giant guys, but by the same token, they play tough, and I like that. I like guys that play tough, but you have to have them during the playoffs. You can't back down to anybody.
John Schumann's power rankings, the current power rankings that are out, he has the Cavs 9th overall. He has them 4th in the Eastern Conference, which is where they sit in the standings right now, and I can't argue with him on that. I do think it's interesting. He pointed out that Boston's been struggling a little bit, trying to figure some things out. And we'll see how they finish. But if they get it together, you don't want to play Boston. Though Tatum,
Boston, I fear.
Tatum coming back is great for them. They still have to make some adjustments and get on the same page there because guys are having to play a little different roles. But I'm pretty confident in their ability to get it together and be a real threat in the playoffs. Knicks scare me.
Yeah.
They're good.
I just hate going there to play.
To New York?
Yeah. There's something about us playing there that just doesn't. I don't know. When you walk in with LeBron on your team, it's a different story. When you don't have LeBron on your, I don't care who we have.
Imagine that.
I mean, although I will say this,
oh no, we don't have one of the greatest players of all time. Uh-oh.
I mean, Donovan doesn't seem to be intimidated at all by going.
Well,
there.
no,
So,
that's home.
yeah. So I like that too, but there's just something about that stupid Garden.
It's a great place to watch a basketball game.
Yeah,
I loved it before they redid it, actually, because it reeked of 1966. Just a big bowl with like aqua seats. It was awesome.
Never been.
That's weird that you've never been there.
It's one of the few places.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. I wonder. I wonder how the tandem of Harden and Mitchell go in the playoffs. Will they keep moving the ball like crazy?
Yes.
I think so too. Which guy's more likely to mess things up by trying to play hero ball?
I can't believe I'm saying this.
I'll say Mitchell.
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't want to believe I was going to say it.
Yeah, I know.
Because I would have said, prior to him playing here, I would have said Harden.
I would have too.
Why is that?
Because,
Do we have
because we've seen Donovan play hero ball sometimes because it's necessary, and he's good at it. But I don't think this team is set up for him to play hero ball. There's no need.
There isn't.
If Jared Allen's back and Harden can orchestrate the offense while still creating shots for himself, while feeding Donovan, getting it to Jarrett close to the rim, and having Evan Mobley score his 18 points a game, you're good to go. You're good to go. Personally.
Get there. You said something, though, before the show that I'm like, the Eastern Conference has kind of felt like it's been locked up, at least
since late November. It's like, get to the playoffs, please.
I'll give it even a little bit more. I'll say trade deadline, right after the trade deadline.
Well, certainly. Yeah, certainly by the trade deadline.
And the playoffs cannot get here fast enough.
Stay tuned. Cavs Magic tonight. We'll talk all about it tomorrow. Looks like the Guardians roster is set, Andy.
Oh, the new roster's here. The new roster's here.
And it's next on Baskin of Phelps.
of wide receiver Tylan Wallace, and they're re-signing defensive tackle Sam Kamara. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Say, Jeff.
Yes, Andy.
Did you know that baseball is back and opening night is live on Netflix? What? That's right. It's live on Netflix. Netflix. You got to love it. New home for baseball, right? Tomorrow, March 25th. That is tomorrow.
That's great.
Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees clash with Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. It's MLB opening night. Yankees, Giants, live on Netflix. Tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Yeah, then what happens on Thursday?
Live at 10:10 from the Emerald City.
That is correct.
At a home formerly known as Safeco Field. What's its current name now? I forgot.
I don't know. It's still Safeco to me.
The place with a really cool roof that rolls in, and you don't even know it.
The Naylor brothers get together for dinner.
Yes, the great battle in the Pacific Northwest. It is your Cleveland Guardians and the Seattle Mariners.
And ladies and gentlemen, moves have been made. The
wait a
roster
second.
appears to be set.
Let me get my scorecard out. Anybody got a pencil without an eraser?
At least for now.
I got to write this down.
At least for now.
Ooh, do we have the starting lineup music? Remember we used to do that all the time? That was fun.
Yeah.
I love producing on the fly because it drives Dan crazy.
There it is.
Yes.
Our buddy Zach Meisel from The Athletic putting this out about 45 minutes ago. Guys who have made the opening day roster and then what the overall tentative roster looks like. So at catcher right now, it's Bo Naylor, Austin Hedges, and David Fry.
Bo Naylor behind the plate.
Hedges was hit on the hand last night by a pitch. And Steve Berthume and Bob Brenly were doing the game last night. And they just got done saying, all you want to do at this time of spring training is get to the season healthy. Boom!
Announcer's fault, as always.
And
next thing you know, they'll be saying no hitter.
It hit Austin Hedges, so hopefully Hedges is okay. I mean, that'd be bad. What do you think about David Fry, listed as a catcher, and knowing that David can play other positions as well?
Okay, that I love, and I hope he's healthy. That's really where I'm going with this thing.
Yeah, I get that.
That's all I need to know.
I hope he can play a position and play it well and throw, and all reports so far is that he's looking pretty good.
And hit?
Well, because...
Is that asking too much?
Maybe. The hitting is nice and well and good. I know this is not a popular thing to say, but if you're honest about it and you look at what David has done in his career, David's had about a half a season of good major league hitting. That's it. So I hope that he can find that again and become the hitter that he was in the first half of 2024, because he was really good. Really good.
My second most favorite.
That would be helpful. He hit 171 last year, Andy.
My second favorite
170
Cleveland athlete with the last name of Fry. Charlie. Tops the list.
What about Channing?
Oh, Channing. I forgot about it. Channing. Tops the list.
Well, Charlie's not very happy.
No, that's okay.
Your infielders.
And our good buddy French.
Jose Ramirez, Gabe Arias, Brian Rocchio, Kyle Manzardo, Rhys Hoskins, and the man who is good for any position on the diamond, Daniel Schneemann. Daniel put on a little muscle. Maybe he'll be, and I think he's a valuable guy to have coming off your bench because he can truly play just about anywhere, including the outfield, which I think is good.
True or false? Every time you hear his last name, you think of the Lorax. I don't know why.
No.
Dan? No?
I can see why you say it, but it doesn't pop into my head.
I don't know why. There's that Dr. Seuss feel to it.
No,
Okay.
not for me. In the outfield, Stephen Kwan, Chase DeLauder, Angel Martinez, and C.J. Kafis. Only issue I have there, and it's not really an issue, they all hit left-handed. Angel Martinez is a switch hitter. So you have one guy who can hit right-handed in that group. Is that an issue? Who cares? If you can hit, you can hit. But Stephen Vogt likes to platoon a lot.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if he can platoon. He can play Schneemann out there, but, there's a left-handed bat. So we'll see. Your pitching staff, starters, we knew. Tanner Bybee, Gavin Williams, Slade Ciccone, Joey Cantillo, who I expect big things from this year. I'll bet Joey has a nice year. And if he doesn't, I'll bet he's not here next year. I think this is kind of a make-or-break season for Joey Cantillo with this organization.
One of the best change-ups in baseball.
Well, let's hope he can do it this year. I mean, it's time, isn't it?
Tons of movement, tons of swing and miss, and he's worked on it even more. I got a feeling that thing's going to be unhittable.
Well, that would be fabulous, wouldn't it? So let's see. And then Parker Messick beating out Logan Allen for that final spot in the rotation. Did that surprise you? I think Logan's been on the naughty list since the year before last.
Yeah.
He bounced back last year and did a nice job. The team always seems to be able to put together a bullpen, and keep your fingers crossed because they've kind of put together a bullpen. Cade Smith, Sean Armstrong, who they brought back to the organization, longtime veteran, Eric Zabrowski, Tim Herron, Matt Festa's back, Peyton Pallett is the Rule 5 guy from the White Sox who's made a nice impression. Connor Brogdon has been
What's
around.
wrong with the White Sox,
Pitch
man?
with the Angels. He's a 6'6" guy. Great fit,
How long do we have?
He's out of the Hunter Gaddis mode.
Should we thank the White Sox for being the White Sox now?
And Colin Holderman
every day.
is also a
Thank you, Jerry
6'6"
Reinsdorf.
right-handed pitcher. So you're rolling out a couple of 6'6" guys and Brogdon and Holderman out of the bullpen. You hope that the Guardians pitching factory can work on Brogdon and Holderman and turn them into something that more closely resembles, say, Hunter Gaddis, who's injured right now. So somebody in that bullpen's probably going to go when Hunter gets healthy and shows up. But that's your team.
I'm excited. Sure.
Do you have any concerns?
Sure.
I have a concern about David Fry, even though he's not starting anywhere. But David can be used in a lot of different places. He has to hit. He has to hit. And coming back from Tommy John surgery last year, I found it interesting that he was around all year and didn't hit. And if he doesn't hit this year, I would think they make some kind of a move.
Are you ready for ABS?
Every day.
Every day.
It's awesome. Again, for those of you who have not seen it, because you haven't watched spring training baseball, which good, congratulations, you have a life.
Knock on wood.
Yeah.
Both of us.
No, I was tapping my head to get a replay.
Yeah, so was I.
Yeah, all that'll happen.
You were knocking on your head. I was doing the symbol to get a...
The pitch will be thrown. The batter immediately has to say if they are challenging it, or the pitcher or the catcher. There is not a delay. You can't look. You can't do anything like that. It's got to be immediate.
By smacking the top of your head.
By tapping the top of your head. Everybody looks at the giant scoreboard at every single stadium, and the ball comes down, and you see if it was a ball or a strike off of the system, and then we move forward. It is very fast. It's legitimately, if you've ever watched tennis lately, it's the same technology they use to figure out if the ball was in or out. It moves really fast. There's no argument, and away we go.
Which almost looks like it's a cartoon, by the way.
It's awesome.
Well, when I see it, I kind of think, well, looks like they just drew something up there, except I know it's accurate and legit, but it looks kind of funky.
But the main thing is it's fast and you get the call right. And that's what everybody wants. Make it fast, make it right.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? So that's what you have. Anxious to get it going. Let's see who steps up. Gabe Arias, Brian Rocchio, good luck to you. May the best man play shortstop when Travis Pisani gets called up. Moment of the show. Miss Meredith Kane.
Moment of the show comes from Mike Florio, and he was talking about the NFL expanding to 18 games.
18 is coming. We had Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, on radio in Boston within the past month or so, talking about 18 regular season games and 16 international games every year is a given. They're going to get it. They know they're going to get it. The question is, when are they going to get it? And the earlier they get it, the more money everyone makes. So that's why they're going to push to get it done now.
Mike, will they still play preseason games in any way, shape, or form? 2? None? What do you think?
The argument has always been, and this goes all the way back to the 70s. When I first discovered football, there were 14 regular season games and 6 preseason games because the guys didn't stay in shape the way that they do now, so you needed that longer runway to get ready for the games that counted. So it's always been 20 games. So they went from 14-6 in 78 to 16-4. 5 years ago, 17-3. You're just sliding that needle. Okay, now it'll be 18-2, and I think eventually it's going to be 20-0. Now that may not be in my lifetime, but that's the ultimate end goal, I believe, because when you look at the reasoning the commissioner will provide for not liking preseason, it's not NFL quality football. They want more games that count, because the games that count will get 20, 25, 30 million people to watch in prime time, and they make a lot more money off of those games than they do off of preseason games.
Ding, 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 ding. And there's the bottom line. There's cash involved in regular season games and not in the preseason. So you go to 18, let's see what they cut back. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Florio's always outstanding. Give Florio a listen. 92thefan.com. Wherever you get your podcast, 12 p.m. was where that was. Tons of good stuff about the future of football.
MK.
I'm also smarter because of Mike Florio. I was interested to hear his breakdown on the current lawsuit going against NFL Sunday Ticket and how the outcome of that lawsuit could affect how NFL games are scheduled in the future.
AB.
I have to agree with Meredith, because that was the first thing I thought of, was his breakdown of how television might look for the NFL in the future. So I enjoyed that conversation.
Smarter after our conversation with Mary Kay Cabot about the story she has out about Ty Simpson. And a lot of folks thinking that he might be the number one quarterback in the draft, Fernando Mendoza. Excuse you on that one. Sorry about that. No harm meant. But she doesn't think the Browns are interested. Yet other people think the Browns are interested in maybe taking a quarterback later in the draft, which makes you think, wow, are they sold on anything or anybody at that position who might be on this team right now? It's going to be a fascinating thing that we see in the draft and maybe even shortly afterwards if there are still free agents available. Who knows? I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Can't wait till tomorrow. Our old friend Jake Chapman will join us tomorrow. Are we excited about that?
The play-by-play voice of the Orlando Magic.
There
Sure,
you
why
go.
not?
He's a big week. His nephew, cousin, recognized by the News Herald as one of the top hockey players in town. So we'll talk to him about that tomorrow, too. So, hey, thanks for listening. We're back again tomorrow at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. Afternoon Drive, next.
Both sides really should come together like butt cheeks on this one, and that's a show.
This is an
he up to?
Still meeting, still out there talking.
Yeah, having some good convos.
Yeah.
Did he talk to either of our dead dads?
No. And if he did, I think we'd know. Oh, I'm seeing the letter N out there. Is there somebody with that name? Because that's the number of the key. Oh, that's what's coming through for me.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. Another day in Northeast Ohio as we hurry our way towards opening day and 2 nights for the Cleveland Guardians. And then there's the, I guess, opening game tomorrow because baseball's stupid. Hey, come on, we're having fun. Another day close to the NFL draft. We got another Cavs game tonight, so plenty to get to on the show today, but you heard that open courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, the supreme leader with a suave-ass hair. We say hello, sir. He's got a little flock of seagulls going over there, a little swoop to the side. That's a compliment. That hair was hard to pull off. The man's got good follicle.
Well, there's only one way to go anti-Kim Jong-un, and
That's
that is
true.
to do whatever he's doing right now.
Maybe that was the play.
No, that is the play.
Yeah, like whenever
It's
once in a
100%
while
the
you
play.
act out at home so you can see how this could go, and then the rest of the time you're pretty normal. I'm not saying I've done that.
Well, I mean,
definitely had a girlfriend who did that.
He's
and
just going.
that's
He's
why
going
it's
for
X.
he's going for the extremes here.
Yeah.
Instead of being a dictator, he is going for lead singer of an emo band.
Yeah. I was thinking more like Weezer, 1999-ish. I don't know. I could be off on that. Also, we've got Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And, of course, producing for us today, if you're watching along on YouTube, make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free, after all, and like our videos. We like to be liked. And Matt Corelli on the 2020s there, baby. Oh, yes. Hi, JP.
Hello. How are you doing today?
Feeling all right.
Good.
We're feeling all right, yeah.
Good. Glad to hear
Yeah,
it.
today's a vibe. Had a nice, about 5-minute Donnybrook over David Fry. Although when Dan and I have Donnybrooks, it's the nicest, yeah, you betcha disagreements.
Yeah, that wasn't a Donnybrook.
Well, for us it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we're too nice to tell the other person to take the gloves off.
Yeah.
So you notice, I do tend to fight however somebody fights with me.
Yeah.
If you fight nice, I fight nice. If you're a cheap bastard, I'll be the cheapest bastard in the room.
That's why you're constantly a cheap bastard.
That's exactly why.
You give back
look
what
where
you
I'm
get.
across from.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If I start the cheap bastardness, it just continues on.
In fairness, I think the only way you get to be a host in any form or fashion in sports talk radio, like the traditional, I'm not talking about if you have your own YouTube channel.
Yeah.
But like if you, to make your bones here, in the path we've had to go, you got to be a little bit of a cheap bastard.
Oh, a little bit is probably putting it way conservative.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be a lot of bit. And that's fine. It's a role we both comfortably live in, but your David Fry takes were, it was putting me to sleep. I'm going to be honest with you. And then
fair.
you guys settled on it like 4 different ways of like, well, he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
That's how I knew you were in a convo with Dan. I'm like, when you settle on, I think he could be a nice guy. That's when I was like, all right, you guys are going nowhere with
I
this.
just think drawing the line at David Fry feels a little, like, he's too crappy for this roster. I'm like, peep the rest of the roster, dog.
Just give it a little look.
Yeah. I mean, hey, we got Nolan Jones out of here. Let's all accept that win for what it is, even though he's still in Columbus and there's a threat he'll play here this year. All this being said, we are 1 month away from the draft. You and I did not see this yesterday, but many people did, and huge sweeping inferences have come from it. The Browns putting out the 1 month from now post on social media. Got a big, beautiful look at Joe Thomas in his heavier days, right?
Yeah.
You got a great look at Myles Garrett, the number 1 pick. Gosh, that hairline was so 10 years ago. You got a great look at Nordonia's own Denzel Ward, right? The number 4 pick in the very next draft. No Baker, by the way. I was surprised about that one. He was also a number 1 pick.
Missed
and
that
then
one.
the 4th slide. Was it Carson Schlesinger? No. Was it Ronnie Hickman? No, he's undrafted. That'd be weird.
That would be
was
weird.
It?
It's him on his couch.
Was it
It's just a photo.
Diabate, who they let go for no reason? No. It was Shedeur Sanders, 3 first-rounders and a 5th-rounder, and many people have many takes about this.
And what are these many takes?
The many takes are
See, this is the Browns saying they're moving ahead with Shedeur Sanders.
Instead of what seems more realistic, which is just a social media person being like, hey, anytime we put Shedeur in any sort of graphics that seems to do particularly well, why don't we do that here? Like, they're not tipping off who the week 1 starting quarterback is through a social media post in late March.
Yeah, they're tipping off who's going to start week 1 because their quarterbacks are Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, and Deshaun Watson. I, too, have the powers of elimination. Oh, hey, you stink. Eliminate. You are the worst trade in NFL history. Eliminate. Hey, I guess it's Shedeur.
Now, I don't know if you're Dylan Gabriel, if you're like, shoot, I was drafted ahead of him. I couldn't even get any love in this. Maybe that's reality. If they had done it with Deshaun Watson, maybe we'd be like, oh, that was really out of left field, considering he wasn't even drafted with the team. But I guess they're trying to prop that up for some reason.
I did love the debates today. If you're Carson Schlesinger, are you upset? Does that cool Cali bro look like he's upset by anything?
Only when he was benched for the first 3 years of his career at UCLA, and he thought he was better than he was.
Yeah,
that's like the one thing he does in every interview is talk about how he was benched for 3 years at UCLA, and he's disgruntled about it. That's his only gripe in life in general.
All right, so you got benched for 3 years needlessly by Chip Kelly, or the Browns didn't include you in a social media post.
Neck and neck.
Which one is it, Carson?
Neck and neck. But the Browns aren't particularly good at. I would say maybe sending out the messages or understanding the messages they're currently sending. Can I put it that way? Like I drove by the stadium this weekend, and on the second tier of banners that they have, Nick, 3 out of the 4 banners are of players that aren't on the roster anymore. There's a banner of Bitonio, there's a banner of Teller, there's a banner of Njoku, and then like Denzel Ward is just sandwiched in between. Like that part of the messaging in the offseason sometimes just gets a little missed.
Yeah, the funniest thing about that is, just real quick, Deshaun's actually on the roster, and they got to taking that one down as quick as possible.
Yeah.
Didn't they take it down before last season? Wasn't it last summer that they took it down?
I don't remember. I don't remember the specifics on it. I do remember them taking it down though, and I remember that being a deal. But like I mean, if I had recall on that, I would be a real sick person.
I wish I had recall on that because I would like to be a real sick person. One of my favorite things about these conversations is acting like there's that much. I want everyone to put the Browns in the within the framework of your own work. I'm not saying there's no communication between all the many tentacles of whatever corporation you work for or I work for. What I am saying is it's usually a pretty loose game of telephone, and we tend to find out things later than like the idea that Andrew Berry was like, hey, 21-year-old in social media. When he goes to post, it's one month from now.
Can we give
the
that
NFL
guy?
draft.
Can we give that guy like a little bit of a heads up on what's going on?
Yeah, Shedeur's got to be one of the 4. Don't care who the other 3 are.
We don't tell anybody.
Yes,
like literally nobody. We don't even tell national people what's going on. We certainly don't tell any local people. But the guy that may or may not be making more than minimum wage doing this job, let's get that guy involved.
Yeah, he's 21.
The guy with absolutely everything to lose in this scenario. Let's get that guy.
He has
involved.
3 X's in his TikTok account, and we have to let him know our plan so he can properly bait fans. So it's not that I want to clear something up, because I think sometimes people hear our takes on Shedeur and Deshaun, and they definitely hear a dismissive connotation from how I talk about him. And that's totally fair. I am dismissive about the idea because I think Deshaun as the number 2 in this competition is totally unserious.
That's so much heavier weighted towards Deshaun in this than it is Shedeur.
Yes, but the one thing I don't want to dismiss, like I guess maybe here's the thing. I take everything that organization is pushing through reporters with a grain of salt. So it's not that I don't think Shedeur versus Deshaun is going to be the reality. It's not that I don't think they're going to draft a quarterback, or that, I guess my point is, this organization says things to reporters all the time
that don't add up.
And quite frankly, they abuse the trust of those reporters because they make those reporters look really foolish by telling them things that patently aren't true to basically play the smoke and mirror game.
Yeah, they're constantly the wild card, is how I've always put it. They're just a wild. Andrew Berry loves to basically make all reporters and media people look stupid at the end of the day. And it's like, well, how do you know that? Well, look at the most recent big decisions that he's had to make. The draft last year, he just sent everybody on a completely different excursion than what ended up happening. And then the coaching stuff with Todd Monken. Literally nobody until the morning of, and it's because we saw horses being moved, had Todd Monken being the head coach. Like, this is the game that they play.
And so I think when it comes to the question, are the Browns preparing us for Shedeur to be the quarterback through the media? The answer is possibly.
But this could also be a giant red herring. Not the Shedeur part, but just this being the quarterback battle. Like, there's still – I think once we get to the week of the NFL draft, if this is your quarterback room, then it is going to feel like, all right, it's these guys and whoever you may or may not draft. But I think there's still time to make a move for Dillon Gabriel to get him off the roster, which honestly I think might be one of the things slow playing the Browns adding any other quarterback to this roster. And the other thing is we're still in the – I mean, what was it? Kenny Pickett was traded, I think, a week before the draft. I think Joe Flacco was signed, I think, the week of the draft last year.
They were both in April, yeah.
Like, this is where I think and I think this is intelligent, that if the Browns are playing it this way – the Browns are slow playing this to see if anything shakes free. So I think they're still playing the choose-your-own-adventure side of things. So I think when we go looking for definitive statements, I think that's really foolish to do because the Browns have proven time and time again they owe you no honesty and no clarity on what their actual plans. And this is why you always have to dig deeper and think for yourself about what do they really want out of all of this.
Well, and just when you think you have them, then they all of a sudden swerve. But on that point, though, like, what do you think is really going to happen? I don't want to discredit anybody that's come to the conclusion that what they think right now, that it's Shedeur and it's Deshaun as being a logical choice, because it is, in many ways, a logical choice. If you're thinking about 2026 the way that it's being presented, that they think about 2026, which is basically if Shedeur does something, then great, and if he doesn't, then you're in line for 2027. Like, I understand that logic just the same way I understand that Andrew Berry could just throw a curveball and just all of a sudden make some big move that nobody sees coming.
216-474-0092. I think the Browns are still waiting to see if anything else shakes free and that they can continue to fall back on Shedeur or Deshaun, because if nothing shakes free, they can just move forward with that and have the, oh, no, this was our plan all the time after the draft, if that's how things settle out here. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We do have Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst, joins us every Tuesday at 3:20. We'll talk about Jordan Tyson's draft stock sliding. We got John Fanta at 4:20. We'll talk a little Cavs basketball. We'll also talk about the Browns in the draft. Albert Breer coming up at 5:20 today. Much will be said with Albert about the path forward, the Ty Simpson buzz, all the many things from here and how he perceives the Browns. But 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Are the Browns preparing us for Shedeur to be the quarterback through the media? And one way to look at Shedeur that I think looks good enough. We'll see if you agree. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Catch the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes there. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Talking about Shedeur and his positioning on the Browns roster here. I do have a little news to pass along here. Mike Garafolo saying Shelby Harris meeting with the Giants today.
Nice.
The Browns kind of replaced him with Davis, the former 49ers interior defensive lineman, so I guess I can't be too surprised. I'll always miss him calling people hoes, though.
Yeah, that was very memorable.
Honestly, there was such a callback. Like, we obviously went through a whole generation of words you can and can't say.
Yeah.
Hoe got lost somewhere along the way.
Use a hoe. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
And then you scream out, hoe,
and listen,
at the end of it. Yeah.
Would never, ever refer to anyone who isn't a male by that, but referring to a man as a hoe will never not be funny to me.
Yeah.
And so I'll miss that with Shelby.
I love the reaction out of it because everyone was like, whoa, Jawan Jennings must have really said some stuff. Like, Shelby he wouldn't possibly say something like that. Okay.
It's like, right. I've definitely called.
Sure.
I called my best friend that still.
Oh, yeah?
Like, yeah. You know why?
Why?
Because he was a hoe when we were younger and he's a hoe now.
How does that kind of go? What's up, hoe? Like, what are you just...
Honestly, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. At some point, somewhere in the conversation, I'm going to, very quietly, because he has 3 small children, remind him that he's a hoe, and that's fine. I'm just thinking of the Michael Scott, because it's not your hoe, no mo, and then you go around with that. I don't think I've ever done that.
Never done that one. I think it's the only use of hoe I've ever done. I don't know that I necessarily.
Sir, you were in college.
Yeah,
in the mid-aughts.
I know. We were too busy going. What's up, bro?
No, you 100% called somebody a hoe.
That was not my deal.
Listen, will tell you.
Do I know I've said some derogatory and bad things to people? Yes. I'm not
easy there with the bragging.
I'm not copping out of that. I'm not acting like I was a saint over here. But that just wasn't in my arsenal.
I'm not even saying you called a woman that. I'm saying at some point
would never
in
call
the
a woman
odds.
that, no.
Well, not now. I'm saying at some point in the odds.
Not now.
Tiger got out of the cage. Well, yes, we're grown men. We're fathers.
Yeah.
There was a time before that.
Okay.
Like, everybody act like we didn't. I'd love this.
What else did you used to say that you can't say anymore?
My 2 favorite things are when movie critics asked whether something could be made now, which is, if that's your analysis of a movie, you have nothing interesting to say about a damn movie. And the second one is everyone admitting, like all of us didn't say at least one problematic thing 20 years ago.
Oh, I can think of one problematic thing that everyone said.
What would you say?
I don't know that I want to say it now.
Oh, I just thought you were going to offer it up to the class.
It made it into a Taylor Swift song, and that's how like in vogue it was. And then people still go back and be like, she was very problematic, and it's like, no, it's just everyone just spoke that way at the time.
Now I would like to know. Now I'd like to know what that is, because I'm not familiar enough with Taylor Swift to back that up.
Yeah, I guess we're not going to go down that road, though, are we?
Unless our senior research analyst, Mac Robinson, has any. No? You didn't research that?
Did you get enough sleep last night in order to go ahead and chime in on this one?
All right, that's dirty pool.
What?
That is so dirty pool.
What? Yesterday?
Like 2 shows ago.
What? He said you
were like, oh, I miss Mac. Where's my best friend?
Glad to be back. Mac, first off, I do love having you back, but like there's high comedy that the guy is going to sit across from me, the one with a 3-year-old and a 6-month-old, and be like, just didn't have it last night in the sleep department, guys.
Mac,
didn't have it.
There's a word you could call Jonathan right now that I wouldn't hate if you called him.
Just didn't have it.
Rip that Band-Aid off.
When I come
dominance?
in here day in, day out, I like really try hard to make sure we don't ever complain about the lack of sleep. We never do that. And then Mac's over there like, just didn't get it last night.
Mac? Care to call Jonathan something?
Well, now why? He doesn't have to.
I'll let you do that.
He doesn't have to call me anything.
This is why you're bored up, fella. Use a hoe.
That was meaner than anything I said. That was.
We got a hoe off.
That was at you, yo. That was definitely at you.
Oh, now we're just having fun. That being said, but just if you had called him, you'd have a better standing in your career right now. That's all I was saying. In case I wasn't clear. That got out of control.
Well, you're
real
probably
quick.
You're probably not happy with either of us right now, and that's all right.
Yeah.
But remember who said the
You've
worst
had better
thing.
days.
Remember who said the worst thing.
Yeah. Now, all this being said, shout out to our guy Bill Sparks, who, if you guys don't know him on Twitter, at Sparks Scouting, he also has a Substack on at Sparks Scouting. And does a lot of stuff with the NFL draft. A big Browns fan as well. And he put together kind of a list of these 6 quarterbacks that have made 6+ starts and were late rounds. So 4th-round quarterbacks on since 2016.
Okay.
So Dak Prescott, Aiden O'Connell, Brock Purdy, Gardner Minshew, Trevor Siemian, and Sam Howell. And he did kind of an average of their stats.
Which, by the way, the premise of this then starts at the idea that we're just, Shedeur was a 5th-round pick. No one can deny that.
Yeah.
But it's that we have to then treat it as if he was a legitimate 5th-round pick and nothing else happened because of that.
So the combined numbers average out to 64% completion percentage, 19 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, and 13 starts. And I thought it was in 2 kind of additional notes here. That would have put him around quarterback 18 to quarterback 22 range in most categories last year. And it was slightly worse than average ball security in 2025 as well. INTs would rank around 7th most. I think if you came out of this season and those were his stats, after where the stats were last year, I think that would represent a significant step forward for Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, I think so too. I think this is. I bring it up often. The 2 people that had like a massive year 3 to year 4 jump. It's Russell Wilson. It's Dak Prescott. But I bring up Dak because in this convo he fits what you are applying here. And the conversation would shift then to all right. He showed a lot of growth. He showed a lot of maybe it wasn't a Jaden Daniels-esque right away jump, but he showed a lot. And then you're hoping year 3, year 4 is when you take off in a big time way.
Yeah, I think there's this, and I think it's wrong-minded. I think there's this notion at the end of this next season, you're going to have a definitive take. Shedeur is a franchise quarterback or Shedeur is not. That is not the question. I mean, listen, if you can answer that question one season, thumbs up. Ray, hey, you get to skip past go and collect your $200.
Well, it is more likely than not that we'll be able to answer the no part of it.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's incredibly hard to answer the yes part of it.
Exactly. And I think what you're really trying to ask is, by the end of the season, if it's Shedeur versus Deshaun, what you're really trying to ask is Shedeur a starting caliber quarterback in the NFL? And that could put him anywhere from 1 to about 22. So I think that is the range that you're looking for. If he passes that bar, I think that feels like a real win considering he was a 5th-round pick a year ago. But I think the one thing, like these stats in a vacuum, are only one part of the tale. If this is his stats and you're 5-12, you're getting another quarterback next year. If these are his stats and you're 12-5, you're rolling with Shedeur going forward.
Yeah, no questions asked. I just wonder though if we're trying to give him some of these like massive year 2 leaps. And obviously, people are going to go to Drake May because Drake May is just came off in a crazy accomplished one. But like Caleb Williams falls in that category as well. And these are obviously all taken top 3 overall between the 2 of them. But look at what those rosters and what happened to those rosters from one season to the next. Chicago had everyone under the sun. You add Odunze and all these other pieces, and they just kept adding to the offensive side. Drake May, we can talk about all those guys they've added as well. And it's like I don't know that the Browns did enough for that discussion. But if you want that level of a jump up, I think that's asking a lot.
I think, again, one is the number 2 pick, number 3 pick from 3 years ago, and the other is a guy that was a 5th-round pick, even if you think he was a 2nd-round talent. I just think it's interesting. Like, what I love about what Bill did is he at least tried to put numbers on it. I think when you get to, what are your expectations or what are your hopes for Shedeur, the conversation, like every other Shedeur conversation, gets wonky and disjointed so quick that I think trying to hone in on what are fair expectations for him if he's the starter, I think that's the most important thing we do. Because, again, I do think winning is the thing that is going to keep him in that job more than anything.
Well, what's funny about that, because you mentioned 12 wins, but then even last year he went 3-4, and there's just enough people out there that don't care about whether you win or lose the game. Mm-hmm. So for Shedeur, for instance, and I tend to fall into the idea that quarterback wins aren't necessarily the greatest quarterback stat. That's just how I look at it. I don't use that as a big referendum. If you're winning 12 games in the NFL, something happened right, though, clearly. But with Shedeur last year, advanced analytics didn't care how many games he won.
Yeah.
And so, like, I think that's an interesting part of this discussion. Is it about the wins, or is it about the stats, or is it how it looks in between?
Yeah, it's definitely how it looks in between. But, like, again, like, I think if we go to the extremes, his stats look good, but they're 5-12. Well, we should use the Gardner Minshew rule. Gardner Minshew was a starter. The numbers look fine, by the way.
For years, Gardner had a 3-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. Like, for years, before he got a chance to actually play in with the Raiders, he had really good numbers, oddly enough.
But the Jaguars got the number 1 pick the next year.
Yeah.
So if you swap that, like, somewhere in the middle is if Shedeur goes 9-8. And I actually do think, like, I think this is a conservative kind of projection for Shedeur. I don't care as much about completion percentage as everybody does, because I think players have never been more cognizant of how to pad stats when it comes to that. Again, the idea that the throwing to the flat and getting 0 yardage, but it's a completion is a positive play is asinine to me. If you gained one yard, that's a positive play. That is just that is a flaw within the way we look at stats. However, like, if you go 24 touchdowns to 12 INTs, so a straight up 2-to-1 INT ratio, you're able to stay healthy this entire season, and you land around 3,800 to 4,000 yards. With how I think this offense is going to function, I don't know how you could be less than 500 at that point.
How many yards did you say? You said 3,800
to 4,000, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Like, we've had Bernie was right at the 4,000 mark. It's not like the Browns have had a bunch of 4,000-yard passers in the franchise history. Baker ended up a season, I think he was just shy of it in a Browns uniform. Like get it? That's a big number, Nick.
Yeah.
It's a lot of yards.
Well, and I think that is, in today's era, I think that's where you need to be.
Well, also playing every single week. Like, and I know that the bar makes it sound incredibly low when I'm like, oh, but he played all 17 games. But, like, since Baker and even before Baker, how many Browns players have we seen play all 17? Yeah. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I think there's a part of me that I know the supporters need Shedeur. Like, we need to talk about Shedeur like he's the greatest quarterback ever, and he's he's flawless, and the Browns are the biggest problem in the whole NFL. And then when it comes to the Shahaders, we have to talk about him like he's the worst quarterback in the NFL, and that the Browns really have tried everything they could. And the truth is, it's somewhere in the middle. And so our expectations should be somewhere in the middle. I'm not going to grade Shedeur versus a franchise quarterback. I'm going to grade him on, can you please just get us to a level of stability and competency in that quarterback room, because you just have not had it since Baker in 2020.
Well, and I think that it just becomes obvious when you watch the games and you figure out whether or not he can or can't. And, like, I'm talking about quarterbacks in general. Like, you mentioned wins, losses. We were talking about that a second ago. Drake May, year 1, didn't win a lot of games. Patriots took 4th overall as far as the draft pick off of that season. Like, he just didn't win a lot of games. And it happens all the time, but everyone in New England knew they had found their guy. Like, you can have those type of seasons where you win 5 or 6 games. Now, the difference, though, is that they knew they had their guy and wasn't going to pivot. For Shedeur, he's up against the NFL draft in 2027.
Yeah.
And so, like, there is a level that he has to, if he wants job security for himself, he does have to check a couple boxes that someone like Drake May, for instance, in year 1, didn't necessarily have to check off.
So you heard the averages for late round, so 4th-round quarterbacks and on, since 2016 from Bill Sparks and Sparks Scouting on his Substack. 64 touchdowns, 64% completion percentage, 19 touchdowns, 11 INTs, and 13 starts. What would this mean for the Browns if that was Shedeur's stat line in 2026? 216-474-0092. And someone big, a big name in sports, had to sing for his supper last night. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Dustin Fox here with Dr. Frank Sabo.
find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. I'm pretty sure I accidentally just turned on the microphone to snort in it to clear my sinuses and then turned it off.
I had that yesterday with a cough during the lead. Never happened to me before, and I turned it on to just cough directly into the mic. It's the worst. It's the worst.
What a day. What a beautiful day here. We do have Joe DeLeon coming up in about 40 minutes here. Excitement in Cleveland in about 20 minutes. That's the most generic tease I'll ever give you. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
Now back to coughing, sneezing, and farting with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin. The Spurs battered the Heat 136-111 last night with Victor Wembanyama having 26 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 blocks. Post-game, Wemby was asked to give his case for the MVP award.
My first one would be that defense is 50% of the game and that it is undervalued so far in the MVP race because I believe I'm the most impactful player defensively in the league. Second argument would be we almost swept OKC in the season and we dominated them 3 times with their real team and 4 times with more rotation players. My third argument would be that offense impact is not just points.
All right, Charming or Chach, Wemby's pitch for MVP.
So I like that he's going for it. I do. I mean, it's worth, I think, like $50 million for him to go ahead and make this pitch. So like, it's obviously it's beneficial for him. I disagree with his defense assessment. Okay, like
it's not 50% of the game.
It's not 50% of the game.
It's about 40% of the game right now.
I understand why he's trying to make it. Well, I mean, think about it. We have a Defensive Player of the Year award, do we not?
Yeah.
Do we have an Offensive Player of the Year award?
I think it's called the MVP.
It's called the MVP. It'd be redundant if we had the MVP and the Offensive Player of the Year award. So like, I don't understand where he thinks the game is equal as far as the offensive and defensive side of the ball.
I actually would like if we had an NBA Offensive Player of the Year award, which was on the level, and then NBA MVP was the best blend of the two, because I hate the fact that it's just like, oh, you scored 36 points per game last year. You must be the MVP.
Yeah, for like the history of the NBA, it's just it just would have been redundant. So like maybe
except for Steve Nash.
Maybe Wemby is the one that gets this to go. Maybe Wemby's the one that gets this to change, but I doubt it. But I like him campaigning for it, and I do think, as far as a lot of his stats and his numbers, like you do have to watch Wemby to appreciate what he does in changing a game and making it different. Like I think he's got like 39 blocks on the year. Mm-hmm. You watch, nobody goes near him.
Yeah.
Nobody goes in his area. Nobody goes in his space. The fact that he's got 39 is incredible. He'd have 3 times that number if people treated him like a normal player.
Yeah, we live in the era of point centers. Embiid can run the offense. Jokic can run the offense. Cat can, but probably shouldn't run the offense. There are a lot of guys the offense can flow through. Wemby is like watching a 7'5" point guard. It is. I mean, it is like it's so funny because I remember watching LeBron for the first time in the NBA and thinking 6'8". 250 pounds. He's a point guard in a center's body. Or sorry, in a power forward's body. And then I was like, we're not going to get any better or bigger than that. And then Kevin Durant came along and 7'1", and he's still a power forward's body, but a point guard, whatever, in that body. And I was like, oh, okay, clearly no one will ever. And now Wemby's doing it at 7'5". Like 7'5" with point guard hand. It's just stupid. It really is just stupid. Like I feel like if he keeps doing what he's going to do, or what he's doing right now, I think we're just going to eventually have to have like a Wemby award to keep him away from the other awards because it's just ridiculous. It is like,
well, I mean, the Defensive Player of the Year, unless because of the 65-game minimum, it's locked up for the next decade.
Also, hot take.
Yeah,
I wish he would sound a little more French.
Yeah, he's got no Frenchness to him.
It's got a little Frenchness.
I like that about him.
Got about 15% Frenchness, but if you grew up in France, I need like
my
at
distaste.
Least one.
You know my distaste for the French. Too much boredom and ennui. I like that he doesn't have that to him. I like that he. Yeah. They always look down on us. I don't understand it. You're France.
Well, have you seen America recently?
You're France. I don't like it.
I think they look down on everyone.
They do.
There's not anyone that
They
the French
do.
are like, I almost went Lorne Michaels.
Please give me that one. Please give me that one again.
Right.
Okay. Dylan Raiola. He got permission from Marcus Mariota and Dylan Gabriel to wear number 8 at Oregon.
Yeah.
There's two things to this story. Now, they're all from Hawaii, right? Raiola, Dylan, and Marcus Mariota. And so part of this is the idea that he's dropping number 15. So the cosplay of being Patrick Mahomes is gone.
So he's going to cosplay as Dylan Gabriel?
I think he's cosplaying as Marcus Mariota and Dylan Gabriel. I think that's like that. Is
he going to run around the field on his knees to
get
shorter?
It might be. Well, also, I love the idea that he had to call up Dylan Gabriel for this. Like, this is a Marcus Mariota thing. You didn't really have to call up Dylan Gabriel. He was good at Oregon. You didn't have to call up Dylan Gabriel.
Also, I don't think he had to call Marcus Mariota.
Well, there's a lot
is the
right
number
now.
retired?
It's not retired. That's the other side of this.
Kind of a kiss-ass move.
And that's Dylan Raiola in his entirety, right? Like, this is, if he's going to transform into either one of these Hawaiian Oregon quarterbacks, I think it starts with being a kiss ass.
Also, couldn't you, who's to say you, cut it off at those two? Been plenty of guys who wore the number 8. You got to call if you're going to still call Dylan Gabriel, you might as well call everyone.
I remember Joey Harrington being number 3. That's as far as I go for Oregon quarterbacks and their jersey numbers.
I remember Joey Harrington being one of the most ass quarterbacks I've ever seen in the NFL.
In the NFL, for sure.
Actually, no. Another Oregon quarterback,
in
Achilles
college,
Smith.
he was awesome.
I remember the 99 draft and being like, listen, Tim Couch, yeah, sure, he's the better pocket passer, but Achilles Smith might be the future. And then he wasn't. Not even close. Let's go here. Jason Whitlock went on Cam Newton's 4th and 1 podcast and trashed Stephen A. Smith, calling him, amongst other things, a liar. Yesterday, Stephen A. responded with a rant back at Whitlock on the Stephen A. Smith Show.
Nice studio, something you can't afford. Somewhere along the way, you know what I'm contemplating doing, Jason? I haven't made a decision yet, but I'm thinking about starting a GoFundMe account for you, because clearly you're that desperate. That's why you talk about me so much. Look at your numbers when you're talking about me and look at your numbers when you don't. I keep you relevant. That's perhaps the worst insult of it all. Fat Bastard Lock. That's the title of the GoFundMe account. Fat Bastard Lock. That's for you, my brother.
Did he say fat bastard
He
Lock
did.
or that bastard? He said
No,
fat
bastard Lock. All right.
Okay.
I'll ask you, who's winning this beef?
Nobody. Not my ears. I'll tell you that much.
I kind of think it's Whitlock because he kind of got in Stephen's cage enough that it upset him enough to go ahead and have...
I mean, this is what Whitlock... he built a whole empire on this.
Well, but I think that's the problem. I think at some point...
Empires, I use that way too loosely there. He built a media company off of that.
Yeah, he built a small
Something that
studio
generates
and-
revenue.
and career that continues to go
When he
farther to
did
lurch.
local radio in Kansas City, people acted as if like he was the only person to ever do sports at that point. And then Nick Wright came, and he shook it up a little bit. And I know those two got in some heated battles, but like there was a time where Whitlock dominated that market as far as being a talker. And then, but like everything since, and like he was a really good columnist back in the day. I don't know if you remember ever reading him like 15, 20 years ago. He was really exceptional at writing. And then it all has just kind of just gone down the toilet.
What I will say is I think this is beneath Stephen. I think the only reason he actually brought it up was because Cam Newton was a spineless jellyfish, in the words of Jonathan Peterlin. I think Stephen A's had so much success, and I think I think his success can speak for itself in a way that Jason's can't.
Yeah, if you're Stephen A., you don't have to respond to this.
I kind of hated that Stephen A. got triggered by anything that Jason said, because it's like, yeah, there are people out there on social media that say stuff about you. It goes part and parcel with being one of the 5 biggest names in sports right now.
All right, let's go to another feud now. Gio, now this one happened yesterday.
Yeah.
There's been some follow-ups and everything. You're not shy to radio feuds, though. I'm going to play the Gio part. He first got called a bad teammate by Brandon Tierney, and then he responded on the Fan in New York.
He said I was a bad teammate for pranking the show and being a caller who was busting his balls about drinking with the team. His take on that is exactly the reason why he couldn't cut it here. Because he is someone who takes things way too seriously. He can't laugh at himself, and he doesn't get it. Everybody that worked for Brandon couldn't stand it. So if you want to go down the road, we'll go down the road. So here we are. People hated working with that guy. He's the bad teammate. He would trash his producers. He would belittle them. So don't tell me I'm a bad teammate because you can't take a joke.
Man, did I immediately think of somebody that's worked here.
Oh, yeah.
Man, did my brain go to exactly one person and one person alone on that one.
Would you care to share who that is?
I don't recall.
Missed
it by that much.
It's okay. I think I know who you're talking about. And no, I don't care to share. Could you imagine if I said a name and you're like, that's not even the name I was thinking of?
But also, yes. I think this is funny. One, all of those guys ooze ego in a way that is just so overpowering that, quite frankly, it can be a little hard to enjoy listening to them. One thing I will say about Gio is he's always had a great sense of humor, and I think that's why him and Boomer have worked the way they have. I can see what he's saying about BT. I have never necessarily heard anything good or bad about BT, but I got to be honest with you. BT's reaction was, well, this is exactly what I was talking about, and you can't talk about my character. And it's like, well, you called him a bad teammate first.
All right, but on the like the headlines were like torches Tierney and all these other stuff and eviscerates Tierney, and it's like, I don't know. That seemed pretty melancholy to me. That didn't seem. I've heard you go way worse at Ken.
I think he saved the worst for his boss. I don't know if anybody saw that one. I'm not going to mention the name of the boss because higher up in this company that I also worked for. But Greg Giannotti, the worst thing he said was about his own boss. It's funny. I listened to what Gio said, and I listened to what BT said about Gio, and I thought, well, at least Ken and I have never gone here.
Oh, you thought that, huh?
I did.
Well, that was nice. That was nice of you.
Yeah.
That's nice. I like that you can put that in that proper frame set for yourself then, I guess.
So are you disagreeing?
Yeah, very heavily.
Okay.
Yeah, very heavily.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you've heard
like on the daily, I think you guys have said things worse than what this was. This was a pillow fight more than it was some sort of awesome drag him out fight. I mean, for the headlines made it seem like he went crazy nuclear. He didn't go nuclear here. That wasn't what that was.
I think in the greater context,
I don't think he was kind, but he didn't go nuclear.
He spent 10 minutes ripping Brandon Tierney and his boss. A new one.
I missed the boss part of it.
It was funny.
Did I get the wrong clips? Was there better clips out there that I should have heard?
Yeah, at one point, he got mad that his boss allowed Brandon Tierney on the station after saying radio's dead, which is where this all started from. He got mad that his boss allowed BT on or begged to be on to talk about St. John's.
Right.
And at the end of it, he was like, Boomer was trying to defend their boss, and BT said something akin to, well, a couple more decisions like that, he won't be our boss anymore. It's like, ooh, now that is spicy.
Well, they do say at a certain point in radio, you do become your own boss. Neither of us are at that point.
When's that? Yeah.
We're not at that point.
Yeah.
But, hey, maybe that morning show is in New York.
I mean, we get less static than I think anybody at the station. Is that fair?
Yeah, but
I would have to ask Keith on that one.
We're far from being our own boss. That's not us.
Yeah, no, I believe the entirety of radio has made a point to make us feel entirely powerless as we possibly could.
Is that it?
Yeah.
It's working.
Yeah. But I'm a real boy, guys. I'm my own man. So when we come back, the hype train rolls on in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
complaining about the weather. It's a woman's fault that it's the way it is.
Tell me
Mother
more.
Nature. She can never make up her mind.
There we go. I'm going to write that one down. Hey, wife, get a load of this.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Wavering, I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Joe DeLeon coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. If you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. The Guardians getting underway, their season, regular season getting underway in 2 days, and everyone can rejoice and relax. Chase DeLauder, CDL, as we know, the driver's license,
Yeah,
as
the
we
driver's
know.
license. I wanted him to get something different, but I guess that's what it
The
is.
commercial driver's license. That's tougher. We'll just call him the driver's license. He's going to be driving his way to Cleveland here as he's made the 26-man roster.
Yeah, and I mean, he's had just an awesome spring. There's no other way to look at it. But the problem you're going to have with him is just trying to make sure he can stay healthy. And so I don't know what the Guardians are going to do. I looked at a lot of projections for him for this upcoming season.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's got him in like the 107 to 115 game outlook.
Yeah.
You're not getting 130 games out of him. You're not getting 140. I would be surprised if he plays, I don't know, 4 days in a row. Doesn't seem likely. And so I think that's going to be the interesting thing is how delicate are they with this Fabergé egg that is Chase DeLauder?
Yeah, we're in such a catch-22 here because you need that bat in that lineup because he does. I mean, if you watch him swing, I know he's got an unorthodox swing. The dude's got the goods.
He's great, yeah.
And I do think he can hit for average with power. I actually think if he wasn't a health issue, I think he'd be a bang-up center fielder. Like, the guy is all around a five-tool type player, and yet I want to get on this train. I want to enjoy it.
Yeah.
But I'm still at the point
I think Meisel said the train left last night.
Well, he did it after an hour. Meisel was like, the Chase DeLauder Rookie of the Year train is leaving the station, and then an hour later he was like, it's left. I was like, you didn't. It was like 3 in the morning.
Like a long onboarding process here.
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes, I want.
It was
I
the
want,
2 home runs last night that he had.
So
he
you're
tweeted
saying
the first one after the first home run, then the second home run, he said it left.
Yeah, I don't care. I need more time. I wasn't aware that we were
You didn't even know
reporting.
you could buy tickets. Yeah, you didn't even know that it was an option.
Yeah, I know my group number when I go on a plane.
Yeah,
and that gives me great comfort that I'm still going to make the plane in time, even when it's like group 3 and I'm not on the plane yet. I'm like, it's got to wait to group 5. It's okay. We needed that for the CDL hype train leaving the station. It took a minute. It's a lot of words.
Well, it left, and a lot of people are very high on him right now. And I'm worried about the health, but I'll ride this as long as it goes.
You know what? Bleep that.
What?
No,
I mean, I have to.
Hop on. What choice do we have?
Well, we have no other choice. I mean, the Guardians, at least they're playing them and they're not worrying about the idea that something could pop up because I think they just know, like you just at this point, you can't bank in anything. It's like a DeJuan Jones type situation where you can't bank on anything clearly, but you want to see what he's got and you're going to give it a go.
216-474-0092. Is it time to ramp up the Chase DeLauder hype train? Here was Chris Antonetti speaking today on DeLauder Spring.
Chase has had a really good camp so far, but I think it's just a continued progression of the things that he's shown in the time in the organization, that he's a dynamic player that really does a good job offensively, controls the strike zone well, makes good to swing decisions, and when he swings, he's got a chance to really impact the ball as we saw last night. So we're excited to have him as part of our roster as we break camp and are hopeful that he can be a meaningful part of our lineup for the balance of the season.
All right, I need Stephen Vogt to get on that train. Because that's ramping up the hype train without tamping it down. Every time Stephen Vogt has talked about Chase DeLauder, it's been, we're learning him, and, we're trying to figure out how to play. There's like a cautiousness about him that reinforces any anxiety you might have about the Fabergé egg.
You understand why. Like, treating him with bubble wrap and kid gloves kind of feels like what you have to do with this. The hard part, though, and the Guardians just need to learn this, is that what you do as far as trying to prepare him to not get injured, I don't think is going to matter when it comes to Chase DeLauder.
Yeah, this might actually be, it's interesting because they're going to be asked about this, but if in the first month of the season, and this makes sense, it's going to be cold, the guy's had soft tissue injuries, a lot of weird fluky injuries. it would make a lot of sense to me if you didn't play him more than twice or 3 times in a row. You're going to get questions about it, and I would just kind of downplay it. I would just be like, well, it's cold. It's his first year in the big leagues. We want to make sure he's acclimated, and it's going to be tough because I do think the kid's going to come out of the gate and be one of your best players automatically because there's just nothing we've seen from him that projects like he's going to have that rookie year struggle.
Well, I mean, we'll find out. The projections,
other than the injuries,
the projections right now, not like all sorts of fan graphs, like Zips projections, the Bat projections, Steamer projections.
All those nerds.
All the projections don't have anything great happening for Chase DeLauder, which I find incredibly interesting. Like they're making the suggestion more that this is a hot spring than it is anything that we're going to see.
Why do
for
the
following
nerds
year.
hate the Guardians?
Well, I don't know.
Fangraphs hates the Guardians. That's like Keith Law. That's another nerd. Every time you talk about a Guardians prospect, that guy's 12% lower on him than anybody else is in baseball.
Other than Rocchio.
And good God, was he wrong about Rocchio, even with the platinum hair. But all the analytic sites are consistently wrong about the Guardians. And it's amazing. Like, these are your nerds. These are the original nerds. Like, with respect,
you should look up to these guys.
By the way, where did Billy Beane find the chief nerd, Paul DePodesta, who came and ruined Cleveland football? He found it in Cleveland.
Well, usually they have like a causal reason, something you could really latch on to. Like Bazzana, for instance, they just talk about his strikeout percentage, and they have like different things that you can get after. I don't think they believe that the power that he's shown this spring is going to translate in a way that a lot of fans think it will.
Have they not seen the man as a unit?
I'm looking at the projections right now. No one's got him for more than 15 home runs this year, and everyone's got him somewhere between 10 to 15 in total, and no one's got him slugging anything higher than 410.
So they hate the Guardians. That's the only real simple way here.
Maybe.
Is the nerds. Maybe it's that. Maybe the fact that Antonetti and Chernoff, Shapiro way back in the day, the Harvard nerds that then took over baseball, maybe they're jealous they missed that train leaving the station.
Well, the dumb thing is that in 3 minor league seasons, he slugged over 500 in his career there. And so, like, I don't know where they get this massive drop-off of 100 points that's going to happen. But, yeah, they don't love DeLauder's projections.
If you look at any of the younger Guardians players who've come up and failed to this point, they've all been short kings. We've joked about it. Their hitters are short kings.
Yeah, there was a whole article last year about basically how they kind of live in that world where their pitchers are really tall and their hitters are really short.
So,
but DeLauder's not short.
And then, by the way, they've kind of changed this because
DeLauder's massive.
Jace Laviolette is like 6'6". The Aaron Walton kid's like 6'4". They've got a bunch of big kids now.
Actually, I'd like to hear you describe what you think about Chase DeLauder's body size and weight and everything with it. I'd like to.
He looks like a unit.
Really?
I'm going to say a full-blown unit.
Really? That's interesting. Hey, Mac, do you know what Chase DeLauder's height and weight is?
Wait, do I not get a guess?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
6'2", 215.
Oh, that's even light on it.
Isn't he like 6'4", 230?
He's 6'3", 235.
That's a unit.
You said unit, right?
That's a unit.
That's a unit right there?
6'3". 6'3"? A legit 6'3"?
Yeah, I mean, that's what he said. It's what it says. Yeah, 6'3", yeah.
Well, a lot of people say they're like 6'2".
Could anybody in the room just happen to take a guess on what Jonathan Peterlin might be?
About 6'1", maybe 6 feet tall. About $185.
Yeah, you know that's not right.
Yeah. Yeah.
6'2", 230. So, I present the case to you.
Not all units are built the same.
Is Jonathan Peterlin actually a third person? Am I a unit? Do I happen to be the unit when I feel like I've not been portrayed anything close to that?
When I compare you as a unit.
Maybe do I need to stand next to Jose a little bit more?
Next to CDL as a unit, I think that's a bigger unit.
What's funny is that's very close to the size that like John Kenzie Noel is, for instance, and everyone will go around being like, this monster of a human, he's so big, he's so large. It's like
if you had John Kenzie's ass, maybe I'd call you a unit. That man's got a trunk on him.
Yeah,
that man's got a pro dumper.
I got to find out with the ABS system if DeLauder's actually 6'3" or not. He's probably closer to 6'2", and so that would put us basically same height, same weight, same everything.
I bet you he's one of those guys that says 6'3", and he's closer to 6'4", and you're one of those guys that says 6'3", and you're probably closer to 6'2".
I don't say 6'3", I'm 6'2". But
well, now you do.
I can add on the 5 pounds to get to 235. We can do that. Just like order a couple pizzas in between the break. We can get there.
Trust tree with a nest.
We can get there.
You just wear your weight so well.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. Which, by the way, is something that people say about me, which is a really nice way of saying you are fat, but God, you don't look it. That fat.
You do wear it well, though.
Yeah, that's not a compliment. It was a compliment when I was like 300, and people look closer, like 250. I would have guessed 250. Now, when you're still saying a number that's over 300 that I look like, that's a tough allegation to beat.
I could see how that would be tough.
Yeah. 216-474-0092. Is it time to ramp up the CDL hype?
Just a unit of a human.
I think I've decided, because he's a real unit, I think I've decided I'm not going to do the cautious thing. I was thinking about this on the walk before the show.
Yeah.
I'm just so sick of being cautious. This is the best offensive prospect you've had in a considerable amount of time. And when I say that, what I mean is a guy that can hit for average and hit for power. I don't know what the hell any of those Zips projection, I don't know what the hell those guys are smoking. Look at that guy. That is a 30 home run hitter, right? So if they doubt the swing, I guess I can understand it. Or if they think he's just going to get hurt, I guess I can understand it. If that guy plays 120 or more games and he doesn't have 20 to 25 home runs, I'd be shocked. So the only thing here but again, I'm not doing it. No, I can't wait to watch this guy play. I think he's going to be a real legit Rookie of the Year contender. And he's the best offensive prospect you brought up in 3 years.
I'm waiting to see how it translates. I think it will. I'm waiting to see it. But I'm dying to find out what they do as far as wrapping them in bubble wrap.
It sounds like you just went back to we got to see how it plays out.
Yeah, in this instance, I think that's right. I think that's the right move.
You've been on one with that recently.
I do.
You've been big on the, and you hate it. You hate it more than anyone else.
I guess I don't hate it that much. I guess someone's come to really like it.
I feel like it's like your new drug.
I mean, hook me up, man.
It's JP's Ozempic.
I mean, once you
got to see how it plays out. That's right.
Get one taste.
That's right.
And so he got down to the 230.
Yeah, that's true. He was 250 before. Let's see how it plays out.
They warn you about this, right? Like your dealer with Coke or blackjack or any of these really.
Do.
I don't know why I put Coke and blackjack on the same level, but any of those addictive properties, and we let it see it play out, has become an addictive property.
I like that Elise walks by you in the kitchen. You're gonna eat that Nutter Buddy. You gotta see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
don't know if we're gonna have it.
By the way, the Wilson household, that's absolutely yes. Leave me alone. Don't make eye contact while I'm trying to eat
to get to 235. Unit uploading.
Fell a little short.
I don't know. By the way, 115, if he plays 115 games, he's still going to have 400 plate appearances within some of these projections. Like, he's still going to be able to – it's a considerable amount of plate appearances for year one, especially with everything you're trying to establish within himself.
I'm just going to tell you, to all those nerds – in that machine over there of yours.
Yeah, I mean, I got 7 different projection sites that are telling me all the same thing.
One,
the nerds have come to the same conclusion.
Yeah, we should have shoved you in more lockers when you were growing up. Two, Chase DeLauder's one of 3 reasons to be legitimately excited. Like, the Guardians could have a down year that I think they might be on the precipice of, and if that kid's a Rookie of the Year type candidate, the Guardians are going to be watchable. Like, the problem with the Guardians when they've been bad over the last 10 years is when they've been worse than expected, they've had garbage offenses. That makes it really hard to watch.
Yeah, and they were garbage last year offensively too. And so I think but that's kind of what I think the Guardians are banking on this year. They have a lot of ifs in play, but between Kafis, between DeLauder, if you get Bazzana up there, I don't know when that's going to happen, but there are enough people that we can talk about where it's like, all right, if they hit everything we can think of and then some, it's going to be a lot of fun. But there's a lot of ifs there.
Is it time to ramp up the Chase DeLauder hype, or how long will it take before you fully buy into the CDL hype? Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst, answers whether or not Jordan Tyson's draft stock is sliding. That's in 5 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan.
re-signed wide receiver Tylan Wallace and have also re-signed defensive tackle Sam Kamara. A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst Joe DeLeon joins the guys next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We do have John Fanta coming up in 1 hour's time. Bit of Cavs talk on the way. Jared Allen expected to be out again tonight. Makes too many damn games. We have not seen Jared Allen with extreme tendonitis in his knee. We'll talk about that. We'll also talk about the Shedeur conversation we had earlier in the show based off Bill Sparks averaging out the late-round quarterbacks in the last decade and what that would mean for the Browns with Shedeur. But we are inside a month of the NFL draft, and we're going to welcome on one of our favorite guests here on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, Joe DeLeon. A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst joining us right now. Joe, welcome back to the show.
How you guys doing? Appreciate you having me as always.
Well, it's great to have you here. I think there's a Jordan Tyson conversation we have to have. It seems like there's some in the draft community that believe his stock is sliding in the draft. Is that how you're perceiving what's going on with Jordan Tyson right now?
Well, the thing with Jordan Tyson is that I think that this conversation is one that's been had and started to be had right after the end of the college football season. He was super banged up this year. His entire career is just riddled with injuries that took him off the field, like serious injuries. We're not talking about like an occasional hamstring pull and whatnot. I think that this narrative started to really bubble and gain momentum at the NFL Combine. He doesn't test. He doesn't perform. He benches a bunch of half reps, which was kind of funny that everybody was excited about the reps that he put up. But that's a completely separate point. Him not being really available for most of this pre-draft process to do on-field testing and drills, it feeds into it. Pretty simply, when we have a prospect who is talented, has either an injury history or a serious injury that impacted their availability in their career, being brought up as just a talking point by them not showing up for workouts, it's only going to increase the severity and the concern of that player. Jermon McCoy is another guy who chose not to participate at the Combine despite being hurt and tearing his ACL over a year before the NFL Combine. It's the same exact thing. If you're not going to go onto the field to quiet those concerns, it's only going to get worse for you. So I think the same thing's here just happening for Tyson, which has been happening over the past couple of months.
I mean, he's comped out as a taller Stephon Diggs. Like, there's a lot of hype around him, but if the idea is that he's just never going to be able to be on the field or not healthy enough, like, is that enough of a red flag? Like, where do you have him if the Browns were to consider him at 6 and stack up the other wide receivers?
In a pure vacuum, it's like I was just talking projection, how I like him, remove the injuries, if he has a clean medical history. To me, he reminded me of Justin Jefferson. I see a kid who's super smooth, who can do everything right. He runs a full route tree, gets in and out of his breaks really quickly. He cuts super cleanly. This is a guy who can be a primary target, but because of that injury stuff and on him playing a position where like having lingering issues and injuries that affect mobility and whatnot, that to me is enough to drag him further down. Now, I do think that he's still worth being picked in the first round. 6th overall, to me, just in general for any of these wide receivers, is still like really, really high. But I don't think it's in the Browns' best interest to take him, considering that they need somebody that they can rely on and that they can count on. At the end of the day, I know it's a super easy cliche, but availability is the best availability. And Tyson has not had consistent availability. A team that maybe doesn't need to worry about that risk as much, maybe that already has like a number 1 wide receiver and a solidified receiver room, a good quarterback. If he needed to get brought along slowly or he was dealing with injuries as a rookie or whatnot, that would probably be a better spot for him. But I think that the Browns need someone who has had a proven track record of being able to stay on the field.
Joe, obviously the big talk this week in the draft community sprung from Dan Orlovsky's Ty Simpson take, and that is then begat about 100 more Ty Simpson takes. I'll ask you, what do you make of the Ty Simpson discourse this week?
Man, I hate this time of year where, like, I feel like we're going so over the top with these discussions on certain players. I really like Ty Simpson. I feel like I like Ty Simpson more than most people because you either think that Ty Simpson is a first-round pick or you think that it's too much of a risk to take a guy that hasn't really played much and has a lean frame. And like a lot of those people, which my co-host Ryan Roberts is one of them, that thinks he's not worth a first-round pick. And Orlovsky decided that he had to take this to a ridiculous step further by pushing this narrative that he is not only his favorite quarterback, better more than Mendoza, but he's also gotten feedback from NFL teams that he's the number one quarterback in their draft on their draft big board. I find that hard to believe, first of all. But the ridiculousness of Orlovsky to state that there's no big games in his career when for Fernando Mendoza in a way of comparing him to Ty Simpson is insane, considering the fact that Simpson struggled in some of the biggest matchups that Alabama had this year, and for the fact that Mendoza had insane performances, great games in the national championship and the Big Ten championship. His numbers are gaudy, and I'm sure that that's what Orlovsky was looking at. But the throws that he made in those games are far better than anything that Ty Simpson put on film. So this whole thing just feels like it becomes so like visceral, like that we have to be so aggressive with how we're picking a side on this, when I think that there's a spectrum for evaluating players that you can like Ty Simpson, but you don't have to jump to this conclusion of tearing down Mendoza in order to support your claim.
All right, so then it sounds like you do like Ty Simpson, though.
Yeah.
Should we be talking about him more as a serious option for the Browns at number 6, or is it just strictly at 24?
I feel like most realistically at 24, because at the end of the day, as good and as natural as he is as a quarterback, and why he can overcome some of those concerns, and for like everything that he put on tape in his best performances, all that stuff that shows he could be a starting quarterback, for all that stuff, he still has some significant red flags as a prospect. The most important one is the limited playing time. The history of quarterbacks that have played as few games as he has, it's not good. It is a position that we all know, and it's been talked about a million times over. You need to be on the field. You need to learn. You need to be able to experience as many different situations as possible to know how to respond to those situations. He does not have enough of a sample size to understand and know how he's going to develop. And I think that with all of that, you can't take a guy that early. Otherwise, you just end up doing the Mitch Trubisky and the Anthony Richardson bit all over again. You get hyped up on what the potential can be, but because he's played so little, it's going to take a lot longer for said player to come along. So no, I don't think it's worth him going 6th overall. I think it would be much smarter for him to either be 24th overall or for maybe the Browns to trade up somewhere in the teens.
Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, NFL draft analyst on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. One of our favorite Cleveland kind of adjacent draft analyst guys is Bill Sparks, and he's got Sparks Scouting Substack that we quoted earlier today, where he looked at the 6 quarterbacks with 6+ starts that were late rounds, so 4th round and on since 2016, and he averaged out their stats and kind of like put up of like, could this be what we expect for Shedeur? So if Shedeur in 2026 had this stat line, I want to get your take on how good or whatever you think the Browns would be. 64% completion percentage, 19 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, and 13 starts.
If he did that in 2026, I mean, the completion percentage, I think, is carrying a lot of the weight there. You said 19 touchdowns and 11 interceptions is the projection there? Is that what you said?
Are the average of quarterbacks who kind of fit the same criteria as Shedeur, not necessarily projection.
Yeah, I mean, that's not – if Shedeur theoretically started this year and that was what he put together, I understand it's not a direct projection for what he can do. That's not a quarterback that you should build around. That is too many turnovers. It's not enough touchdown production to justify having 11 interceptions. I think that this kind of fits where, again, I know it's not directly tied, as you said, to what Shedeur could do this upcoming season, but it does feel like that is what Shedeur Sanders is capable of. We saw some of the tool limitations that he had this year and also the processing limitations where he made a lot of brutal mistakes and errors where he was forcing things that just were not there. I think that he would need to significantly outperform that. He would need to be a lot cleaner, especially than he was last year, in order to justify him sticking around for more years and for more in the long-term future. So I feel like if that was the type of season that he put out there, that would be quite disappointing. And I think it's time to turn the page.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's like a direct comp or someone from last year that kind of sits in that little numbers gap that we put him in. And C.J. Stroud is actually really close. 64% completion percentage, just over 3,000 yards passing, 19 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. And then the convo with C.J. all last year was he's not doing enough here. And are they even going to extend him out in Houston because he wasn't doing enough and the defense was so good and he was letting people down?
Well, the thing with C.J. Stroud, though, is that we have context of, because he's been a multi-year starter, we have context of him like being a much better player than the stat line that he had last year. And I know that it's only like 3 interception difference, but like to me, one, I think that 11 compared to 8 is enough of a separation to indicate differences in making mistakes as a quarterback. But you'd be continuing to build around C.J. Stroud because of what he showed early on as a rookie and at the very beginning of his career. But if we're going off of a really bad rookie season, theoretically, with Shedeur, and then if he followed it up with that 19-11 year, I feel like that is enough of a sample size of 2 seasons that there's really not much more you can get out of him. Because if you have a bad season and you follow it up with like a slight improvement, that's just not enough for me to get excited about.
All right, Joe, do you expect the Browns to have a top 3 pick in 2027?
I would imagine that with the way that the current roster looks, at the end of the day, as good as the defense could be in 2026, this upcoming year, and if they end up being better than last year and doing the same thing where they end up stealing a couple of games and grinding things out in close battles against some of their division opponents, I think that the fact that we're walking into this year likely without much of a solution at quarterback, and if that's Deshaun Watson, if it is Shedeur Sanders, if they do let Dylan Gabriel start a significant amount of time, if they go and trade for somebody, I feel like that limitation is ultimately going to lead to this Browns team picking in the top 3. I think that especially with a lot of the teams that had really just abysmal bad rosters were aggressive to a degree in free agency to improve a lot of the things around them. But I will say Browns will have competition for that top pick because the Jets situation is just as messy. The Cardinals situation is just as messy. And the Dolphins roster is just terrible. It's absolutely, absolutely terrible. So it feels likely. It really does feel likely. And I think that even if they're not picking it in the top 3, there's still going to be more options for them at quarterback in next year's class.
How many games do you think Deshaun Watson plays next year?
I mean, that's a great question. I feel like there's so much ambiguity on his health. Like, I feel like that there's really no clarity on if he actually is ready to go. I would feel like if he is healthy, he should start as many games as possible. I mean, let the guy be fodder for how much you've paid for him to be here and how much it's derailed the team. If you need a stopgap quarterback and you've got your offensive line that's not very good, he should go out there and he should start as much as possible. If he's available and he is recovered, I don't think that you need to force putting out Shedeur Sanders or Dylan Gabriel. He should start more than half your games if he is able to make it through more than that. And if he starts a full season, he absolutely should. He needs to prove to some degree his worth of, again, having gotten a gigantic contract, a huge trade that completely derailed the Browns' progress that they were showing not that long ago. I think that the Browns need to try and get as much out of him.
Is that proof worth maybe missing out on a top 5 pick next year and having to pay Deshaun again?
Well, are you saying that having to pay Deshaun again, you're saying off of the assumption that he ends up performing well enough to justify him getting to come back the following season? Is that kind of what you're implying?
I imagine if he plays a full season next year, if he stays healthy, he will have played well enough to stay on the field all year.
Oh, I mean, if he ends up being as bad as he was the beginning of the year that he ended up suffering the Achilles injury, I would imagine that he would be the worst. He'd be one of the worst quarterbacks probably in the NFL if he ended up performing that poorly. I would imagine that they would probably still be swinging and picking in the top 5 and picking pretty early. But I feel like just because he starts most of the year, maybe me saying he'd start the full season is the wrong wording, but if he starts most of the year, I don't know if it necessarily justifies trying to bring him back. And at the end of the day, though, it might not hurt if he does play decently enough to have a bridge to whatever young quarterback they end up taking in 2027.
Hate everything about it, Joe, but we do appreciate you, buddy. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, thanks, guys.
Joe DeLeon there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. I feel like we've gotten to a point we can be that honest with each other.
I wanted more honesty.
Yeah. I don't think you did. No.
Oh, I did.
No. It would have been like whatever you think.
I did.
Whatever you think is a cross between the fights I tend to have on the station.
I wanted to hear it.
Gio versus
I
BT.
can see you. You're bubbling over there, and every word that was coming out of his mouth was getting you angrier and angrier. And I'm like, is he going to go at him? Is he going to go at him? And I'm rooting for it. I'm going to be honest. I was rooting for it.
I did. I told him I hated it, and that I also asked, is it worth the paying thing? And then I think he gave an answer, and I think that's important.
Yeah, you could go harder there. That was a pillow fight.
Wait, what did the Dan Menigan thing prove earlier? I will meet you where you are. If Joe had been like, listen, you fat bastard, of course we should.
I've seen you tone set before.
Where?
I've seen it. What do you mean remind you?
I really can't remember.
Anytime you've ever tone set?
Yeah.
Every day. What are you talking about?
Okay, that's fair. I was just trying to avoid responsibility for my actions. The Jordan Tyson stuff and his stock falling, and something that would leave me very disappointed in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
His entire career is just riddled with injuries. Injuries that took him off the field, like serious injuries. We're not talking about like an occasional hamstring pull and whatnot. In a pure vacuum, it's like I was just talking projection, how I like him, remove the injuries. If he has a clean medical history, to me, he reminded me of Justin Jefferson. I see a kid who's super smooth, who can do everything right. He runs a full route tree. This is a guy who can be a primary target, but because of that injury stuff and him playing a position where, like, having lingering issues and injuries that affect mobility and whatnot, that to me is enough to drag him further down. Now, I do think that he's still worth being picked in the first round. 6th overall, to me, just in general, for any of these wide receivers, is still like really, really high. But I don't think it's in the Browns' best interest to take him, considering that they need somebody that they can rely on and that they can count on.
Joe DeLeon in the previous segment, and I hated the Deshaun stuff. I really hate the Jordan Tyson discussion, and I want to make it clear, I just disagree with Joe on this. Yes, Jordan Tyson did have a massive knee injury 2 years ago. And this last year, he did have a soft tissue injury, which is still hampering him right now, or at least being used as the reason why he's not working out at Arizona State's Pro Day. Those are the two big injuries. He did play 12 games 2 years ago, and he did play through the injury for at least a little bit of a stretch when Arizona State looked like they had an opportunity before their quarterback pieced out halfway through the season. So we've gotten to a point where, and I know we're in the hyperbolic season, that's part of the Ty Simpson stuff. It's really getting frustrating, the Jordan Tyson stuff, to watch people say, well, he's the 18th pick, but not the 6th pick. It's like, guys, this is a draft where if we took the injuries away, and I know that's impossible to do, but if we took the injury away, Jordan Tyson would be seen as one of the 6 blue chippers in this draft.
Well, I know, but it does go further than just, obviously, the last 2 years, because 2022 in Colorado, he tore his ACL, MCL, and PCL. And so, it's been a history of it. And I'm on Jordan Tyson's side, by the way. I need to let you know that.
It's good, because you see the glint in my eyes.
Well, I don't understand how you can have somebody come on the station like Joe did and say he's Justin Jefferson and then turn around and be like, I don't know that I want that guy.
Yeah.
Like when I say he's a taller Stephon Diggs, and I thought that was I'm like, all right, that seems pretty good to me. Inside out versatility, everything that you'd want within the only problem that he struggles with is I get he's not a great yards after catch guy. Maybe that's one of the big hangups he has. But as far as versatility, as far as production, what he can do for an offense is incredible. Like this guy has everything you'd want. And then to fall back on it and be like, I'm going to turn my head or my nose up to that, it misses me a little bit.
I just feel like the wide receiver conversation has been taken over by the fact that a lot of us are Ohio State fans. And I do cling to, and I generally live by this mantra, which is when in doubt, take somebody from Ohio State. Something that I've liked about this regime and the one before it with John Dorsey is they finally started taking Ohio State players.
Yeah.
You know, the best players in the country that happen to live right down the road and that you might have a little bit more inside information on. That said, I think if Carnell Tate played at Auburn and we're having Carnell Tate versus Jordan Tyson, and we could have a legitimate conversation about Carnell Tate's ceiling versus Jordan Tyson's, I don't think it'd be close at all.
No, yeah, Tyson's ceiling is much higher. There's no denying that. Now, one thing that does work in Carnell Tate's favor is, one drop last year. Like as shorthanded getting. And we both gotten on the Browns previously for taking these guys that have the dropsies. Like if you want someone that's extremely safe, if you want someone that, and I think maybe this comes in the calculus of it all. If you want someone that seems like the bust component just does not exist the same way, then Carnell Tate is your guy. And so I got to see, are the Browns going to be rolling the dice a little bit? Are they going to be going a little bit more boom or bust? Or are they going to play it a little safe?
I thought that was really interesting too. And again, like Joe has made a point that I've heard multiple times, which is, well, Jordan Tyson's better off going to a place that already has the number one wide receiver. And I just don't get that. No. If you need a number one receiver, Jordan Tyson should be the one guy you're talking about. Like Mekhi Lemon is a slot mostly player, even though I know he has a little bit more versatility than that. Carnell Tate comes with a ceiling. Casey Concepcion is I know people can say that, he's versatile inside and out. He can't catch a damn football. Sorry. The drops, I think, are going to continue to be a problem in the NFL. It's not Anthony Schwartz, and that's a fair point to make. But like Denzel Boston, you're going to have questions about how fast he can really move. So like if when we get into all of this, the point is what's worth the number 6 pick in the draft? Is it, and again, like that's the one way in which I will talk about Monroe Freeling. If Monroe Freeling isn't if his ceiling isn't the 12th best left tackle in the game, and it's closer to, well, maybe he can grow into the 5th best. If somebody can convince me of that, then it's a different conversation. But the whole point at 6 is who's got the chance to be an impact player. And I feel like we're just discounting Jordan Tyson because he didn't play at Ohio State and because he got health injuries. This isn't a normal draft. This isn't. In a normal draft, I'd be with this.
When you can say Justin Jefferson next to his name, that's enough. That should be all you need to know.
I just think he's a complete wide receiver. Like those guys with a ceiling of number 1 wide receivers, he's the guy. That doesn't mean, by the way, somebody else won't be it. Because again, there were questions about how good Justin Jefferson was going to be, and then Justin was, I think, I can't remember which wide receivers off the board, but he came to the best wide receiver in that draft. Right?
Wasn't
like
it Rieger?
AJ. Yes. Yeah, like one pick before.
Yeah. And there's that video of the Minnesota Vikings just losing their minds as he's unavailable.
A.J. Brown, another guy. I think A.J. was the 49th pick. There were reasons why he wasn't a top 10 pick. He became one of the 10 best wide receivers in the NFL. So the draft gospel in and of itself doesn't mean that there isn't going to be another number 1 wide receiver here. But if I'm like, okay, that guy's, capped ceiling-wise, but he gives you a good floor, that feels like the 24th pick.
I know.
That feels like the 39th pick.
But I do wonder if the Browns are going to look at if Andrew Berry's whole new idea or thought is I'm really good at the draft and I show you day one how I get guys that are going to be able to play right away and be significant contributors. I don't think you have to worry about that with Carnell Tate at all. And so I feel like that is part of this where like you can throw Carnell Tate in. He's going to have a good year. I have no doubts in my mind on that. Do you go for the boom or bust? Do you go for the bigger player? And because Tyson is going to be, if he's healthy and able to be out there, he's the better player. There's no question about it. It just is going to be healthy.
216-474-0092 at Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin, are you buying into Jordan Tyson's draft stock sliding? And we do have to get to one of the strongest things. It's not about the Cavs. Or rather how everyone else perceives the Cavs. About how the Cavs perceive themselves. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there at Bookman & Son Fine Jewelry. 8803 Brecksville Road is where you need to go. It's where I went so many years ago when I was picking up not only the engagement ring that I bought, but obviously the wedding rings that we bought as well, the one I'm wearing on my hand right now. One thing I love, you walk in, Josh is he's hanging out with customers, and he's making sure that everyone's taken care of, and you get talking to Josh, and I'll never forget it. I step in there, and I don't know what I'm doing. I have zero clue. And so I was like, I need your help. Can you help me? And he took out trays and trays of rings, and we went one by one, and we went until I found something that I liked. It was a pressure-free environment, and he didn't hound me. He didn't say, choose this and take this, and you won't regret it. No. He let me come to my own decision. I always appreciated that. Go see my friends Bookman & Son by 77 and 82, or check them out online at bookmanandson.com. That's bookmanandson.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Spurs beat the Heat 136-111 last night. Victor Wembanyama made another case to why he should be in the MVP conversation this season. What we've seen from Wemby from night to night is not
in many, many key categories. And, of course, it takes a Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that. But he brought over a veteran staff, so I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy. John Fanta coming up in just about 40 minutes here, 20 minutes here. Math is hard. However, we'll talk with John about the Cavaliers. We'll also talk with John about Shedeur projections for year 2. Maybe a little bit Jordan Love here. Following up on our last conversation, though, Bonjour Bob saying, I would definitely take reliability, words hard, me Nick, over boomer bust candidates. Take Tate with a 6 pick. That's his stance. Everybody says that until Jordan Tyson's Justin Jefferson and Carnell Tate is Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, and then obviously they'll have a different stance on it. It's tough. I like laying it out that way, though, because I really do think if you put it where the Browns are, I think it does put in proper context. If they go Carnell Tate, they will have taken the safe pick. And I feel like we need everyone to understand that. How risk-averse are they at this point? Relative to, I don't know, a few years ago, they were the most aggressive team in the NFL in trading for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, and I also think, I'm glad you're talking about risk of aversion there, because I don't think they have to be. No one thinks you're good. Everyone thinks you're going to stink. Everyone thinks you're untalented. And when it comes to the draft, listen, most years, if there was a comparable player to Jordan Tyson right on that board and he didn't have the injury concerns that Jordan Tyson has, I'd probably take the guy without the injury concerns. But if we say I can have a number 1 receiver that might just never be completely healthy, or a number 2 receiver, guys, a number 2 receiver gets you nowhere next year. Like Jordan Tyson's, we talk about like raising the ceiling of this offense and raising the floor.
Yeah, Tyson does it in a big way.
A true impact wide receiver is the one thing that does it. Carnell Tate would in some degree, but if the report is out there, he's going to be a merely good receiver. And again, people get this wrong. I could be wrong. I watched Jordan Tyson take over games with a guy that I think is okay, not great, in Sam Levitt. So like,
yeah, I mean, we were talking about Sam Levitt as being this all-everything based off of just the play with Tyson. And
yes.
it helped him out for next year and getting paid. But, there's a different – I don't know. Maybe the Browns look at him and say his knees are made of Legos and we can't possibly operate this way. They might come back – because I would imagine there's going to be 10 to 15 teams that look at Tyson and just say, we think he's broke as a human as far as the injuries are concerned.
It's just weird. Of all the risks, like if a player has massive personality risks, okay, we can greenlight that. Hey, if a guy just isn't very good, or a wide receiver that can't catch, yeah, we'll teach him how to catch. Reliability is the one thing that the NFL just draws a flat line on and just is a hard liner on. And I'm like, okay, injury situations do change. There are guys who've had injury problems that do get healthier. Like, it's not as if it's the same knee. Like, if it was the same knee, if we're talking about for the last 2 of the last 3 years, it was the same dodgy knee, I guess I would maybe be a little bit more on the panic side of things, but it's like it's a hamstring and it's a knee. Okay. Yeah, I guess they do play football.
Yeah, like you're going to get injured. Yeah. It does happen.
I like guys that don't get hurt. Well, you don't like 50% of the NFL then. Now, speaking of perception versus reality, we had Sean, what's his last name?
Devaney.
Knew it. Never doubted it. On yesterday, and one of the questions that came up with us was this idea of whether the Cavs have to go through like a Boston or New York to kind of prove to everyone that they can go ahead and be the team we hoped they would be when they traded for Donovan Mitchell, and certainly when they traded for James Harden. Here was Sean
Devaney
and his response.
Not so much from the outside perception, but from themselves, I mean, especially with the way last year ended. This was a team that had such a great regular season. And then, the moment they got sort of pushed around a little bit, they collapsed. They really folded. As a team, you want to show that that's not you. And, so I think it's probably as internal as much as it is external. And I do think that they're better set up to do that this year. I think they are a deeper, tougher team than they were a year ago. But, yeah, they're still going to have to go out and do it. There's no question that. If they don't, then again, externally, yes, they'll have that reputation, but I think internally too. That's when you start to say, do we really need to make a big change here? And I think that they're very likely to come out with the answer being yes.
I kind of loved everything about this answer because that's where I want the Cavs to be. Like when you and I had Donnybrook right after the trade, and the Cavs were talking about, all kind of pounding their chest, and it felt insincere to me. It felt like a team that hadn't had enough time together to be that confident, and I didn't want the false confidence of previous years to be one of the lingering things from this Cavs team. So I love hearing that the Cavs have to prove it to themselves. Because all the stuff I've said that has been perceived as negative, all the stuff, he's hating on the Cavs. I guarantee the Cavs have to admit to themselves that they have something to prove to themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean that's why they made the trade. Like I think they've done an interesting job of trying to like self-evaluate and figure out where their shortcomings exist and where they don't. And so yeah, like part of their reality is that if they don't go deep in this postseason run, you do have to take a hard look at what's going on here.
Well, but I think that's why who you beat matters. And by the way, it makes sense if you can land the plane. And, the first game you're playing a team that is significantly lesser than you. I tend to think Orlando is going to be a problem in the bottom of the bracket. But let's say you go Orlando and Detroit. Well, that is a easier path than if you had to face New York or Boston in the second round. But I think there's getting back to the idea of what the Cavs have to prove to themselves. One of the biggest bits of frustration as a Cavs fan the last 2 years is they would get punched in the face and wilt.
Well, and they would do so against even teams like Orlando we saw a couple years ago. And so I do think even if they beat relatively easier teams, I do think that still matters because they're showcasing in themselves that they're not just wilting. And like that is a bugaboo of theirs. Like we watched them in numerous series where they should be the favorite, with the exception of the Heat series last year. We've watched them struggle. I think that's why a lot of people thought the Heat series might be a little bit of a turning point, is it was the first time we'd seen them actually go out and just accomplish it the way they're supposed to.
That's why I think the path forward does matter. I think this Cavs team knows if you beat a couple bad teams or not great teams on your path to an Eastern Conference Finals, and then you kind of lay a goose egg against the Knicks or the Celtics, you didn't prove anything to yourself. Like, I think you've beaten teams you should beat in previous years, no matter how. Like, I'm not expecting the path to the Eastern Conference to be easy. Like, I would expect Orlando does push you to I don't say a full series, but does push you to your limit in some of those games. I would expect a Detroit series. I think you're going to beat them, but do I think that's probably going to go 6 games right now if Cade Cunningham's healthy? Yes, absolutely. So they're going to be pushed before that, but they need something undeniable. I think if the Cavs, if Donovan was being honest, if James was being honest, if the Cavs in general, Kenny Atkinson, Dan Gilbert spending all this money, if they were being honest with themselves, nothing can acquit you like a win against the Knicks, a win against the Celtics on your way to an NBA Finals. It just can't. Yeah, sure, the others are nice, but when we get to like coming out of this feeling unequivocally like you are one of the top dogs in the NBA and you're maybe that LeBron-sized piece away, it is about going through the Knicks. It is about going through the Celtics. And anything less than that is exactly that, less than that.
Well, I mean, the Knicks or the Celtics series would be the first time that they actually would enter a series an underdog. And so, like, if you're talking about, like, rising up to the occasion and beating a team that you're maybe not supposed to, yeah, that would satisfy it, like, in many ways. But, again, it's one of those things, like, there's nothing they can do in the first 2 rounds to offset that. This is their reality. It's basically locked in, the idea that they're going to be the 4 seed. They're going to have nothing until the Knicks or the Celtics that can prove to themselves exactly what we're talking about.
But I think they are going to get that opportunity. I think we should expect them to beat the Magic and the Pistons, and I would expect in both series. The Pistons might be different because they're the 1 seed, and people really give a rat's ass about that once you get to the playoffs, despite countless Atlanta Hawks teams that have proven that it doesn't matter. What matters is talent in the NBA playoffs, and I just don't think the Pistons have enough of it. But like quite frankly, I'm really curious how much of an underdog they'd be against the Celtics, and certainly against the I would be surprised if they were overwhelming dogs to the Knicks.
It wouldn't be overwhelming
in an Eastern Conference Finals.
It wouldn't be overwhelming.
So to me, it's more of a pick-em between the Knicks and Cavs than it is the Cavs and Celtics.
It wouldn't be overwhelming, but it would be the idea that the Knicks would have taken out the Celtics in the previous round in order to end up there, and that in turn would have boosted what the Knicks are viewed by Vegas. So they'd be a favorite entering Game 1. I just don't know by how much. It would not be overwhelming, though.
But I do think, I'm glad that Sean
Devaney
said what he said yesterday, because I do think, for me, when I say, this is about the Cavs changing their perception of me, I need to see them do what they haven't done previously. I need to see them get popped in the mouth and not wilt, because you've gotten popped in the mouth by a lot of inferior teams. And again, teams that maybe should have beaten you in a 7-game series, but shouldn't have beaten you in a 5-game, in 5 games out of 7 games.
So that's why I think there is progress that's had if they are able to go through, let's say, the Magic and then Detroit in round 2 and not seem like they're wilting, not seeming like they're doing what the status quo should be. There is progress in that, because the Cavs haven't made it easy.
I think that's incremental.
There hasn't been a postseason where we've seen them just kind of go through what they're supposed to do.
And when I say I need, it's because I want to buy in. I want to buy into this plan. I want to buy into that this thing is – I've never been less confident. And it's not even about the Harden trade. This was before the Harden trade. At some point, 4 years into the Donovan experience, at some point you just have to start wondering, do they have what you need to win an NBA championship? And when the answer is you haven't even gotten close in 4 years, when the answer is you haven't just topped out in the second round, but you've gotten popped in the nose. But it's even the Pacers, God bless them, that team was not better than you last year. They were healthier than you, but even honestly that, it's just not enough for me. Incremental progress is not nearly enough for me this year because I want to believe this team can win a championship, and some point in the last 2 years, I stopped buying it.
I think you'll be able to tell in the Eastern Conference Finals and how it goes and how it's starting to shape out against Boston, if it is in fact Boston. But now Boston, look at them, and they're starting to have problems too. That's what makes the whole conversation so fascinating to me, because the way that Boston is looking right now is much different than it was even, let's say, 2 weeks ago.
All right, I just got sidebar, 216-474-0092.
You seem distracted over there.
Is this postseason about changing the Cavs' own perception of themselves? I want to hear from you guys on this. So Ness and I are going back to Charlotte next week because the girls are on vacation. So it's the first time we've gone back to Charlotte since we were there. We're going to go back to our old neighborhood. We're going to see my boy Hacksaw. We're going to see our friends. But coincidentally, I just got a call from a guy that's listed in my phone. Is Bob Charlotte neighbor?
Okay. Sounds like that one's pretty straight up.
I don't know who that is.
I mean, it's Bob. It's Bob.
I wish this was
He's the neighbor of yours in
neighbor.
Charlotte. I don't know what else is not descriptive.
I wish there were more context clues here because I know a lot it Bobs.
Do you need much more?
Yes.
I don't know why you need much more.
I need to know multiple neighbors named Bob?
I have a lot of neighbors in Charlotte. It was a big ass cul-de-sac that we lived in. And
did he know you're coming in town, or how did he figure this out?
I would be very surprised if Bob, the Charlotte neighbor, knew that we were coming back into town.
So what did he say? What was the text?
I know. It was a call. That's what even threw me off even more.
Oh. Did you have one interaction with this guy, and then all of a sudden the old place you were in is having a fire right now, and Bob's like, hey, just calling to see how it's going?
I do not recall, but he left a voicemail.
I want to hear what this voicemail says.
Now I'm really excited about this. I remember Bob being nice. I just don't remember what it looks like or how many interactions I know we had more than 5.
Oh, so you remember Bob then?
No. I don't remember what it looks like or any of the things we talked about.
You said he was nice.
He was nice.
He left somewhat of an impression.
I didn't have any a-hole neighbors, though, so I had a bunch of nice neighbors.
I thought this was completely absent of even a memory of if he was nice, if he was mean, anything. This seemed like...
No, I remember Bob being a name that I did know.
Yeah.
I remember the neighbor thing because it's in the caller ID.
Very forgettable.
And he was nice.
Forgettable Bob.
Because we didn't have any jerk neighbors. Everything else, I got nothing for you. I got nothing for you.
Hopefully
if you know Bob from Charlotte,
give you some sort of tip on this.
Please give me some context here because I am hurting right now. But John Fanta joins us in 5 minutes. We'll talk about the Cavs and what they have to prove to themselves. Chase the Lauder hype, and of course,
John's not your neighbor, by the way. He comes on weekly with us. Yeah, that's who John Fanta.
And we like him.
That's who John. Yeah, and you like him. You've told me nice things about him. That's who John Fanta is.
I was worried for a second.
I want to prep you.
Hit 40 and the dementia set in. John Fanta in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Make the right choice this month because if you're looking at new.
touchdown as he's been with Cleveland since 2022. Cleveland's own John Fanta of NBC Sports joins the show next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We found out who Bob the neighbor was.
Yeah.
And the funniest thing is, he called, left a voicemail asking if I could help him move something very, very heavy this afternoon. So Bob is not picked up, that he is not. I walked in this neighborhood every day for the 4 years that I lived there, hence why I was skinnier there than I am here. And we talked almost every day at the bus stop because he'd bring his dog Shotzi by, and the girls would pet him and be very excited.
Okay.
And Bob did not pick up on the fact he's not seen me for 4 years in Charlotte.
That's tough, but he must have really been down bad if he was going through his Rolodex and then was like, let me call Nick. I haven't seen him in 4 years, but maybe, just maybe, he's around.
I don't. Now, Bob's a little different.
Maybe he thought you had like a what's eating Gilbert Grape situation going on where you were just.
I was dead in the attic.
You just ballooned.
My kids set
so
fire to the house.
Yeah, so high up that you couldn't even leave the house.
So I didn't have to deal with the indignity of carrying my morbidly obese body out of the house.
Exactly right. Yes.
I'm off the hook though. I'm now, one, I remember who Bob is. Two, I don't have to feel bad because he doesn't remember that I moved away.
Yeah, but let him know, though. Let him know you're just not going to be able to make it.
I kind of am, because Bob's a vibe.
Yeah, he really thought that, like, maybe he'd come by at 5:30. Remember? He said like 7 times in the voicemail. 5:30. They're starting to pick up 5:30.
I think, quite frankly,
really appreciate your help. 5:30.
If I had ever done real deep digging with Bob, I would have come across some real problematic stuff. I never did. So he's a vibe. Much like our next guest on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Call that a segue, Mac. John Fanta, NBC Sports, joining us now. Ohio's own, Northeast Ohio's own. John, welcome to the show.
Great to be with you guys. Happy Tuesday as always. Hope your brackets are intact.
Well, we actually have not talked a lot of brackets. I will tell you, though, I'm in third place in the company, and the company won. Mac, where are you right now, buddy?
We don't need to talk about that.
I think he's on the second page. You have to go to the bottom and then scan over. But,
jeez,
quite frankly, he's only like 10 points behind. So there's a chance he could still end up beating me, and it would be real humiliation from here.
So you're saying Mac will make the cut for the weekend. He's just not really. It's an afterthought in terms of being able to win the pool.
There's no cut for the weekend, John.
Yeah,
it's a company one. Everyone makes it.
Now, John, do you have a bracket you actually play, or are you above such things as your Mr. College Basketball?
No, I signed my bracket. I published it last week. I'm sure Matt.
You did sign it.
I'm a man of integrity.
It was very like Obama in the president's office with you signing it.
Yeah, I did. I got 12 of the Sweet 16. There's a couple I didn't have. I certainly didn't have Texas. I did not have them, and I didn't have Iowa over Florida.
Oh, you're getting killed for Iowa over Florida. What's going on there?
Yeah. It's funny because I've got it right after I get off with you guys. I'm posting the interview with Iowa's coach, and you know what he said to me? He goes, "I don't blame you one bit. I wouldn't have picked us either." So I appreciate that from Ben McCollum, their coach. Yeah, I'm getting killed. I thought Florida would steamroll through, and they didn't because they couldn't hit a three. And so much of the college game is that whether or not you're knocking down perimeter shots, and if one team does and the other team does not, well, you could be looking up and saying, how is this a game? Because Florida's the more talented team on paper, but that's the art of the one-game playoff. It really is.
All right, walk us through what happened with Iowa's head coach in Todd Golden. That looked more than just that moment. Did those guys hate each other and we don't know it?
No, I mean, I don't know where that precipitated from. It's not like they have some sort of random pre-existing relationship. I mean, Ben McCollum was a Division II coach for 15 years before he got the Drake job last year. I think people hear things, I think behind the scenes. I mean, guys, I'll tell you right now, there's coaches that I hear about in the off season that will call some of the best players on teams. I mean, I'll be real with you. Brayton Smith, who is Purdue's best player, and the all-time assist leader in college basketball history, He is signed and set to be back at Purdue last year, and a fellow Big Ten coach calls him up and says, I'm going to give you $7 million. And here's how we're going to distribute it, and I'm going to do it under the table, all this stuff. And it never really gets back to, it gets back to Matt Painter, and Matt Painter is ticked off about that. And, that this type of stuff, I think, is happening all over the sport. So who knows? I mean, Ben McCullum's best player is Bennett Sturts. It would not shock me one bit if Florida had said, we're going to get Bennett Sturts and here's how we're going to get him, and tried to work with the agent. I'm not saying I genuinely don't know if that's the case, but a lot of times when coaches get ticked off at other coaches, it's more than just the game at hand. There's something behind closed doors that happens that precipitates that. And that's a huge part of college football and college basketball now. It is, because tampering is legal. You are allowed to tamper.
And so some people have suggested that the tournament has been weaker because of that and all the NIL money at stake. You saw Friday, 16-0 for the favorites. Where do you fall in line with that? I mean, obviously we're set up now for a Sweet 16 that's got a lot of great teams involved, but is the Cinderella now kind of extinct out of what it was a big part of this tournament for so many years?
Yeah, JP, I don't think that she is extinct. I think Santa Clara was an Otego away, missed half-court shot away from winning, and they could have won 2 games. High Point was in the game with Arkansas with a minute and a half to go, and they just lost. I mean, Darius Acuff had 36 points. Being Cinderella is harder than it has been before, but sports goes through cycles, and I do think you're going to see mid-major schools just try to increase their commitment level to their teams as much as they can. Revenue sharing now is a university decision, whether that's in football or basketball. I was on the morning show last Friday, and they said, what does it take for Ohio State to get back on the map? And I said, well, for starters, you got to get back into being a top 5 spending program in the Big Ten. Like, if you want to be serious, you have to dedicate certain resources. Now, somebody could say, but John, those mid-major programs don't have the resources that an SEC or Big 12 school does, and they never will. Well, they never have. I think that we're in an adjustment zone right now. I don't think Cinderella forever is going to be extinct. I do think there's going to be a 12 or 13 seed. I mean, there could have been on Saturday night. If you watched the High Point Arkansas game, or if you didn't, I'm telling you right now, High Point had every right to win that game, and they didn't. And then we'd be saying, well, there's a 12 seed, and they did find a way to make it. There's been years from 2007 to 2009, the only non-1, 2, or 3 seed to make the Elite Eight was Steph Curry and Davidson. And during those couple of years, people were like, yeah, this is a little bit lame. Okay, but then tell me how the ratings are. Tell me how the viewership is. This past weekend was the most watched first weekend of the tournament that we've ever seen. So is the tournament changed? Yes, it absolutely is. But is the tournament now bad because of it? No.
All right, John, enough of that stuff. Let's get to some Cavaliers talk here. Is this postseason about changing the Cavs' own perception of themselves as much as anyone else's perception?
Yeah, absolutely. It couldn't be more. I mean, the Cavaliers are they've been their own worst enemy in the playoffs. I don't even look at the opponent. I look at how are they playing and how are they raising their level. Because they've gotten pushed around, guys. The Cavs haven't been the aggressor in these playoff series losses, whether it was last year to the Indiana Pacers, whether it was to the Orlando Magic in a series that went 7 games, and that's something that they could be, they're meeting the Magic tonight, and the Magic are now back to 8th. But Toronto, let's just say they were to meet Toronto, I think a lot of people would be like, yeah, the Cavaliers are the favorites in that series. They should win the series. Well, they should win the series, but what you're failing to acknowledge is that Toronto has 3 big wings who all score the ball and who are all physical and tough. And so my point is, like, the Cavs, ever since this window opened up, and I can remember the first time they were in a playoff series with the New York Knicks now, a few years back, and they got punked in that series, and then they got punked again. They have not been able to show that they have the strength to really fight tooth and nail and take down the brass of the Eastern Conference. This year needs to be the year that they show that they can do that. It is as much about themselves as it is anything, but it's also why you brought in James Harden. Because here's my counter question to you. Had the Cavaliers not brought in James Harden, would you feel better or worse about their chances? My answer would be you would feel worse about their chances to show something different.
Would Darius Garland be playing the way he seems to be playing right now with the Clippers?
Darius Garland, I don't care how he's playing.
I mean, the numbers
right
are
now.
exactly the same, though.
I care how he's playing in the playoffs, Nick.
Yeah.
I could give two you-know-whats about how he's playing right now. I want to see him get done in a playoff series. And he's an unproven playoff. He's an unproven playoff player.
I mean, I agree with you, John. I think the odds they're drastically higher with James Harden instead of Darius Garland. And it's nice that Darius is having a good 7 games to start off his Clippers career, but that doesn't change anything for me.
Well, I think the point was we were gauging the idea that Darius wouldn't play at all in the playoffs because he hadn't really played much this season. I think Darius playing well now has people remembering Darius is still a good basketball player.
Nobody ever denied Darius was good.
That's not entirely true, John. We had plenty of people talking about him like he was a scrub ass, which he is not a scrub ass.
No, it's a little bit of Baker Mayfield syndrome. Like, they're a good player, but we're talking about winning playoff series. We're talking about winning at the next level in the postseason.
So naturally, we traded for
arguments.
James Harden.
Yes, who has been in a very hard Western Conference and still had the Clippers in a Game 7 against Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets.
Now, did they make the finals in that one?
The Eastern Conference is easier than the Western Conference. It just is. It is. It absolutely. It's not even up for debate. That the Cavs path. The Cavs should want to be in the 4-5 game. They should want to be in the 4-5 series because they can win that series and then they get Detroit. And Detroit doesn't have a secondary scorer. The Cavaliers have one of the best scoring duos in the league, if not on their best day, the very best. I mean, that duo of Mitchell and Harden can go and get theirs in a heartbeat. And the Detroit Pistons cannot counter that. They can't. They can try to defend it. They can try to slow it down. They can try to get in the mud. But if Mitchell and Harden play their best game, the Cavaliers are going to beat the Detroit Pistons in 6 games. That's what's going to happen. And then they're in the Eastern Conference Finals, and you get the Celtics or Knicks, and I think Cavs fans would say, where do we sign? Like, let's go. That's what this is about, because you haven't even gotten to the conference finals. You have not even gotten to, and neither has Donovan Mitchell. So you couldn't say status quo.
I guess, John, the question we've kind of been going back and forth on, because I think making the conference finals is a success. I think that's a good mark for them, and I think that's you show enough within that justifies the Harden trade. It justifies moving forward and doing what you want to do. But the counter to that would be that if you're not playing a tough enough opponent in round 1 or round 2, and you're the heavy favorites, I would imagine, in both those series, what are you really showing everybody if then you lose to Boston or you lose to the Knicks in round 3?
I think we would have to see how that would go. Is it going 6 hard-fought games and you're just falling short? Is it going 7 games? You're talking about teams that are capable of being in the Cavaliers have to show that they can be an NBA Finals team. That's what they need to show. And I think right now, if you ask the common person outside of Cleveland, they'd probably say, yeah, I don't buy it. I buy the Celtics or Knicks before I buy them. And guess what? You can't blame them for saying that. Because of the Cavs, has Evan Mobley proved that he can do it at this level? Has Donovan Mitchell proved? And so this goes back to the original question, which is the Cavs, this is more about them than it is about anybody else. They have to prove it to themselves. They have to prove it to this city. They've got one of the best home courts in the NBA. They really do. And in the playoffs, it should show. It's now about doing it. But you're going to have imposter syndrome until you step up and break through. This is the elephant in the room with Donovan Mitchell, who I respect the heck out of. I love what he's brought to Cleveland. I love that he, signed an extension in Cleveland, decided to be in Cleveland after when he originally was sent to Cleveland. People said, well, this will just be temporary and it's not actually going to last. No, it's lasted. It's been great. But now it's about this team getting to the conference finals, and then you see how that goes, JP. I think we obviously don't know until we get there. It's not good enough to play either of those two teams and lose the series in 5 games. It's not. But I know this much, your chances of getting there increased when you brought in James Harden. And I also know Nick Wilson has said that he doesn't care in terms of he knows that the Western Conference champion is probably going to be the NBA champion. And you know what, Nick? I don't have a counter argument for that. I think you're right. But I'd rather throw my chips on the table and try to build on this than stay status quo, because with what the roster was prior to trading for James Harden, they were not going to be able to get it done. I don't even think they had enough to get to the conference finals.
All I took away from that is I was right.
You were right on that. You are right on that. You are. Hey, we can both admit when we're right or wrong, or at least I think we can. You're right about the uphill mountain that it's going to take for whoever the Eastern Conference champion is in June. That's a factual statement, Nick Wilson. You're 100% right.
I love everything about this, where this is going here. Don't stop now, King. Keep going.
Are you supposed to tell him now the parts you think he's wrong at, or no?
No, that's not how this goes.
We're not doing that. Okay. All right.
John doesn't think I'm wrong.
He's wrong. I think he's wrong because I think he's like, well, what's it worth? What's it really worth? I hate that. That's a loser mentality.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you, John. 4 years ago.
Mentality.
4 years ago. Did you trade? By the way, still waiting on that burger. Did you trade for Donovan Mitchell so you could really just get popped out in like a really highly competitive Eastern Conference Finals? I forgot about that. I thought we were talking championships, not getting waxed by Boston in a real plucky 6-game series.
Hold on, I just flipped your burger over. It's hard as I almost said it's hard as a rock.
You could have said that.
Yeah, I just did. Yeah.
There's other things that can't be hard, John.
It's well done, Nick Wilson. That's what the burger is at this point. It's burned.
Yeah.
Here's the deal.
Bet it still tastes good.
You went and it tastes like the end of the Stefanski era.
That was your guy.
Until it wasn't.
That was your guy. We had a knock him out drag out. I would need to remind you of this. Of the idea that he was so much better than Stephen Vogt. Just a wild turn of events.
You trade for him to win a championship, and to this point, you haven't gotten close to that. But I do think that there's something to be said about the other members of the quote core four that now looks different, that haven't performed up to standards when the going's gotten tough. I mean, is anyone blaming Donovan Mitchell for losing the series to the Pacers last year? The team was worn down, injured, and frankly spent, and it showed in that series. So I don't subscribe to playing the blame game on Mitchell.
What other top 15 player gets a hall pass for not being past the second round of the playoffs his entire career with two different organizations?
I'm not giving him a hall pass, but I'm not sitting here and saying that he's part of the problem.
Well, I mean, by nature, if you haven't been part of the solution, you do deserve some part of the blame, no?
He hasn't been able. He has not been able to break through, but he hasn't been able to break through because him and Darius Garland together was not a good combination, and Evan Mobley and Jared Allen to this point hasn't been a good enough combination in the playoffs. They haven't shown that they can score the ball efficiently, effectively throughout a 7-game series. Donovan is a top 15 player for a reason, but the Cavaliers roster has not – it just hasn't fit. The pieces to the puzzle haven't fit, and that's why you get a perfect guy to be the sidekick to Donovan and James Harden. Let's see how it works in the postseason.
What other top 15 player in NBA history has been given a pass when they've fallen short in the playoffs, let alone not be able to crack through the second round of the playoffs? I'm just doing this simply for the sake of this conversation.
Well, Kevin Durant went to the Golden State Warriors to go ring hunting.
He was in the NBA Finals, though, previously. And by the way, he got a lot of crap for not winning a championship in OKC and going to Golden State. So we want to push. We want to put.
What does that matter now?
But we want to put Donovan Mitchell up. But we want to put Donovan Mitchell up as a great player. And then when it comes time to having expectations for that great player, it's not his fault. It feels a little cake and eat it too, John.
I think that. So what is the alternative that you're suggesting then?
Oh no! I'm simply saying I think we should, if we're gonna push Donovan up, we kind of have to say he has some part of what's happened in the last 4 years. Like he has been on the teams, and in his career, he's been on teams that have underperformed, right?
He does have some part in not reaching the level that you want to reach. I'm not. I don't think I'm denying that. I'm just saying that. I'm not saying that he is. If he's part of the problem, he's the smallest part of it. It's not like he has fizzled out in playoff series. He's had some mammoth games and games the Cavs haven't won because the Cavs' other main players have either been injured or have gotten punked. When they've been out there.
In that Indiana series, at the end, he was doing a lot of hero ball, and especially like in the first half, Evan Mobley was really good, and then he kind of disappeared because Donovan tried to take over, and then Donovan fell short. Darius did too, for what it's worth. I just want to Darius has had some clunkers in the playoffs since being here, even if, again, I don't think it's really his fault. Like the biggest fault is all on him.
I think that there's more fault on him than you're willing to give out. It sounds like you are thinking, in my opinion, you're saying that Darius Garland should be getting more credit than what's being due, and that you were still willing to see if Darius Garland got better for the Cavaliers.
I believe that I was talking about that. And which one of Donovan's 8 for 25 performance in Game 5 last year against Indiana, which one of those was your favorite play?
Which one of the times that Darius Garland has been pushed around, punked, out-physicaled, out-muscled, and withered has been your favorite time that he's performed in the playoffs?
Donovan's also been that. He went 3 of 11 and took 11 shots in Game 4.
Darius Garland doesn't hold a candle to Donovan Mitchell.
That we agree on. John, we do have to boogie here, but still waiting for that burger, buddy.
Steve Nash, Carmelo Anthony, Dominique Wilkins, Tracy McGrady, Chris Paul.
What was that? No?
The list of really great players that never made an NBA Finals.
You mean the guys who have also been?
Say Tracy McGrady. Right.
You mean the guys who've been criticized for not making the NBA Finals? But we don't.
And that's
do that.
That's how Donovan will be remembered. If when his career is done, his career's not done. When his career is done,
we said those things about all of those guys in real time.
And he's not isolated. He's not the only person in NBA history to have gone through postseason struggles.
No, I never said he was. Right. I said he's the only guy that doesn't seem to be like it doesn't hurt him at all. He's a top 15 player. It hurts him.
It gets brought up all the time about him.
Win in town. When have I heard anybody else here? No, real quick. When have I heard anyone else here at this station or on the radio in Cleveland?
Constantly.
Him not
getting past the second round is like the main storyline of Donovan.
No. But it hasn't been a criticism. He's absolved of blame from that. That was the point.
He's not absolved of blame.
Jersey
with
John here is absolving him of blame.
Go ahead,
Am
John.
I still on?
You are, buddy.
Well, I can't believe we didn't get a chance to talk about A.J. Epineza. I thought that was a good signing by the Browns, and I've got the Guardians overhitting. Have a good day, guys.
See you, buddy.
Bye, John.
John Fanta there, NBC Sports, on the Make It Right Call Car Ride Hotline. We'll react to that. Was that Donnybrook? Then about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
From the Kissling, Nestico, and Reddick Traffic Center.
personal price plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Spend your spring break with Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. My point was, because Mike on Twitter sent this in, trying to lay blame on Donovan for what happened last year is an F- take. He was clutch, played to exhaustion, is totally accountable. I think my point is, I do hear the national critiques of Donovan, but what John was saying is basically, or what it felt like John was saying is Darius Garland's the reason you haven't gotten where you want, and Darius wasn't the best player on this team. So if we're willing to love Donovan up, which we should all do because he's tremendous, we also have to address he's also been part of those shortcomings. I think that's different than saying he's totally responsible. It felt like that's a different conversation than what I was trying to have.
And
there.
I do feel like if we get down here maybe 2 or 3 years down the line and Donovan's gotten older and then maybe Donovan's no longer with the Cavs and you haven't had anything more than a second-round appearance with him, I think that's going to be his memory. That's the takeaway that people are going to have with him.
But I think what's crazy about that is this is not how we talked when we traded for Donovan 4 years ago.
Well, no, that was part of the criticism with Donovan in Utah.
It was, but what I mean is the expectation was, we're going to go compete for an NBA championship. You have not sniffed that. Because you've been non-competitive in the second round every time you've been there, you can't really lay claim to any of the things you hoped or expected. And I just think that's really interesting. That's where I think the James Harden stuff.
It's always baked in the math, though. And with Donovan, that's like the big scarlet letter that he wears in his NBA career is that he hasn't made it out of the second round. And so coming from Utah to Cleveland, part of the bet the Cavs made is that was a Utah problem. And so if we fast forward a couple years from now and he's never made it past the second round, it's not a Utah and Cleveland problem. It's a Donovan problem.
But it's 4 years. That is a lot of between this and Utah. That is a lot of sample size.
Well, this is the fourth season, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 years.
3 years. Last year they just talked away because of injury to some of their best players and injuries to Donovan, including leading up into that series as well.
I don't know. It's just weird to me. I think if you had said, all right, going into your fourth postseason with Donovan, when you traded for him, you will have not made it out of the second round of the playoffs, and you wouldn't have even gotten close.
They were doing a crawl to walk to run thing. I know you said something to the effect of the moment you acquired Donovan, you were trying to play for the NBA Finals. That wasn't really reality the moment they traded for Donovan.
Didn't we talk NBA championship? Wasn't that the point of what?
No.
Well, not year one, but didn't we think
you had a very unproven coach in JB Bickerstaff, but you had Evan Mobley, who was just an extremely young player in the league, and then the idea was they were going to get better and better and better. And that's what they kept trying to sell to everybody was this linear growth that they were trying to portray. And so the expectations the moment you traded from him was not immediately NBA Finals.
Good stuff with John Fanta. We'll have more as the show goes on. When we come back, it's time for The Lead right here on 92.3 The Fan.
This
all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
And you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Albert Breer coming up in just about 20 minutes. We'll talk about the wide receiver market with JSN getting $42 million a year on average. We'll talk the Browns quarterback situation. Of course, we'll talk the Ty Simpson ruckus from this week as well. But let's go ahead and get right into the lead as A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst Joe DeLeon joined us today at 3:20. I will tell you, there were 3 moments in this interview where Joe about made me irate.
Yeah.
You get to listen back on the free Odyssey app and tell me where you think that was. But we asked him about how many games Deshaun Watson will start next season.
I feel like there's so much ambiguity on his health. Like, I feel like there's really no clarity on if he actually is ready to go. I would feel like if he is healthy, he should start as many games as possible. I mean, let the guy be fodder for how much you paid for him to be here and how much it's derailed the team. If you need a stopgap quarterback and you've got your offensive line that's not very good, he should go out there and he should start as much as possible. If he's available and he is recovered, I don't think that you need to force putting out Shedeur Sanders or Dylan Gabriel. He should start more than half your games if he is able to make it through more than that. And if he starts a full season, he absolutely should. He needs to prove to some degree his worth of, again, having gotten a gigantic contract, a huge trade that completely derailed the Browns' progress that they were showing not that long ago. I think that the Browns need to try and get as much out of him.
The problem I have there is there's nothing to prove. Like, it's a sunk cost. You need to just let go of Deshaun and then not even worry about whether he gets you any production at all. And so there's a lot I disagree with there, obviously. But also the idea that Shedeur has an actual upside that could hit. Is it guaranteed to hit? Of course not, but it could hit. Whereas Deshaun, we know his end game.
Yeah, this was spoken like a man who doesn't have to watch Deshaun Watson attempt to play football next year and also doesn't have to deal with the conundrum of if he's just good enough that he's your best option for 2027, that you have to pay him just as much as if he goes out there, lights it up for 17 games, looks like old Deshaun Watson, at which point you have to pay him again, and then going forward you'll be thinking, you healthy? Can he stay healthy?
Can he stay healthy? And that's one of the big things. I feel like every national person that ever has this discussion, and Joe's really smart, Joe knows football, but like every national person that has this, they just forget about the injuries with Deshaun. They think we're only talking about the football side of it, and like the fact that for 3 years now, he hasn't made it past week 10 is a problem.
Also, they are massively underweighting how bad he was.
Like, no, he wasn't good.
Like, I think that's the other problem is, like, the injuries are if you just led with injuries alone, you win the argument. If then you talk about how he just looked unplayable for most of his time here, that has to be like, guys, I really enjoyed the Baltimore win. That Monday after the Baltimore win, I thought we might finally have a quarterback here. And then his arm fell off. So, oh, and by the way, that was one game.
I've scrubbed my thoughts of after that game. I wish I could tell you I had the same thoughts, but I just don't remember.
It was such a good Monday. And then the rest of that week was just the biggest kick in the pants. Actually, I shouldn't even say that because it's the Browns. There's been one kick in the you-know-whats after another.
Adam Kaplan, SiriusXM, joined the morning show today. He talked about Shedeur's odds of being the Browns starting quarterback in 2026.
So here's the way that they think about it, based on my conversations with people around the Browns, and also coaches who know what's going on there. Look, there was this belief in coaching circles that if you want to work with the Browns, you've got to at least believe that Shedeur Sanders will be a factor in the quarterback position. Nobody's handing him the job, to be clear. But there was this belief that, look, there's talent with this guy. There's no doubt about it. As a matter of fact, I strongly believe, had there not been concerns with his character, he would not have gotten out of the third round. He's a drop-back quarterback. He's not a runner. He could scramble. He's not a runner. There's a lot of talent with this guy. The question is he committed to being it? Is he committed to being and developing his talent? That was the issue coming to the draft. That's why he dropped to the 5th round, which definitely was surprising. I'll admit it. I thought he'd go earlier. But based on the teams I spoke with who interviewed him, who talked to him before the draft, I mean, you could see why he dropped. Now, that was then. This is now. He's got a wonderful chance to be their quarterback of the future.
There was a lot that I respect Adam's opinion here, so I'm not going at Adam here, but it went to the perception of Shedeur that really bugs me. Do I think Shedeur made a real mistake not having a proper camp around him to navigate all the ins and outs of the draft? Yes. I think that's, at this point, when you drop to the 5th round, it's hard to beat those allegations.
You can't argue against that.
I also think that the character concerns about his commitment are wildly unfair. And I think they're overstated because people have been accosted by supporters online, and so they're willing to say the most negative thing out loud. Because quite frankly, everything we've seen from that kid with our own eyes has been he is responsible, he is respectful, he has worked hard, and he certainly made more plays than any other quarterback that I saw last year sign up to play quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. So every time the character thing comes up, I just really start to get a little twitchy because it just feels like dirty pool.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so we're talking odds. Odds that he is the starting quarterback in 2026. At this point, percentage odds?
100%.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, process of elimination says Dylan Gabriel won't be here.
No.
And Deshaun Watson.
We're talking like, there's obviously the idea that they could draft a quarterback. They could still add to the quarterback room.
Yeah, they
could
haven't
shake
done
any of that
things.
up. No, they haven't.
As of today.
They have not. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking as of right now, but including what you think I'm having a hard time phrasing this clearly. I think you know what I'm driving
sit
at.
Back. I don't, but I'll sit back and give you the patience because I didn't give you the patience up front.
The idea that it's for me, it's 80% is the answer. Maybe that helps us a little bit, right?
Okay.
The idea that Shedeur Sanders would be the Week 1 quarterback while putting all the other considerations at play. The idea that you could draft somebody, the idea that you could add Kirk Cousins to the mix instead, or anybody else, or even just a camp battle and throw Deshaun in there as well. What percentage odds do you give Shedeur Sanders being the Week 1 quarterback with all that baked into the measurements?
I think because we don't know the probability of them their actual interest in adding another quarterback, and we don't actually know what they like in this class and what they don't, I think it's an impossible question. But I'll stick to, I still think it's about 85, 90%. Actually, no, I'll think 90%. Because at this point, who out there is definitively better and gets pole position over Shedeur to start?
I think it's incredibly high as well, and it's what it would be. You'd have to either take Ty Simpson at 6, and then you take him at 6, he's going to be your starter Week 1, I would imagine, or it'd have to be somebody that we haven't even really considered because the guys in the open market they're not beating out Shedeur for this job.
Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com was on with Baskin and Phelps today. She made the case for why the Browns should consider drafting Ty Simpson.
He does have a really nice skill set. I've watched a fair amount of his film by now, and I do like what I see. And he's only started 15 games. The upside, I think, is absolutely tremendous. And what you have to ask yourself is, do you think that he has more upside potential for you than Shedeur Sanders has? I think that it would probably come down to that. Or how do you think he stacks up with someone that you might be able to land in next year's draft? So you can kind of look ahead a little bit as well. And in the end, I'm guessing that they'll probably see what Shedeur has for them this year, and then if that doesn't work out exactly the way they hope that it will, then maybe look to next year's draft to find their quarterback of the future. But I think there are plenty of things about Ty Simpson that cause you to say, let's look deeper into this.
Yeah, and a lot of people have spent the previous couple days looking into that and finding out more and more about Ty Simpson and what people like about him. And the more and more I continue to dive deeper into Ty Simpson, the less impressed I end up getting. And it's a funny twist of it all because I think people like Dan Orlovsky want you to fall more in love with Ty Simpson, and I keep finding more and more reasons why I'm like, it's going to be a no for me.
I don't think there should be a lot of non-negotiables in the draft process. Every prospect has to be evaluated on their own merits. And I believe that as a general rule. However, the thing that trumps that in the case of Ty Simpson is you need more than 17? You need more than 15 to 17 career starts in college football. It's just not enough data.
Yeah, just not big enough, didn't play enough. There's a lot there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually think that all of the things about him make him easier to say no to. Because if he was Anthony Richardson and he ran a 4.40 and he had a howitzer for an arm, I think teams would be all over him. So I'm almost relieved that he is physically, he's a relatively plain prospect on top of the fact he hasn't played enough football, because I think the football thing matters more than anything else.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, joined us last hour. He was passionate about what the Cavs have to prove in the playoffs this year.
The Cavaliers have to show that they can be an NBA Finals team. And I think right now, if you ask the common person outside of Cleveland, they'd probably say, yeah, I don't buy it. And guess what? You can't blame them for saying that. Has Evan Mobley proved that he can do it at this level? Has Donovan Mitchell proved? And so this goes back to the original question, which is the Cavs, this is more about them than it is about anybody else. They have to prove it to themselves. They have to prove it to this city. You're going to have imposter syndrome until you step up and break through. This is the elephant in the room with Donovan Mitchell. Your chances of getting there increased when you brought in James Harden. And I also know Nick Wilson has said that he doesn't care in terms of he knows that the Western Conference champion is probably going to be the NBA champion. And you know what, Nick? I don't have a counter argument for that. I think you're right. But I'd rather throw my chips on the table and try with what the roster was prior to trading for James Harden. They were not going to be able to get it done. I don't even think they had enough to get to the conference finals.
All I heard was I was right. If you missed it, that then led into a Donnybrook with John and JP as we went several minutes over, but it was very good with John. The thing that he and I agree on unequivocally is this. We can talk about the Cavs have to prove something to us. The Cavs have to prove something to themselves. And I don't think you do that just by beating Detroit or by beating Orlando. I think you have to go through, or at least be incredibly competitive with the Knicks or the Celtics to really believe you belong atop the Eastern Conference.
And, I mean, it's going to be one of those things that we'll just keep an eye on as we keep moving. And it's one of those things where they can't do it overnight. They can't prove anything to anybody right now. And we're just going to have to – we have a lot of answers we got to figure out in this postseason.
All right, Guardians president of baseball operations, Chris Antonetti, spoke with the media today after hitting 2 homers last night. He said this would be Chase DeLauder, not Chris Antonetti. He hit no homers last night. But Antonetti said he's been impressed by Chase DeLauder in spring training.
Chase has had a really good camp so far, but I think it's just a continued progression of the things that he's shown in the time in the organization. That he's a dynamic player that really does a good job offensively, controls the strike zone well, makes good to swing decisions, and when he swings, he's got a chance to really impact the ball, as we saw last night. So we're excited to have him as part of our roster as we break camp, and are hopeful that he can be a meaningful part of our lineup for the balance of the season.
He's been killing it this spring, hoping to see that his health continues, and then obviously he continues that into the regular season.
Allow me to get my CDL license here, because we are all about Chase DeLauder, and we're not going to hold back. If he gets hurt and that hurts me, it hurts me. Albert Breer, MMQB, talks us through the Ty Simpson hysteria and also the Browns' positioning. What would he say about Shedor's chances of starting Week 1? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Sam Kamara. Albert Breer of the MMQB is coming up next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
The fight for playoff positioning is on in the Eastern Conference as Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and the Cavs look to get real healthy for a postseason run. We are your home for the best Cavs talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and Jonathan back on Afternoon Drive. I mean, we are knee-deep in draft season. Got many Ty Simpson takes out there. It appears to be Shedeur versus Deshaun. So many things to talk about with our next guest. You know him, you love him. He is a staple of this show since the beginning of this show, and he continues to be on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Albert Breer joins us now with the MMQB. Albert, welcome back to the show, sir.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're gearing up for the OSU Pro Day. How about yourself?
Oh, yeah, that's tomorrow, right? I always get these things mixed up, but it's tomorrow, I believe. So, yeah, I'm ready. Although I don't think the top guys, I mean, if I'm Sonny Styles, I am not lifting a finger while I'm there, you know? So there are a few of those guys. I think maybe like Caleb Downs has some stuff to do, right? But most of them, I think, probably stand on what they did in Indy, right?
I think that's fair. I do think it's interesting, though. Like, this is a pretty loaded top 10, top 15, top 20 for Ohio State. And if you ask me right now, like, who has the most buzz on them in the draft, I maybe I'd lean Arvell Reese. But so from your perspective, who do you hear most about from this Ohio State team and the hopefuls?
Well, I think the guy who's going to go highest is probably Arvell Reese. I think the guy who's created the most buzz is probably Sonny Styles. And then the guy who is probably considered the best like prospect, if you take positional value out of it, would be Caleb Downs, which to me like kind of explains like the depth of the group and the balance of the group. And you know, Carnell Tate could go in the top 10, and he might be the fourth best prospect coming out of the school in a given year, which is also wild, you know. Then you got Caden McDonald. You get like a little further down the line, and you know, you're talking about guys like Davis Igbinosun and Caden Curry, and I mean it's deep, it's balanced, and I think like it's sort of indicative of where Ryan Day has the program right now. Like, I mean, this feels like every year. Last year they had 14 guys drafted, and yet like we're back here again, and we're talking about them having 4 or 5 first-round picks and maybe another 10 guys drafted.
Albert, I want to get into like Carnell Tate and everything in just a second. I do want to tell you, though, the multiple reports now have that Joe Flacco has reached an agreement with the Bengals on a 1-year deal. What's your initial thought on that?
Doesn't surprise me. I mean, I think that this is sort of, where Joe is in his career, and he enjoyed his time in Cincinnati last year. And I think, the opportunity to go and play a second year in offense, and really kind of, work with one of the best quarterbacks in the game. If you're not going to be the starter yourself, I think is a pretty appealing thing for a guy like him. So, a good chance to go chase a ring, see if you can be part of a champion, get to work with one of the best in the game, be in a place that you're comfortable with. And if you have to play, I mean, my God, like the talent they have on that side of the ball, you'll be put in a real position to succeed. So, again, like absent the chance to go be a starter somewhere, it seems like a pretty good place for an older vet.
All right, Albert, past couple days, we've had a lot of Ty Simpson conversations. Dan Orlovsky's been on every single place, just championing it. Should we be taking that convo more seriously for the Browns at 6 or 24? We kind of tucked it away, but is that something we should be paying more attention to? Yeah,
I mean, I really respect Dan, first of all. I've always had a good relationship, rapport with him. I just haven't heard it yet, but I mean, to be fair, like I haven't dove in on my draft calls the way I will over the next few weeks, the way I do every year. I normally get to in the first week of April, and then I start really going all in on the draft, and I've got an idea of who's going where now. But just as far as like how the 32 teams feel about Ty Simpson, I mean, I can give you like my 2 cents on where I am right now with those calls. And that's like, I'd say Fernando Mendoza is a very clear cut number 1. and there's a significant fall off. And most people I've talked to don't think Ty Simpson's a first-round pick, but that doesn't mean that I won't have 15 to 20 people over the next 2 or 3 weeks tell me that he is, So it's still a little early for me to be talking it definitively here. But I hadn't seen Ty Simpson that way. I was a little surprised to see what Dan said.
Albert Breer on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, joining us as he does every single Tuesday to talk all the big headlines around the NFL. In terms of JSN, obviously he resets the wide receiver market. So I guess this is the dreaded two-parter. Who is this the biggest win for in the wide receiver market? Guys getting ready to be paid. And what impact does this kind of have on the roster building across the NFL that not only now do we have edge rushers and pass rushers making $40+ million, but now wide receivers as well?
Well, I mean, I think, on your first question, the obvious one's Puka Nacua. And we'll see, how the Rams approach that. But I think he would be the one that would be like the next one up, where you would look like, okay, like that's probably a guy who statistically was very similar to JSN last year. Obviously, I think he's a guy who's got some growing up to do, so maybe they make him wait a little bit longer in the off season. But ultimately, I think they probably get something done. I think there's a good chance they get something done there. And so then, you'd be talking about what effect this has on the market in general. And I think the interesting part about it, guys, is kind of like we've seen, like you said, edge rusher go up over 40. We've seen receiver go up over 40. So does that embolden, the corners who are out there looking for deals? One of JSN's teammates is actually one of those guys, Devin Witherspoon, Christian Gonzalez in New England. Do those guys ask for not like a little bit over the 31 that Trent McDuffie got, but say, hey, we deserve to be, in that rarefied air in the 40s as well? Offensive tackle is another one where, that's clearly a premium position, but we haven't seen the market shoot up like that. So does that have an effect with, say, what San Francisco is trying to do with Trent Williams going forward? I think all of these things are sort of, now on the table. Where are the Chargers a year from now with Joe Alt? Is Joe Alt now, a $45 million player, not based on where the tackle market went, but based on where, the non-quarterback market went. So I think there's a bigger picture effect to all of this that, goes beyond just receivers and edge rushers. And, I think a huge part of it is a result of the cap going up. And as long as the cap keeps going up this way, I do that you're going to continue to see the numbers go up. I think the one thing, and I know I'm running on a little bit here, but I think the one thing that's sort of interesting about this, the numbers could get so big, like you start to wonder, like, does this create like maybe a little bit more of a big market, small market dynamic, or, you start to talk about the escrow rule and everything else when it comes to guaranteed money. Does it become more difficult for smaller market pays to play on this stuff, especially when it comes to signing free agents? Like signing your own is a little easier. I think that certainly if the numbers keep going up this way, we start to talk about like the cash on hand sort of situation there. And that could be an issue for some teams for sure.
It's interesting you put it that way because, like, I small market versus big markets, obviously, that matters a lot for us here, but we have an owner in Jimmy Haslam, the Browns do, that spends like crazy. And so it almost kind of feels like we talk about it in baseball, for instance, the difference with payrolls, but some small markets or smaller markets like the Padres, for instance, are able to spend at an elite rate because they have owners that they look at the money and say, we can spend it, we can do that.
Right, and a lot of it kind of comes down to how committed your owner is, and I mean, it's just, this is my personal feeling. They need to get rid of the funding rule. Do you guys know about that? You guys know how that works, right?
Yeah, that they have to have the money in escrow when signing a big free agent.
Well, so basically the way it works is every fully guaranteed dollar that you spend, you have to either give to the player or put into an escrow account, right? So, for example, the Seahawks gave JSN $69 million fully guaranteed. I think he gets somewhere, and I have to look at this again, but I think he gets like close to 40 of it this year, whatever that number is. The rest of that, that $69 million, then they have to give to the league, and that goes into an escrow account. And so that rule was in place back when you had like teams folding and stuff. You know what I mean? Like where it was like a way to make sure that if you were guaranteeing a player money, that you weren't gonna, walk away and be like, oh, well, we don't have the cash to do that. So like that's the way it used to work. That's not really a problem for anybody anymore. But the reason the owners have kept it in the rules is because it's become a kind of a red herring, where they can say to a player, well, we would guarantee you the money, but we don't have $100 million to put into an escrow account right now, And so it's become this mechanism that owners have used to prevent fully guaranteed contracts from becoming the standard, and it's worked. And that's why they fought to keep the funding rule in place, despite the fact that they're making money hand over fist. So this is where that rule could wind up, I think, being a problem for some owners, because if you're talking about like these just massive sums of money and say you have to put like, I don't know, $150 million in an escrow account to pay your quarterback, well, that could affect how you're able to pay the rest of your roster, or if you're able to give other people fully guaranteed money. And you can see where there'd be like a cascading effect to the way all of that would work. So I think it's just an interesting thing to look at. And I think part of it is, again, the owners not wanting to fully guarantee contracts. But as the numbers keep escalating, God knows what the next set of TV deals are going to do to the salary cap. It could have a real effect on the way NFL teams do business.
Albert, I know we've talked about this previously when it's come up, but the Browns officially put forth their proposal to extend the draft pick window trading from 3 years to 5 years. The one thing we haven't asked you is there a good sense of whether this actually has a decent chance of passing or not?
My sense is that the Browns put this idea on the table with the hope that maybe over the next year or two it'll really be considered. I think a lot of times when you're talking about this level of change, there's going to be some hesitation, right? And there's going to be a feeling out process, like, do we really want to do this? Now, standard in other leagues is interesting. I did some digging on this over the weekend. So, in the NBA, you can trade first-round picks 7 years out, but every other year you have to have a first-round pick. In Major League Baseball, you can't trade draft picks at all. In hockey, there's no limit on anything. You could trade a pick 20 years out if you want to. The reason that these rules are in place to restrict teams is because they want to try to avoid, like a head coach or a GM who's on the hot seat from just selling out. And the NFL's interest is making sure that every franchise is at least competitive. And, you're trying to avoid, by doing this, a situation where some team has a general manager or a head coach that is trying to save his job, that starts selling the farm to try to win in the current year. Maybe you have an owner who doesn't care, and then that doesn't work, and now that team 3 years later is god-awful and has no hope. That's what the NFL is trying to avoid. What the Browns are saying is that we should have more flexibility with this based on the standards in the other leagues, and we should be responsible for ourselves. So if this sort of thing is happening or a problem, well, that's really on the teams. And so it's an interesting argument, and I think it's going to be an interesting point of discussion at the meetings next week. But I don't think the Browns put this on the table thinking that it was going to sail right through. I think the idea was to create some discussion, and then maybe in a year or two it winds up going through.
Albert, I don't know, did you see Jarvis Landry's comments on Kevin Stefanski at all, or do you need me to give you a quick synopsis?
I did not. No, give me the synopsis. I didn't see it.
One thing he had said was it almost felt like as much as he knew what he was doing, he really maybe didn't. And then he also criticized Stefanski for his inability to connect with players. And it was just he also went on this whole other thing about how Stefanski actually had given up the play calling to AVP at one point, which would have been the third time, actually the first time he'd done it, but then would have made it 3 times total, and we just never really knew that. Was this Jarvis, do you think? I guess I'd ask you, how bad of a look is it for Stefanski that someone as reputable as Jarvis is, and really how revered he is saying these comments?
When did it come out? What was the context of the comment?
He was on a podcast with Leonard Fournette.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any reason to doubt like his feelings on it. You always have to like kind of dig into those things and see if there was an axe to grind. I've always thought, Kevin. I think you guys know this well enough, right? Like Kevin's never going to be the guy who's flipping the Gatorade table over at halftime of games or getting guys riled up. That's just not his style. He is very much himself that way, and is very comfortable in his own skin. And so, yeah, I think because of that, it's a little bit of a different coaching style that maybe I would say isn't necessarily for everyone. Now, what I do think is that he's a really, really smart guy, a good leader, really good from like a football know-how standpoint. So I think he checks all those boxes. But I mean, if I found out that like maybe like he wasn't the right fit for a guy like Jarvis Landry, it wouldn't totally shock me. So that's how I would take it.
All right, Albert. Looking to the Browns here when it comes to the starting quarterback spot. Still no new quarterback in that room, although there is time to the draft and certainly the draft itself. If we ask you right now, what percentage chance would you give Shedeur to start week 1 for the Browns? What percentage point are you setting?
Oh, 30 maybe?
Oh.
I don't know. I mean, I still think Deshaun's going to get a shot. I mean, I look at all the money they've sunk into it, and I think I asked you guys this, but didn't you say you guys thought Shedeur had a better chance to be a really good NFL quarterback than Deshaun going forward?
I believe we are in unison on this one. Yes, sir.
Okay, see, I don't believe that. Like, I just don't. Like, I think there is a reason why Deshaun at one point was the 12th overall pick in the draft. There's a reason why Deshaun was twice the highest paid player in all of football. There is so much demonstrated evidence of Deshaun Watson being a really good NFL quarterback, and we have none on this Shedeur. So does that mean I think it's likely that Deshaun gets back up to the level he was at the end in Houston? No, I'm not saying that. But, I mean, I think even if he got 80% of the way there, it would be that would be a higher level than a lot of teams perceive the ceiling for Shedeur Sanders. And so I just look at it and I think to myself, if I'm the Browns, this is me talking, right, guys? Not the Browns talking. This is me talking. But if I've already sunk all that money into Deshaun Watson, it's going to be what, $235 million, whatever that number is. And I can't get out of that money for this year. And he's still relatively young for his position. Don't I owe it to myself to make sure he's not the answer before I let him go off somewhere else next year? Especially when I have a new coaching staff that doesn't have the skeletons in the closet with him that, Stefanski and then that staff had. Like, it was just what weighed that staff down with him, I think, was the history of going through the trade together and everything else. Like, you have none of that now, So there's a chance to kind of get a fresh set of eyes on him. There's a chance to get a fresh perspective on him. There's a chance to let him compete for a job. I don't know, guys. Like, I've seen Deshaun Watson play at a high level too much to not think that maybe he could get to a middle of the pack quarterback level. And I don't know that we've seen that Shedeur can do that. So that's the way I look at it. And I might wind up being totally wrong on that. Like, again, this is just me talking, but I think logically, if I'm the Browns and this is going to be a transition year anyway, unless Shedeur really shows me a lot more than he showed me last year, I'm probably looking at this like I want to make totally sure that we got it wrong on Deshaun Watson before the contract expires.
It's just been 6 years. We really don't have time to debate, but it's been 6 years.
And we don't know, and this is without knowing what they're going to do in the draft. But I mean, I know what you're saying. It's been 5 years, by the way, not 6. Even I'm sure it feels like 7 or 8. But like
2026 to 2020.
This is year 5.
2022.
Yeah. Well, no, I meant it's 6 years since we saw Deshaun
you
played
guys are both right, yeah.
Oh, Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah. I know what you're saying. But
And another 700 days in between him playing, by the way.
Right, but I mean, like, could you compare it to, like, Sam Darnold? How we saw, Sam Darnold kind of disappeared for a little while and came back. Like, there have been guys, Geno Smith, like, kind of disappeared for a little while and came back. Like, I don't know. I mean, I've seen enough reclamation projects. I know, like, the talent is in there somewhere. I mean, you guys can't
Albert,
make the
I am
argument.
so sorry to cut you off.
Yeah,
But we are 2 minutes past, and I already got in trouble for this once today, so we got a boogie.
Okay.
All right, Albert Breer there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Last time we went 4 minutes too late. We'll react to what Albert had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Francisco Giants. A brand new way to watch Major League Baseball, and it all starts here. MLB opening night, Yankees vs. Giants, live on Netflix, Wednesday, March 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baseball is back. Opening night is live on Netflix tomorrow, March 25th. Aaron Judge and the Yankees clash with Rafael Devers and the Giants. MLB opening night, Yankees, Giants, live on Netflix tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Albert Breer, great stuff with him in the previous segment. We didn't play a rejoin as we normally do coming off Albert because it's going to be a short segment, but we'll be talking about what Albert had to say. I think you and I both, when he said he would give Shedeur a 30% chance, and he sounded like you felt like that was generous, that but a 30% chance to start week one. I was very surprised by that, just given the current state of the room and the fact that, again, I think Albert just puts more stock into the Deshaun stuff than we do.
And I think there's a lot of people out there that clearly do. I think if we would have told him our numbers, mine was 80. I think yours was 90 when we did this in the early 5 o'clock hour.
Yep.
I think he would have fallen down and been aghast by the whole ordeal. I think I don't know that he would have been able to comprehend us saying 80 and then 90% for Shedeur Sanders. So it's interesting that it's just very far off, which kind of goes to the genesis of a lot of these Shedeur versus Deshaun topics in general, which is, we don't really know what the Browns are thinking here.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I think by virtue of having your quarterback competition between Shedeur and Deshaun until proven otherwise, it does feel like they're just giving the job to Shedeur. Because there are so many logical reasons why you just don't want to open up. You can't take back what Jimmy Haslam said at the owners' meetings last year. You can't take back removing the guy's banner from outside the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And even though I don't think there's bad will, as a matter of fact, I think there's a lot of goodwill between the player and the organization. But you can't change the fact that the guy hasn't played good football in 6 years, and that it is frequently, not just in Cleveland, but frequently all across America, labeled as the worst trade in NFL history.
I know, but this is the scary part about this, is that all it takes is one new coaching staff to come in here and be like, hey, that door isn't completely closed. And that's what Albert, that's what Joe DeLeon, it's what all these guys are kind of leaning on, is that idea that you get like a new, and it's funny because Albert's been so behind Kevin Stefanski the entire time, and in that description he's describing it of like, yeah, well, you get a new coaching staff in here, and then all of a sudden, maybe Deshaun looks at it in a different light, maybe Deshaun looks at it in a better way, and it's frustrating because I can see how they can see the crack open and then want to run through it and try to find out if it really is something they need to explore, when I just don't think they need to.
If Deshaun starts week one, I'm going to have assumed it's because Shedeur failed. That's the only way I can see Deshaun starting week one. Outside of injury, outside of all the other little ways that we give ourselves chances to have big takes that then go the way of the dodo 3 months later, the only thing that I can see happening is if Shedeur was given this opportunity, and then, quite frankly, he just didn't do whatever the coaching staff said, and whatever character concerns that you and I think are bunk are actually real.
I mean, Deshaun would have to look significantly better in order for that to pull off, I feel like. Because a tie goes to Shedeur in all of these equations.
I don't think it's I think it's heavily weighted for Shedeur.
It should be. I mean, but in realistic settings, again, because there's just so many people that think like Albert, though, where they think about what he was previously. They know the amount of times that he has commanded the second highest payroll for any quarterback in the NFL, and all these type of things that just mixes in, and for me, I'm good. I'm spent. I've seen enough of Deshaun.
216-474-0092. Albert Breer with some strong takes there. He put a 30% chance that Shedeur Sanders starts week one for the Cleveland Browns. If we just put it between Shedeur and Deshaun, how do you weight those percentages for each quarterback? More sound from Albert in 5 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. So I was talking to the folks at Northeast Factory Rack the other day, and if you missed them at the home show, you're going to like this. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Northeast Factory Rack. They actually extended their home show specials, because right now you can get up to $5,000 off select hot tubs plus free delivery. And let's be honest, if you're even thinking about getting a hot tub, this is the time to do it before spring hits and everyone else decides they want one too. And the sauna deals still going. Big discounts plus free delivery and professional setup. You don't have to figure out anything. They handle it. And here's the sleeper deal. They've got pre-season specials on outdoor furniture. Inventory is limited, and once those early shipments are gone, that's it. Hot tubs, saunas, outdoor furniture, home show pricing without the home show crowd. Northeast Factory Direct. I'd go sooner rather than later. NortheastFactoryDirect.com. Go out there today, check it out, and tell them Nick Wilson sent you.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
A flag was planted last night in the NBA as Victor Wembanyama of the San Antonio Spurs made his case for NBA MVP. Wemby is averaging 24 points, 11 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 3 steals per game, something only 6 other players have done in NBA history. Right now, Wemby is third in MVP odds behind SGA at 22-1, and Luka Doncic is 10-1, who scored at least 30 points in his last 10 games. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Score up to a $50 bonus bet daily during college hoops with BetMGM's free-to-play fast break.
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
As we close in on upcoming NFL draft, check out the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday night. 7 to 9, it's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves this offseason, free agency, and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Offseason Special. Each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on The Fan.
If I've already sunk all that money into Deshaun Watson, it's going to be what, $235 million, whatever that number is. And I can't get out of that money for this year, and he's still relatively young for his position. Don't I owe it to myself to make sure he's not the answer before I let him go off somewhere else next year, especially when I have a new coaching staff that doesn't have the skeletons in the closet with him that, Stefanski and then that staff had. Like, it was just what weighed that staff down with him, I think, was the history of going through the trade together and everything else. Like, you have none of that now. I've seen Deshaun Watson play at a high level too much, and I might wind up being totally wrong on that. Like, again, this is just me talking, but I think logically, if I'm the Browns, and this is going to be a transition year anyway, unless Shedeur really shows me a lot more than he showed me last year, I'm probably looking at this like, I want to make totally sure that we got it wrong on Deshaun Watson before the contract expires.
Albert Breer of the MMQB joining us at the 5:20 spot today. That was his. That was one half of his answers that evoked a real response from JP and I. We got 1 hour to go. In case you missed it, coming up in 40 minutes time. There's a lot to kind of dissect from his answers. I just can't think of any other quarterback that it's been 6 years since you've played elite level quarterbacking that any of us would look around and go, well, yeah, give that guy a chance, 4 years into failing on this team because, well, you still owe him money.
Well, and Albert went down this whole road of, like, I just don't know that we have enough evidence to suggest that Shedeur can do this or do that. And it's like, well, where in a Browns uniform do we have evidence of Deshaun Watson?
Yeah.
You have it in a Texans uniform, but again, that's so many years ago. I just don't know. Like, he's like, how can we not be sure that it's like, no, we can be sure. We've seen enough of this. He doesn't stay healthy, and then when he actually was healthy with the Browns, he stunk. He wasn't good. Like, I just don't know. The door's closed. Why are we cracking this open?
Yeah, and I get that there has to be another quarterback. Like, if Albert or anybody else that just doesn't buy into Shedeur says, I need another quarterback because I can't just put it all in Shedeur, I get it. That's been half of our conversations.
Definitely.
I'd like some real, but it's just not Deshaun. And I think, listen.
Well, but especially not Deshaun out of the rip either.
Yes.
Is the other part of this. Like, listen, if they end up doing it where it's Shedeur, and then they think that Deshaun is the backup plan, because if Shedeur gets injured, the whole season's sunk anyway, then all right, I've made peace with it in a way that I feel like you haven't yet, but we'll get there, right? Fine. But not out of the gate. I don't need Deshaun out of the gate. You throw him out of the gate, you're telling me no part of this season is worth anything.
And here's the thing. If Deshaun starts week 1, goes out there, is relatively healthy, but just is washed, and it's just obvious that he's washed, and you get the number 1 pick, it might actually be worth it to play him this year. If Deshaun goes out there and is really good, and at 31, with all the injury histories, you have to pay him again, it's debatable, but there are going to be people who say it's worth it. Anything in between the two extremes are not worth it. And by the way, even the most extreme on the positive side probably isn't worth it either, given his age and his injury history and all the other stuff. So, like, I do think there are a lot of people who agree with Albert, by the way. So I'm not trying to say I'm merely trying to say disagree with Albert. Not that I think I do think Albert's wrong, but not that I think he's like out of pocket with what he says. I think this is I think the people that are saying this, that are selling this of Deshaun and you owe it to yourself and all this stuff, I think they've been the people who haven't had to watch it every single day for 4 years. And I think it's a little bit easier to say things like you owe it to yourself to find out No, nothing he can do this year disproves the 4 previous seasons.
Yeah, I do. I wonder how different this is, if it's just national people versus local here. But again, the scary part about all this is that if we have enough people come on the station, now we had 2 today come on this station, 2 Browns guests, and 2 people say the narrative that you need to see Deshaun Watson play this season and he deserves a chance to start, then like the Browns might think this way too.
Yeah, and I think that is like when I think of Shedeur, I really don't have any fear. The kid can play or the kid can't play. And I think you're providing a better context around him this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think that second offseason is pivotal for all young quarterbacks. I think at the end of this next year, if you can definitively say, hey, Shedeur didn't play well enough to keep this experiment rolling, yeah. But at the same point, I'm excited to see the upside of it, right?
At least give that a try. I like the idea of seeing that as an attempt.
If I think failing with Shedeur is not the same thing as failing with Deshaun.
Agreed 100%.
Failing with Deshaun is really going to piss people off.
Well, failing with Deshaun is going to feel like a complete waste.
Yes.
That's going to feel like, what did I do? Why did I spend so much time talking about this team? Why did I spend so much energy invested into this team? That'll feel like a waste in a way where even if Shedeur doesn't work, finding that out is not a waste.
Yeah, and I will say this. I think there are going to be people very negative if you fail with Shedeur. I think most of them are in the media because they've been called one thing or another by the supporters. And I mean locally here. So I don't even see the downside. Listen, if you fail with either quarterback, it's going to stink. But the amount of crap that you are going to kick up with Deshaun, guys, all the people that booed, or cheered when he got hurt 2 years ago, they're still here. They didn't go anywhere. Right. They still have complicated feelings about Deshaun. The trade hasn't aged any better. The Texans have been to the playoffs each of the last couple years. You haven't been.
They've won playoff games each of the past couple years.
As a matter of fact, you've got 8 wins in 2 years. It's interesting. Albert, and I understand, Albert and people who believe in Deshaun as a better option than Shedeur keep preaching logic. I need us all to think about the logic of an organization that has pissed off every fan here from either bad football or even just simply taking a team that we thought finally had gotten over the hump and finally had a championship window to getting 2 winning seasons in 6 years. And now we're standing on another transitional year after 8 wins in 2 years. Where's that logic? Where's anybody presenting the logic that Deshaun Watson is going to piss everyone off unless he's Deshaun Watson from 2020, which again was 6 years ago?
Well, and they just keep walking through. If the door is labeled how to piss off Browns fans the most, they keep walking through that door.
Yes.
And I don't know how. I've never seen a franchise that just continues to do that to a fan base. I've never seen the amount of times that they do it the way other places don't work this way.
While trying to get people in seats and buy PSLs for a new stadium.
Well, so that's the other side of this. Is that we just piss everyone off so much, and then for what? But when time comes for the PSLs, we'll have everybody all good. We'll have this all figured out, and we'll have everyone all copacetic. It's guys, you're running out of room with me here. I don't believe you're going to have that figured out.
So even if you got the number 1 pick, I understand, but a lot of people just sign up for it. Deshaun plays next year, plays a majority of the game, but you get the number 1 pick. I'm assuming most people would sign up for that, yeah?
If you get the number 1 overall pick, you could promise people you get the number 1 overall pick, people would sign up for that, yeah.
And it would still stink worse than if you got the number 1 pick with Shedeur. Infinitely worse. There is a reason why teams use baggage. Guys, there was a reason the whole baggage thing with Baker. There was too much water under the bridge. And I think it's wild. And, maybe this is something we need to talk more about. I think it's wild that after 4 years, there was too much water under the bridge with the Browns and Baker, specifically 2 years with Stefanski and Barry, that they just couldn't possibly patch it together with Baker, and they couldn't possibly reach a deal with him, that they had to move off of him. And now 4 years of the worst quarterback trade in NFL history, the worst trade in NFL history. I can't imagine. I can't fathom how everything's kumbaya.
I know.
Doesn't it feel like a little bit of a kick in the ass?
Well, it's weird. Deshaun goes to Jimmy Haslam's wedding. They seem to think for some reason Haslam doesn't hold it against him for how embarrassing this whole entire thing has been, and for how it's helped shape the worst move in NFL history is what's attached to Jimmy Haslam right now. But they seem like they're all cool. They seem like they're all good, and it's
Deshaun
odd.
doesn't hold it against
not at all
the Browns.
Not in the slightest. Well, and he's made a lot of money. I guess maybe that's part of the reason why. But Deshaun doesn't hold any of that. The idea that Deshaun was supposed to be a Hall of Famer at one point and is now just, more excited to go on trips to Italy just doesn't faze him. This is weird.
Don't forget about Saudi Arabia.
Yes, he does take those trips too.
Yeah.
It is weird. The whole dynamic of it all is weird. It's almost as if they just act like if nothing went wrong, people will just act like nothing went wrong, and that's not true.
Is this the enemy of my friend is my enemy too, or my friend, or whatever that is? Is it did just both parties hate the Cleveland Browns fans?
Or did they all just get along with the idea that that whole decision in general?
Hey, Deshaun, you're ripping fans off too because you haven't lived up to that contract, but we're ripping them off because we've got 8 wins in 2 seasons.
And then they smoke cigars and laugh.
Let's have a good evil guy laugh about it.
Yeah.
That's an evil guy laugh, by the way.
They're like a cartoonishly evil laugh.
At some point, I'd like some respect for Browns fans from the Cleveland Browns. I would. And listen, they hate the media. You can tell by how bountiful their relationship is with every media outlet in this town. You can tell. And listen, I don't want to go too far into it. You can tell by how they treat the local beat over there. And that's fine. We criticize them. I understand that you might feel the things that we say aren't fair, but we are an extension of the fans. And watching them completely disregard any feeling that fans might have about Deshaun Watson and making sure that everybody knows real live and well, hey, he's got a chance and people believe in him, is a constant thumb in the eye of Browns fans. And at some point, at some point I thought you would respect your loyal customers who've respected you, sometimes disrespectfully, but who've respected you by continuing to pour money into you every year. But by all means, play Deshaun. By all means, you go chase that last dollar that you spent because 5 years ago, Jimmy Haslam put a $230 million check in escrow. So we got to try and milk every cent out of that, no matter what the odds say, no matter what the evidence says. You keep doing that because it's a good look for you while you're trying to build a damn stadium in Brook Park.
Yeah,
wonderful stuff.
And meanwhile, the two guests we had on from a football perspective today believe it makes some football sense to have Deshaun Watson out there, and that's all they needed. All they needed, just a little bit, just to give a little light into reasoning, and that's the green light. That's all they needed.
I trust Albert Breer on this to have his official opinion on this. I think Florio is a troll. I think Florio, the only thing Florio hates more than Jimmy Haslam might be Browns fans.
Oh, I was talking about De Leon.
Oh, wait. I was talking about Florio on Baskin and Phelps.
No, I was talking about De Leon. I was talking about our guest.
Hey, he's a godless Giants fan.
But Joe's got he's got the least skin in the game out of everybody.
I'm just firing shots at everybody.
He's just somebody that loves football and loves the draft and loves paying attention to all this stuff. And even he's like, yeah, I could see how they would want to do this. If anything, someone like Joe actually brings more credence to the conversation because he's not as plugged in as someone like Albert is.
Let's go with D in Cleveland. D, welcome to the show.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right. What you got for us, bud?
Well, I want to talk about the Deshaun Watson, Shadur Sanders quarterback situation.
Well, let's get to it.
I can certainly understand you guys sound a little emotional about it, but it is business. And I know Haslam does want to milk every dollar that he can get out of it because this is his investment, is his dollar.
Real quick, are you a fan? Are you a fan?
Absolutely, I'm a fan.
Then you should be emotional about it, too. Emotional is not a bad thing.
No, I'm not emotional about it. I'm not. I take it for business. I was emotional when they left in '95. That's when they
So
drained
you weren't
emotion
emotional
out of
in
me.
any of the last 4 years? You're not emotional that's the worst trade in
not
NFL
at all.
history?
Nope.
Then you're not a real fan, D. Enjoy it. Oh, you're in your feelings. Yeah, then you're a coward running from your feelings. Or, quite frankly, you're an apologist for Deshaun Watson in some other way. I'm so sick of people calling here, acting like, oh, if you have any objection to playing Deshaun Watson, that it's somehow, oh, you're caught in your feelings. Yeah, and you're ignoring yours.
Or we just don't want to watch bad football. This is year 4, or technically it's year 5 of him being with the Browns, but this would be 4 straight years of watching him just Not 4 straight, 3 straight, then a gap year. I'm watching him just suck.
I don't see how you can be a fan. I don't see how you can call yourself a fan after 4 years of this suck and just go, yeah, I'm cool watching another year.
Do people understand how long that is?
That's a half decade of your damn life.
In NFL terms, do you know how long that is? 4 years that's whole regimes. That is GMs, that is head coaches, that is everything in between. It's an exhaustingly long amount of time to just invest in one player and then just feel so indifferent about the outcomes where we've been completely run amok this whole entire time.
Also, to respond to D there, and D, you got it. I'm sorry. Tiger got out of the cage here. And also Hollywood Meach, who's saying that the Herschel Walker trade is the worst trade in NFL history. And second, if Deshaun was to play well, you don't have to pay him, especially if you draft a quarterback. Guys, you've already paid Deshaun. When it comes to, well, you pay him, so you might as well see what you have. What am I going to believe? Let's say he has a great year. Let's say he goes out there, and let's say he actually plays 14 or more games. Actually, no, hell, let's go real crazy. He plays 10 or more games. And let's say, oh, gosh, give me a good QBR for him.
87.
Okay, let's go lower than that because that's impossible. Let's go 45. What about that? And by the way, I'm being too facetious now. Let's go 60. Oh, my gosh, that's the best Deshaun we've seen ever here in Cleveland. And you still will have already paid him his money. This idea of, well, you might as well see. No, you already saw it. It's past tense.
Yeah.
The idea of, wow, until you've stopped paying him. No. It's called a sunk cost. How do people not understand what a damn sunk cost is when it comes to bad contracts and bad deals in football?
Yeah, because this is the funny thing about this is that people like Albert that loved Stefanski so much are now turning on the idea that a different coach could get something out of Deshaun Watson. And I'm telling you, it's going to be the biggest talking point is what Albert said at 520 and what we've been saying now for a couple of weeks. That's that new, fresh set of eyes is going to be something for Deshaun Watson, and I just don't believe it. I don't think Stefanski is the reason why it didn't work out with Deshaun Watson. I think Deshaun Watson is the reason why it didn't work out with Deshaun Watson.
Keith, Frank, you guys stick there. 216-474-0092. What outcome would make Deshaun Watson starting week 1 again actually worth it from your perspective as a Browns fan? More from you guys in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
transaction charge. Credit end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Guardians opening day is just around the corner. Hear all the latest talk on the back-to-back AL Central champs right here on your home for Cleveland sports talk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
30, maybe? I still think Deshaun's going to get a shot. I mean, I look at all the money they've sunk into it. There is a reason why Deshaun at one point was the 12th overall pick in the draft. There's a reason why Deshaun was twice the highest paid player in all of football. There is so much demonstrated evidence of Deshaun Watson being a really good NFL quarterback, and we have none on this Shedeur. So does that mean I think it's likely that Deshaun gets back up to the level he was at the end in Houston? No, I'm not saying that. But, I mean, I think even if he got 80% of the way there, it would be that would be a higher level than a lot of teams perceive the ceiling for Shedeur Sanders.
That was Albert Breer 1 hour ago, talking about why he would only give Shedeur a 30% chance to start week one. And I really, so we didn't have time because we ended up in the same way that the interview went with Fanta and Joe DeLeon today. Something about those 20 guests today. 20 top of the year. The point is, something about it.
No.
Every single argument, or every single interview today ended in an argument. 2 of the 3 ending in an argument about Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. And now, hand up. I don't think it helped that you almost got an argument with Joe DeLeon, but you were very courteous about it. And then I was like, I thought you could have pushed back a little bit harder there. And then all of a sudden you went at Fanta, and then you know what I mean? Like I feel like maybe I'm partly responsible for that.
You just want to take credit for it? I'll allow it.
Not credit. I mean, you didn't really go back and forth with Breer that much. We just kind of extended that one, and then we had to cut him off. But the Fanta one, I think that was derived from the Joe DeLeon. Like I wanted you to push back a little bit harder, and then I think you did with John.
I said this once. I'll say it again. I think the only way Deshaun Watson starts week one is if Shedeur completely lives up to none of what they've asked him to do this offseason. Because any other thing just feels like blatant disrespect or counterintuitive. Like, again, I think that's the thing. And listen, I'm trying to acknowledge that I understand that there is a bit of logic that says you're paying him, he's here, whatever. You might as well, right? But I think the other side isn't pointing out we've already paid him. The reason he's here is only because of the money. For no other, if they were done. If they had only guaranteed 70% of his contract, you already would have been done with this. So, that's not a good enough reason we made this mistake 4 years ago, 5 years ago, so we want to see it through.
I don't know what else they would want to see, unless, again, and this is maybe, I hate that I keep going around to this, but, in the back of their minds, because this is going to be what every fan says, but in the back of their minds, they truly do believe that Stefanski was the problem. I mean, they did just fire Stefanski, did they not?
I believe they did.
The moment that you fire Stefanski, you're telling everybody what you think of Kevin Stefanski, and it kind of does open up this new box that you can play with for people, which is the idea that, if we fired Stefanski because we don't think, at one point we thought he was the answer, and he clearly isn't, then maybe they think that wholeheartedly all falls on Stefanski. I think that's wrong. I don't think Stefanski's really that good of a coach, but I just think it was a Deshaun Watson problem, not a Stefanski problem.
216-474-0092. How much of a chance would you give to start? Would you give Deshaun Watson to start week one if I gave Shedeur a 90% chance, knowing you could still add a veteran quarterback, knowing you could still draft a quarterback? The 10%, none of it was Deshaun Watson. I'm not legitimizing
I gave 80%, my 10%. I had 10% to the wild cards and 10% to Deshaun.
I'm not legitimizing it. And the Browns need to understand this. If you do this, it is a massive slap in the face to your fans. If you're cool with that being what this is going to be, okay. But it's
they seem like they might be cool with it if they go down
I think that's
road.
why I got so mad earlier.
Which is again a valid reason for you to get mad, but I just don't think you added Florio to the mix, but we've had 2 guests on and then throw Florio into that. We've had 3 football guests today that all are saying Deshaun Watson should have an opportunity this year. It's kind of wild. And all today, by the way. Don't know what happened on Tuesday. Don't know why today was the day.
I think you got to find out what you have in I'm not going to pull this punch anymore. I think you got to find out what you have in Deshaun Watson. Screams to me you just don't like Shedeur Sanders. And I don't mean like as a prospect. I mean, there's just something about him, his camp, the people that support him that just pissed you off. I really do think. I've not heard one person that I've associated as a pro Shedeur person come out and talk positively about the idea of playing Deshaun Watson this year.
I mean, it's probably not a wrong take by you. I wish I could come up with examples of any reason to tell you that you're wrong in this instance, but it does seem to follow that logic. The people that don't want to see Shedeur play at all are going to extreme lengths to try to justify somebody that isn't Shedeur to potentially play football.
Frank in Cleveland, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got?
Fellas, man, listen here, man. Ain't no more Deshaun. We just seen that show, like y'all said, man. And we keep doing the same thing because you just got the reaction you got from Schwartz when y'all did him the way y'all did him. It's going to be the same thing with Shedeur if y'all try to start Deshaun Watson over him. You're gonna get a reaction that you weren't looking for, man. It's over with. Giving him the same way the Cavs did J.R. Smith. Go on, take your check. Go on to the island, wherever you feel like vacationing. Don't come in the building, none of that, man. It's over with, man. Y'all made a mistake. Own up to it, man. But his chances is over with, man. We can't see that, man. I don't want to see that.
Frank?
I'd rather see Dylan or go get Drew Aller and try him because he ain't played in 2 years. I'd rather see him after 2 years than this dude after 6. What is it? 6 years now? He ain't really threw a football. Ain't played 18 games, man. He done robbed us, man.
Frank, we appreciate you. I will say, I would rather watch Dylan Gabriel start 17 games next year than watch Deshaun Watson start 1. Understand.
Okay.
All the short king jokes I've made.
Yeah, no,
Understand.
I got that. All 17's a lot.
He's booty cheeks.
All 17 is a lot of games.
And some of it is, I guarantee you, Dylan Gabriel would get you the number 1 pick. He might be the quarterback that guarantees you that. But he's a tiny little guy. I would rather that little slugger go out there.
Yeah, that little try hard.
You know how that...
Go get him. Go get him, little
short
guy.
Kings tend to... They have to walk a little faster because they got shorter legs.
Yeah.
Like to see him just kind of... I would say mosey, but that's more of a tall person thing. It's very hard for short kings to mosey. I'd rather see that little. It's not quite a waddle, but not quite not a waddle.
Oh, stop it.
Kyler Murray running does kind of look a little waddly.
Kyler does. I told you before. Kyler running. It seems like your toddler that stole your iPhone. It's got that whole back shakes and everything.
They just get out of the shower, and you think, all right, I'm going to pick up the towel, and then
gone
right out the door
like a thief in the night.
So quick. Max in Wickliffe, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. So, want to see what your guys' opinion on what are the I just want Monken to make the right decision of who gives us the best chance to win, and what are you guys' opinion on what are the odds that Deshaun could even come close to a season of 36 to 3,800 passing yards, 33 to 36 touchdowns, 11 to 15 interceptions, and if you say Max, he's not even going to be close to getting anything like that.
Max, he's never thrown for more than 33 in a season, even when he was good in Houston.
Agreed. So it's like, if he can't even do anything like that, should we just consider only Shedeur?
I think yes. I 100%. And that's as somebody who understands, and I thank you, Max, that there is significant bust potential with Shedeur.
The weird part about the Deshaun discourse and everyone that talks about his time in Houston is you act as if he was awesome all 4 years there. He had a lot more winning success in year 2 and year 3, but his numbers weren't anything truly wild. Year 4 was, in some respects, year 4,
Ironically, the
one
year
year
that they didn't win.
the year they won 4 games. Because he threw for 1 million yards and he had a lot of touchdowns and everything in between. But even if you stack those type of that one season up to what Mahomes' 50 touchdown season is, it's nowhere close in my opinion. But for 3 years leading up to that, it wasn't as if he was dominant. Like there's a world that exists where Deshaun Watson is just as healthy, just as everything as what he was all the time in Houston, and he just wasn't nearly as good as people thought he was, and just had one really good season, and that's all it was.
Dan in Bath, welcome to the show.
Hey, hi, guys. First-time caller here.
Well, great to have you.
No, thanks for having me.
Good luck on your first call.
All right. Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson. Look, I mean, to me, Sanders is incomplete. Actually did a pretty good job considering he had no kind of real formal training from Stefanski. And that was Stefanski's kind of niche, right? He's a quarterback guy. If you look at all the quarterbacks with Stefanski, they all failed, and it wasn't their fault. Okay, it's the coaching. As far as Deshaun's concerned, again, I'm not necessarily a fan. It obviously was a big mistake, but if the guy is healthy, why not give him a shot? Everybody's looking for a veteran anyway. I mean, I would consider him a veteran now, right? I mean, if he's healthy, you got to give him a shot while Shedeur gets, the proper training. I guess the proper training is actually playing.
Well, Dan, I think
I give both guys a shot.
All right, Dan, we appreciate you. I would say, first call, B range. The
phone cut off.
The phone cut off.
And instantly drops you like a C.
Yeah, but if not for the phone, I think you would have gotten about a B grade here, even though we disagree.
Other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Link?
I don't think that ended the same way the call did.
In my eyes, it did.
I think this offseason is the training Shedeur needs.
Silence on both ends.
I do think throwing non-first-round quarterbacks out on the field in their rookie year, no matter how much of the season has gone by, is a recipe for disaster and trying to develop that guy. But he has a full offseason. He has a new head coach that I think might actually build to Shedeur's skill. I don't think he needs to sit anymore.
I mean, I think it's crap if you start Deshaun Watson and then say, Shedeur, you get to come in if Deshaun fails. There's no polite way to put that. I think that's absolute BS, and I'd be very angry if that's how that goes down. It's just, Deshaun gives you no chance at all, and then if you put Shedeur in that same spot you put him in last year again, you're not really trying to find out what you have in him. That's not really what's going on there.
Louie and Alex, you guys stick there, 216-474-0092. How much of a chance? What percentage chance are you giving Deshaun Watson to start week 1 for the Browns? Based off of Albert Breer saying he'd give Shedeur a 30% chance of starting week 1. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with what.
website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Final segment of today's show. I'd like to thank and apologize to all three of our guests today. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL Draft Analyst at 3:20 and 4:20. John Fanta. I'd apologize more if he gave me that damn burger already. I don't think I'm ever getting it.
I don't think you are either.
I think he thought it was a bit.
Yeah, here's the problem. Comes on every week for free. So, it'd be different if,
Yeah, why should that stop me from getting my $10 burger?
He does a lot of service for us here.
Doesn't do that much service.
It's a nice thing he does.
Like, if he came over and fixed my garage door, which is currently busted.
Yeah.
I'd be like, you know what, buddy? Don't you? Daryl literally helped me redo an entire room. And by help me, I mean he kind of did it, and then I kind of watched and helped him. Like, Daryl, honestly, wouldn't owe me a burger bet. Now, don't tell him that because I've made him pay off 2 of these. But if he copped out on it, I'd be like, I get it.
Yeah.
I am saying yes, and oh, yes.
When has Fanta ever come over and helped me renovate my house?
I don't think he's going to.
Oh, speaking of which, Daryl Ryder, you get on this microphone.
Oh, he's so happy.
He's telling people that I'm flip-flopping on the burger bet. Is this what I'm hearing from people? I heard it at the damn baseball event for the station today.
Yeah, I didn't say flip-flop, but you immediately wanted to dial it back from playoffs to 9 wins.
When?
You did. You wanted to go from it. You wanted it from playoffs. You're like, well, what about above 500 at 9 wins? And I'm like, no, we're sticking to the playoff.
Yeah, I was trying to negotiate
I
after
know.
we already made a deal. But the point is,
I was not going to let you renegotiate the terms of the burger bet. By the way, I am looking forward to having that sandwich in about mid-October.
Yeah. Well,
you're going to eat it early? You're going to call it early?
Yeah, the elimination's going to come early. That's not going to be a problem.
I can't wait for you and every sad sack Browns analyst in this town to be dead-ass wrong about this Browns team.
Hey, listen, everyone's expecting him to draft Ty Simpson now, so can't freaking wait for that.
Yeah. No, I'm going to tell you right now, when they're 9-8, they're the 7th seed, and I'm eating that burger, understand we're doing that one on air. Right? And honestly, I want Ken here to watch in a cuck chair. I want all of you guys saying this is the worst team in the damn NFL. I want all of you in here so the true believer that is Nick Wilson, the guy who sees logic from all your anti-Browns propaganda, that I will be vindicated. I want Lima's ass in here. Anybody else saying this is going to be a 5-win team, I want him in here to watch.
Pete Prisco in here.
Yeah, double P, PP as we call him.
I'm saying they're going to win the games they lost last year, so they'll win 7 games. They're going to win 7 games this year. I don't know how it's going to happen. They may score.
What was the verbiage?
They're going to win the games they lost? What is that?
Yeah, because
they got a DeLorean.
They felt like they were a 7 or 8 win team last year with an offense that couldn't score 17 points. I don't know whatever it is they're drinking and smoking over there, but I want some of it, okay? And I'm just saying,
Tennessee hooch.
Todd Monken is going to go ahead and win those games that they should have last year. That gets them to 7 wins.
Allow me. What was the phraseology on how bad the offense was from this one?
From what, Daryl?
Yeah. What did you say that had me in such a tizzy last week about the offense?
Oh, I've got no idea.
Or was that yesterday? I don't know. Time's a flat circle. Memory's not my thing, but I remember you said something about the offense that pissed me off.
They could barely score 17 points a game last year.
Yeah, if only there was like an off season where you could sign people and trade for people and draft for people.
You know what? They've added so many skill players, boy. I bet it's going to be like a track meet going up and down in between the.
If only there was a draft where you could just pluck people out of the ether and drop them onto your roster. If only.
You're also assuming they actually draft the right receivers.
Which kind?
The right.
Okay. Nailed it. That's Daryl Ryder. He's going to be coming up in about 15 minutes here.
I just heard my name, so I just figured I needed to come in and defend myself somehow.
You got very excited.
I heard you were flip-flopping on the bet. Or no, that's not true. I heard you were accusing me of flip-flopping on the bet, and I will never flip-flop on a bet because I'm a man.
Who are you telling this to? Was this Ken and Anthony?
No, it was somebody over there. Somebody on the business side told me about it.
That's off the air. That's fine, Daryl. You're okay.
No,
I've actually said it on the air. Listen, I never run from anything that I say.
Yeah,
I
you're
just
not
didn't
that
know.
fast.
I didn't know if you were just talking crap behind his back or something like that. I didn't know if that was what was going on.
He tried to back me down from 10 wins to 9.
But have I committed to the burger?
You have committed. You're in it playoff team.
JP, would you like to do your cross-examination on what happened?
You're a spineless jellyfish, and I need to tell you to your face that. The lack of performance you did with Ken the other day in regards to Jalen Hurts and the 6th overall pick was not only embarrassing to the station, it was embarrassing to your family and everyone you love. I can't believe you let him go on and on talking about how Jalen Hurts wasn't worth the 6th overall pick. That's ridiculous.
Let me explain something.
You know better, and you're supposed to stand up in those moments, and you didn't. You let him go ahead with his take, and it was absurd, and you know it.
It was Friday. I was just trying to get the hell out of there without getting fired.
I know what you were doing.
Okay?
I know what you were. That makes it worse. Is that I know you know better than that, and I know you know the difference. And you let Owen, Daryl, anybody got any objections? Nothing.
You're under the impression.
Spineless jellyfish. Nothing.
You're under the impression in that moment that I cared.
That's a very fair rebuttal, actually.
I think you cared too much, and that was the problem. You need to not care as much when Ken is talking to you in these discussions, and you need to let your football logic prevail into what you know is right. And that's where I got the most angry, Daryl. It's because I know you know better. I know you know the difference.
I think he's disappointed.
Yes, I am.
He's not angry.
Yes,
I think he's disappointed.
I came in to defend myself, and instead I'm getting scolded.
In many ways. I'm very, very upset.
I'm just gonna go crawl back to the back and wait for 7 o'clock now.
Actually, I think unless you want the spineless jellyfish allegations to stick, I think you need to go back. You need to double down and start insulting his character. We can go full FAN here, guys.
I'm still waiting for my Iman Shumpert bobblehead I was promised 2 years ago.
I don't even know.
I think it was 2 years ago. It's like a year ago. I offered him. I just haven't brought it. It'll come. It's a free gift. Free gift between friends.
Daryl, good stuff, buddy.
See ya.
This is not a Fanta Burger situation.
I thought you'd call him a spineless jellyfish. You really went after him there. That was...
Well, it just gets me so disgusted. I know he's better than that. I know you're better than that. I know you're. He wants to come back so bad. It's the funny part about it. He's like, I want to come back. I want to.
No, I'm not.
I know you are. I know you are.
Listen, what we need to hear. You heard the insults. What he's saying is, you're more of a football guy than Ken Carman is. I think that's what you have more football knowledge than Ken Carman does. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I'm hearing something like that as well.
4 levels. Oh, is it the end of the show already?
Oh, no. We ran up against it. Oh, no.
Oh, hey, should we start lobbing bombs at each other?
Here?
Hey, you're more of a company man.
Bad performance from me out of being the company man today.
Yeah, you just accosted.
I'm yelling at Daryl. I'm not going to the baseball event we have.
Hot dogs were good.
Maybe I'm not the company man I once thought I was. I don't know.
Hey,
I'll see you at Earth Day.
I'll
see you at Earth Day.
Listen, when I think of baseball events and baseball people in this town, I think of Ken and Anthony.
No objections from me.
Yeah, I'd like Ken.
Mr. Baseball.
I'd like Ken to list off 10 guys on this roster.
I need because I love Cleveland men.
No, because I love hearing
this is going to be the
him
10
talk
tackle
baseball
situation thing all over again.
Yeah. Posey.
No, it's not fair. I was tired the night before. I didn't get a lot of sleep. It's not fair.
The sun was in my eyes.
It's not fair.
This has gotten wildly personal, which means I wanted to keep going. All right. Oh, we also got to thank Albert Breer, who we also accosted today. If you missed any minute of the show today, you can watch the full YouTube show back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And again, subscribe. It is free after all. Hey, like our videos. We like to be liked. Ring that bell. Suck it, Cornlito.
Suck it, Cornlito.
Talk about spineless jellyfish. Not him. He's a different guy. Big thanks to Mac Robinson, the supreme leader on the board. Yes. I just don't have a lot of voice, man.
We did a lot of yelling right there.
Yeah, there was a lot. It was a really very high emotion.
It's us.
I mean, it's you too, but it's also us. And mostly you, but some of us. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. Big thanks to Matt Corelli, a.k.a. the Ass Man.
There's no way you couldn't do it now. I mean, after the segment we had, you were just going to have to do that.
It was right there. It was right there. The Ass Man was right there for me.
We need to go. We're problematic.
Should we fake a fight on the way out, or is that... Oh, that's sorry, the different show.
Okay, yeah, we're good.
All right, see you, bud.
Goodbye.
It's fake.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.
This is an Odyssey Sports